When did slavery become a criminal offence in England?
It was not in the 19th century. One of these odd little new labour laws in about 1996, 7, 8.
What an odd law to outlaw slavery. It's political correctness gone mad.
I only mean odd in the sense that it's a bit late.
Yes, that's exactly right. It was 1807 when the slave trade was ended, and then finally in 1834 it was illegal anywhere in the British Empire to own a slave. It has never been illegal to have a slave in England until April 2010. I'm saying I could have had you as a slave legally.
You mean this series I'm finally free?
Yes! Absolutely.
But you know what? I'm one of those slaves who just goes back to the master. I don't know what to do. I work for you anyway, please.
I'll tell you one thing is that there are now estimated to be 27 million people held in, essentially in bondage, in slavery on this planet.
But the show will be over soon, you can go.
Yeah.
Right now?
More than there ever were in the days of cotton picking and so on.
27 million?
27 million.
In the world?
Yeah, that is the estimate. It's a pretty grim problem still, slavery. The point is, it was never illegal in England because it was never recognised as a state of being.
I wish I'd known that.
There were laws against kidnapping and abduction and false imprisonment and sexual trafficking and all the other things that we might associate with slavery. But it was not illegal for one human to own another human, which it now is.
So this is a law this isn't one of those laws where they thought, oh, that needs clearing up. It's a loose end from history.
It kind of was. In 1967, there were a number of obsolete crimes that were taken care of. Barratry had been illegal right up to 1967, which is vexatious lawsuits.
Oh,
okay.
Building of
vexatious lawsuits.
Yeah, what they call a vexatious litigant, somebody who just keeps...
Dorothy Squires.
Yes.
Dorothy Squires, the singer Dorothy Squires, towards the end of her life, when she did have a mania, but she was probably the last person to be done for vexatious litigants.
And if you kept prosecuting someone for it, you'd be prosecuting them.
Yourself?
Yeah, well, it's crazy. Anyway, there's scolding. Scolding was a crime in 1966, but not in 1967.
With hot water, you mean?
No, not scalding. Scalding.
No.
Scalding!
That was a crime.
You! What time of the night do you call this, Eddie Izzard?
12.
Yes.
12:30 or something, I don't know.
Well, they'll give you a good scolding.
And that was illegal?
That was illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah.
And now it's legal?
Eavesdropping was illegal. Challenging someone to a fight was also illegal until 1967.
What about going round and round and roundabout more than 3 times?
It certainly wouldn't have been a medieval law, would it?
Well, I don't know, and if you're in a horse and cart, you have a couple of hours spare.
On a medieval roundabout.
On a medieval roundabout.
Yes. Anyway, there you are. Due to a quirk of English law, it only became a criminal offence to keep a slave in the year 2010. So
It's called orphaned negative. So these are words that have the opposites, but nobody uses them. They're now obsolete. So what would be the opposite of ineffable?
Effable.
Effable, but nobody ever uses it as a perfectly good word, isn't it?
I've heard people say that.
Effable, it's not effable.
Oh, he's got nice trousers on today. He's totally effable.
Yeah, well, funny, and thank you. I really appreciate it. They're very roomy.
No, there are lots of good ones. Incessant, so cessant. Nobody talks about cessant anymore. This is the weird thing about this word, OK? What it tells you in the dictionary is that cessant hasn't been used since 1701. What happened that year? They thought, you know, I'm done with that word.
For you, what about disdain?
Oh, yes,
Because
the opposite
you're...
of being a good Dane, yes,
Yeah.
a disdain.
Disdain.
Yeah. Innocent? Anybody?
Yesn't.
Innocent.
Innocent. So innocent, yeah, innocent was a criminal.
Innocent.
Until about the 17th century, so nocentum, Latin meaning to harm.
Is nonchalant?
So chalant.
Chalant.
Yes. I'm going to refer to you as chalant. I like that. I think that sounds rather good.
Not chalant.
Yeah, chalant and effable.
Stopping you.
To be fair, Jimmy, I had to have it pointed out to me. Inflammable?
Oh, I hate... Inflammable and flammable.
Same thing.
It is exactly the same thing. It's not an orphan negative at all. In fact, the opposite of flammable is non-flammable.
Explosive.
I beg your pardon?
Just reading.
Oh, it used to be inflammable because it comes from the Latin inflammare, but they adopted flammable deliberately in the 20th century because, honestly, inflammable seemed ambiguous, so that is one of the reasons why we now say flammable and then non-flammable.
Right.
Anybody know what a contronym is?
Oh, so it's like, so got synonym?
Yeah.
Antonym.
Antonyms, yes. So it's a word that is also its own opposite. So screen, which means to show, like screen a film, and screen also means to hide. Another example, bound, so fastened to the spot and also heading somewhere.
Oh, that's good.
They're good, aren't they? Consonants. They're really, see, you like this?
Yes.
Fast, so moving quickly, and stuck and unable to move. It's the.
And also,
so-
I always thought with fast food, the fast is not to eat, and then also to eat loads really cheaply.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we may need marijuana for this.
Yeah.
To me, like, there should be a conversation that happens at, like, yeah, man, fast.
Yeah.
But no, man, fast food.
I love that your impression of someone on drugs means you've never taken them.
Antigrams. Anybody know what an antigram is?
It is the opposite of a gram.
So these are words where if you do an anagram, the anagram itself has the opposite meaning to the original word. So
Impossible.
yeah, dormitories, tidier rooms is one. There's one. Customers, I like this one. The anagram is store scum.
There's a few people out there work in retail.
Here's another one, an antigram. A volunteer fireman. I never run to a flame. And 45 is an anagram of over 50. It's just a woman lying, basically. Let's try a parlour game to get us started. One Victorian parlour game was called Taboo. You were asked a question and had to answer without using a taboo letter of the alphabet. Our taboo letter tonight is obviously N, so please answer the following questions without using the letter N. Matt, name a tasty yellow fruit grown mostly in the Caribbean and Central America. In the Philippines, its name has been corrupted to bayabas.
Is it, a ba'a? I'm trying to think what's nice and yellow. Crisps. I'm going for crisps.
It's a tasty yellow fruit.
Yeah.
So, no, the answer is guava.
Oh.
Is the answer we were
Oh, there is an
looking for.
answer.
There is an answer.
I've been playing this game wrong for years.
It isn't banana at all. The answer is guava, is the fruit that we were looking for. In the Philippines, it has been corrupted to bayabas. Do you know what the Filipinos call bananas?
No.
They call them bananas. I could have got you with that one, had you fallen for it. Susan, what do you call a woman who looked after Victorian children whose mothers were social equals but couldn't be asked to do the job themselves?
Well, I would call them the help.
Which is nice, but not the correct term.
Well, then I would call them... You've got such a gaze, Sandy. It's like the Eye of Sauron.
Sorry, but Sauron's got an N in it.
Oh, I would have said the nanny or a governess. Yes. Yes. I was essentially cajoled into that.
You were. So, not nanny, obviously, because how many N's have we got there, Susan?
At least two.
At least two. Also, not social equal, the nanny. It's au pair.
Oh, no, I almost...
Au pair, been around.
So annoying, isn't it?
Start with your own. Oh, it was on the tip of my tongue there.
It's been around since the 1840s, the word au pair. Well, it literally means social equal, au pair.
Does it?
Yeah.
Have you met our social equals? He's really, really fit. He's only run off with the social equal.
So, nobody's doing very well, but I'm relying on Josh to get this one right.
Watch and learn.
OK, here we go. What do you call a Roman Catholic religious woman who has taken simple vows of poverty, chastity and obedience?
Is it the au pair? That is guava.
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it, now?
Yeah, not so quick with the answers now.
Tracy?
Go on, then. None.
Nah.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. The answer is a sister. So a nun has taken solemn vows, but a sister has taken simple vows. It's a technical difference to do with the repudiation of property. So a nun's solemn vow repudiates property absolutely. A sister's simple vow allows her to reserve an interest. Hedging her bets, Josh. Hedging her bets, that one. Right, Alan.
Yes.
Name any of the digits in the common emergency telephone number. So there's an emergency number which is...
999.
999.
They're great guys. They're great guys.
But the common emergency telephone number is 112.
Is it?
Yeah, so you can use it on a mobile phone, even if it's locked or you haven't got a SIM card.
It has got ends in 112.
Well, I asked you to name any of the digits in the common emergency number. And so you could have said 2.
Oh, my word.
2.
Well, it's Christmas, so Alan wins that one. There we go.
Why did it take 300 years to give the giant tortoise a scientific name?
A scientific name?
Yeah, i.e. the Latin name. It turned out to be called Geochelonia, you know.
Is it because they just thought that was pretty good, giant tortoise?
We'll leave it with that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah?
no, I was going to say something about which now is unusable. I'm going to have to say it now.
Go on. I thought with it, man.
They thought...
This better be
They
good.
thought it was a normal tortoise, but closer, was what I was going to say. You see what I mean? But I couldn't get that concept. It's like, would it be actually further away and a normal one further away would be actually a minute one? Would they mistake a quite far away normal one for a miniaturised one that's a bit ordinary?
Yeah, but the thing that you're saying is that the tortoise could be...
It's a further away. If they
I like it. Oh, go that way.
Yeah. If there was like a tortoise over there that was giant, but I for some reason thought it was just there, then I wouldn't think it was giant. I'd think it was just, oh, there's just one there. It was just a normal tortoise there, nothing about that. Oh my God, it's over there and it's back!
It would have to be on a huge beach with no other points of reference.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Are they...
That's not the reason.
Are they particularly litigious? Now, if you give me a name, I will sue you.
No, it wasn't that. It's a nice thought again. No, they had another property which was most unfortunate for them to have.
What the tortoises did?
Yeah.
They were edible.
They were so edible. Anyone, I mean...
Anyone who saw one couldn't stop to think of a name for it. They just had to eat it straight away.
Really? One of those...
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
Do you know...
Just get one, they're really very good.
There's no
We just
Latin
call them
name for the
dinner.
pistachio nut. Exactly the same way. No one can be bothered. Just shut up with your Latin. Eat them. They're brilliant.
That's what happened.
No Latin name for Maltesers.
None of them made it. It's kind of true. None of them made it to London. None of them made it to Europe.
Now, this time, we're going to take it and we'll take London.
Leave it. No.
However,
I'm taking it back. People getting up with
the ferry coming into Dover, there's a bloke going... leaving the door with a tortoise instead.
All right, look. Take 9 of them. We'll eat 8.
Absolutely. And everyone's looking at it and going, come on.
the seas become... The days on end, the seas become there's one tortoise left.
Yeah.
Come on, sir. Come on, we'll go back. Let's just go back and get some more.
Imagine the moment after they've eaten that last quarter. They're sitting there thinking, we are twats. I'm too full.
Even Darwin, on Darwin's last There were dozens. There were dozens.
He collected every species in the world and he ate that one.
They had them all. They did.
I've done all the butterflies, done all the beetles. I'm eating that.
The only descriptions of them are comparing them to chicken, beef, mutton and butter and saying they're how much better they are than all of those things. No one who'd ever eaten tortoise had ever eaten anything better.
Why
They said, and the liver and the bone marrow, every part of it was unbelievably
Whereabouts
delicious.
are they from?
Well, from the tropics, mostly.
Are there flights over there?
They are now protected. All 12
They're
species.
that delicious, they can't be. Well, they just say, yeah, we're protected them, they're all in there, no need to look. They're fine.
There's a border around them, like North Korea.
Yeah. There's a big pile of shells, like those piles of tyres you see in a scrapyard.
But there were some that survived, however, and let me tell you about a very extraordinary
That
one.
bloke there, he's just befriending that one. Yeah, come over here, my pretty. I'm trying to think of a name for you.
But they are amazing animals, apart from how delicious they are. Adwaita died in 2006, and he was Clive of India's pet. There he is.
Oh, they're 200 years old or something.
255. He was born before Mozart, before the French Revolution, and his death was announced on CNN. I mean, that's a heck of a life,
And
isn't
you
it?
can list his achievements on the back of a stamp.
Well, why would he need to
Well, his
achieve
principal
that?
achievement is it
He
wasn't...
lived 255 years. People think probably the oldest living creature because they don't live so long out of captivity like most animals, and he was, you know, well cared for. But that is a pretty astonishing
It is quite...
lifespan.
So it lived 255 years and is massive. I mean, I've achieved 50% of that. That's great.
There are 12 species of them, all of them endangered. Well,
They
one...
all taste nice?
Well, I don't know, but it's very sad that they so many were other species were, you know, basically wiped out just because they were so lovely. Not only that, they were also used as water stores. It sounds a weird thing, but they have a special kind of internal bladder that stores water so perfectly that it's drinkable. When you slit them open to cook them, you also get, you know, like a gallon of fresh water.
Wow.
So they would stack them up on boats, tons of them. They'd be stacked up, one on the other, and they couldn't move. And they didn't need to be fed for months, so that they actually contributed a lot to whaling and other things because they were used as a foodstuff and a water supply that was just kind of permanent.
So you've got the water as well, and imagine if you smash the shell open, there's like a little toy in there, like a Kinder Egg. Like a little game, you've got to get the balls in the holes.
So how do they exist in the wild anyway, if they're so delicious and slow-moving and massive and useful?
They didn't have any natural predators until man discovered them, basically.
Right. So they were evolutionarily complacent.
They were exactly like a lot of island species. They're a lot like that. And it's only man who crosses islands in the way we do
Like all those
who does it.
ridiculous flightless birds on New Zealand.
Yeah.
Essentially, they got lazy.
Yeah.
They got lazy. What's the point in flying? Now, some of them go, we'll need it one day. I bet we'll need it one day. Nah. You're too anal, you are. Just walk around, it's easier.
Yeah. Anyway, despite being discovered in 1535, giant tortoises weren't properly catalogued by science until the early 19th century because they were so delicious that no samples ever made it back home.
Don't you not want some points or not? Charles is
Well, that's
writing it
very
down.
difficult to say yes or
What do you reckon?
There's 3 negatives.
Yes. Don't you not want some points or not? Do you not want some...
Do you not want some points?
Or not?
Do you not...
Do you not?
Well, we also don't know whether he does or not.
Yes.
Don't you not want some
Points or not?
Or not?
Do not want points.
So here's the thing.
It's true to say that I do not want points.
Yes.
Or
So
not.
would mean that you do.
You'd say, do you want points or not?
No, yes, but
So the answer is... Well, there's 2 questions.
No, it's just one question with one answer, but I just tell you now, one answer has a klaxon and one doesn't. I think I'm giving too much away here.
Can we help
The
him?
show's nearly over. I'm filibustering.
Just,
You asked the question in English.
I did, yes.
English, there are 500,000 words in the Oxford English Dictionary. It is the largest language in the world.
Yes.
1,000 times no.
Oh, yes. Have you thought of that today?
Yes.
Yes is the right answer. Yes.
Yes isn't the right answer.
Oh.
It's not a yes-no question.
No, that's what I thought.
Well, but fundamentally, yes is better than no, is where my head's headed. Although I was enjoying Giles's...
But curiously, the answer would have been different.
I didn't mean I'd come back to it. I wasn't enjoying it that much.
But Interestingly, the answer in French would have been yes. Oh, no, no.
In French, you could have said, I don't know, which is je ne sais pas, which is a double negative. Or...
But if you translated, what did you originally say?
Is it too early to lose the will to live?
I'm extremely concerned, Sandy, that you, a role model for women everywhere, should, in fleshing out the double negative, come out with a statement broadly, yes is better than no. That's not what I'll be telling my daughter.
There's a lot of these in pop, aren't there? A lot of these in pop and rock lyrics.
Yes.
There's lots of I can't get no satisfaction.
Yes, there is. And if it's a positive double negative, like Tom Jones's It's Not Unusual, that's fine, OK? Because basically...
Why is that fine?
Well, it never used to be a problem, the double negative. And then in the 18th century, they became obsessed with mathematics, and it's to do with mathematics.
Oh.
So they began to codify the language as being illogical if it didn't fit with mathematical thinking. So in mathematics, minus a minus is a plus.
Oh, do this in Danish.
OK. Yeah. Så de tænkte mange år siden, at... I can do it. No, I won't do it now.
If you do that, I think I've had a stroke.
No.
I always just think there's a body being found as soon as
Now, why do doctors hit your knee with a hammer?
To test your reflexes.
Yeah.
That's correct. But what reflexes are they?
The reflexes are
It's because they don't like...
There's nerves that run from the thigh upwards to the
head.
No. No, you would think that.
It's something to do... So the expression's like a knee-jerk response.
A knee-jerk reaction, yeah, a knee-jerk
Because it doesn't go to the brain.
Yeah,
it goes... It communicates amongst itself.
Well, it goes
somehow.
up to the spinal cord. It doesn't go all the way up to the brain at all.
Yeah.
So it is unmediated by the brain entirely. It is absolutely an
It only happens in two times. One is when you get hit on the knee with a little hammer like that, and the other is when you're asleep on a crowded train. It's only two times. And you never see a doctor rushing off with a little hammer.
Anyway,
what if you did a murder with your reflex? If someone sort of attacked your knee and then reflex, you had a knife attached to your shoe or something, and you killed them, would you be able to say, but the reflex, it didn't go to my brain, it only went to the bottom of my spine, so I didn't really do it?
Yes.
That's like when you're driving and you have an automated response. It's called like murder by automaton, but you don't go to prison. So if you sneeze, for instance, and then you run someone over... Someone sneezed!
Yes! Talk about a reflex.
That means there's been a murder!
Has murdered someone!
Now they know they'll get away with it.
Wow.
It's something like...
If you walk into a room with a gun cocked, sneeze, it goes off, you kill someone, you're in the clear.
So if you want to kill your wife, what you do is you drive down to Dover, you get her right up against a cliff, and then you put your leg behind her and then get a doctor to tap the knee. Off she goes.
And the doctor would go to prison.
That would act up.
The doctor would go to prison.
I think so.
What if he was sneezing as he tapped the knee?
The perfect crime. Broadchurch Series 2.
I love this imaginary super compliant wife that you found.
To be taken.
Just come all the way here and stand there. What are you doing here?
Why does the GP come with us?
Get her out of the house.
It's a lovely view, my love. Stand still.
Vietnam War. Who was buried in the tomb of the unknown warrior or soldier?
We don't know. I think all of them are anonymous, deliberately.
Surely the whole nature of this show will mean that the unknown soldier, it'll be he wasn't a soldier, they knew him, and he wasn't dead.
He wasn't dead. Yeah, the unknown soldier was actually buried in a replica of a large red chili somewhere in Gold.
Was he an unknown soldier when he was still alive as well? He kept turning up and everyone said, "Howdy, how you doing?"
He seems keen to join in.
Who he is. That unknown soldier, he died. Oh, it's burying him.
No, what happened in the case of the Vietnam War was that there was an unknown soldier buried there, but there was a particular family who thought they heard that the unknown soldier had died in a helicopter crash, but they thought their own son had died in the same helicopter crash. And so in the 1990s, they persuaded the American government to do a DNA test on the unknown soldier, and it was indeed their son. So the remains were returned. So since then, it's been empty. It's unlikely there'll be another unknown soldier, because all American soldiers certainly are DNA profiled and British ones too, so that they will always be
that's
known.
That's a happy ending, isn't it?
Yeah, But the original Unknown Soldier, do you know when this was, the first time it was done?
Was it after the First World
It
War?
was after the First World War. It was done in the year 1920, simultaneously in France and Britain. In Britain, there were 4 unknown soldiers, and a general pointed at one body, and that became the Unknown Soldier, who was honoured, it's rather wonderful this, with a state funeral in Westminster Abbey, with full military honours, entombed with a medieval crusader sword from the Royal Collection, in the presence of a guard made up of 100 VCs. And the guests of honour were 100 women, each of whom had lost her husband and all her sons in the war.
That is so
amazing,
isn't it?
An amazing ceremony.
And the cenotaph is actually a memorial to the unknown soldier,
Yes,
isn't it?
it is. That's right.
what it
So,
is.
I mean, it's a kind of
Was it
way
designed
of...
by Lutyens, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe it was. Very good. I think you must have points.
Oh,
I think
hope so.
Make up for the rather large collection of negative points you've been building up.
That's a very funny round, I think.
Well, no, it was.
You should see if we can pick it up
Yeah.
from there.
Well, but it was quite interesting, if not quite funny, and I think worth it. I mean, just amazing, I thought, that story. Now, the year is 1792. It was a notable year for a number of reasons. It was the year the guillotine was first used.
Which was last used in 1960. Point for that.
No, because it's not true. It's wrong.
It is true.
No, it isn't. We'll come to that, I'm afraid. 1977. The last French... Sorry. No, it was a one-legged French criminal who was guillotined in 1977. 1792 was the year the guillotine was first used and the year of birth of the inventor of the computer and the death of the man after whom the sandwich is named. What was invented...
Lord Sandwich.
Yes. Yes. Well, it wasn't going to be Nora Butty, was it?
Charles Babbage.
Charles Babbage, you're right, is the inventor of the computer, so you've all added to that.
Difference engine.
But, yes, the difference engine.
I know how many people were at his funeral.
Oh, go on.
3.
Really?
Yeah, only 3 people went to his funeral. None of his friends turned up because he was a laughingstock by the time he died, and he'd invented the computer.
Yeah, I know.
Which was only recently
They rebuilt one, didn't they?
Science Museum and turned it, and it works.
In Vietnam, the guillotine was last used in 1960.
However, in France, in 1977... But
En France.
En France, exactly, en France.
Has anyone survived it?
Well, was it, remember Jim Dale in the film...
Surviving, you can go.
That's smart. That's smart.
Sablon, anything.
Guillotine be gone.
They're just flopping over.
Do you remember Jim Dale in the Carry On film, you know, Don't Lose Your Head? And he's just being guillotined. It's in the French Revolution, they say. There's a note for you from Robespierre. It says, leave it in the basket, I'll read it later on.
There's a horrible truth to that, because, of course, it was maintained by contemporary witnesses that a lot of the heads were quite sentient.
Yeah. Why was it hard for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle?
Guys, to the right!
This is because it was a gate, wasn't it? It was a gate.
No. Christ, if you remember, says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God.
Of course, and these were the days before liquidizers.
Yeah.
So there was no chance of pureeing up the thing and getting a straw, and... I mean, it would be a mess, but it would be doable, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because remember, this is a rich man we're talking about. He would have people to
He'd
do
have this all for the him. white goods,
Yeah.
wouldn't he? You know,
Oh, yeah.
if
Well,
there's anything...
Obviously, what happened is a lot of rich men read the Bible and thought, that can't be right, surely. So there are 2 get-out clauses. One was this idea that there was an eye of the needle gate in Jerusalem city walls, but there is absolutely no contemporary historical or archaeological evidence.
Well, actually, in biblical times, women's hands were significantly bigger than they are today, so a needle's eye could be 40 or 50 foot across. Enormous.
You still want that rich man to get through, don't you?
Well, the thing is, what someone told me, I might say, at my bloody school, which is still going, and it turns out it's talking bullshit. I
bet it was a private school.
It was a private school.
Where they don't like to get on the wrong
side
of rich people.
There are 2 sorts of gate to get into cities in those days. One that was quite wide, one that was quite narrow, and a fully laden camel couldn't squeeze through quite a narrow gate, and those were were called eyes of needles, and what Jesus wasn't doing was being sort of sarky and going, yeah, it's about as easy for a rich man to get into heaven as to get a planet into a shoe. He was actually saying that if the camel was no longer fully laden, hence the wealth had been, dumped somewhere, then the camel went in easy as you like.
I don't know how rich you are if all your stuff is on the back of one camel.
Well, it depends if it's diamonds.
Yeah,
That's
damn
really
rich.
rich. They hadn't found all the South African diamond mines then, so diamonds worth even more.
Yeah, good point.
The coronation of George IV, all the diamonds in the crown jewels were hired. The King of England wasn't rich enough to own enough diamonds for one poxy coronation. That's how expensive diamonds
Can you
were.
hire
now,
diamonds?
any sort of rap star's got
Of course you
loads.
can. At the Oscars, all the actors hire diamonds.
That would be the Everest of unsure engagements, wouldn't it? I've just rented this for a week. Let's see how things go. Let's wait till after you put
But no,
out.
you're absolutely right, David. That is precisely what...
Jesus was being
Jesus
sarcastic.
meant exactly what he said.
Should have just said,
Yeah.
you can't. If you're rich, you're going to hell.
Yeah. Given the choice, what would be the next best thing to having a Nobel Prize winner in our audience tonight?
Dennis Leary had a great joke about the Nobel Peace Prize. He said, the Nobel Peace Prize, I'd kill for one of those.
That's very good. Now, there is a sort of serio-comic version of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, it's the Ig Nobel Awards.
Yes. The Ig Nobel Prize is given to people who usually are genuine scientists who have conducted research, some of which is just a little bit weird. There, for example, we have on our left a woman who invented an emergency bra that could be torn apart and turned into a gas mask. And 2 gas masks, obviously. And there on the right is the inventor of the Ig Nobel Prize, Mr. Mark Abraham. And I'm proud to say that in our audience we have a winner of the Ig Nobel Prize, Professor Chris McManus. Are you there? There he is. Hey. Now, Professor McManus. They called you in the press the oddball professor. Perhaps you'd like to tell us the reason you won the Ig Nobel Prize.
Well, I got the prize in 2002 for some work that was done half a lifetime earlier in 1976.
Yes.
And the paper was published in the most prestigious of science journals, Nature, and it was called Scrotal Asymmetry in Man and in Ancient Sculpture.
So your work was looking at how male testicles were asymmetrical?
Precisely.
I've got an issue. Well, maybe you could help because you're an expert.
Perhaps I should examine you afterwards. It's probably easier.
I think I can explain it. One of mine is bigger than the other 2.
Very good. 1 million British horses were sent to the First World War front. What happened to the ones that survived?
They settled in the south of France, opened a caravan park.
Of course, they couldn't learn the language. Ended up moving back.
Ah, well, but that's what they didn't do, is move back.
Did the French eat them?
Well, lots of people ate them. Probably they were turned into food or they were rendered into products. Yeah, the point is, 1 million horses is a heck of a lot, but almost none made it back home. They
No,
thought...
some did, because in Warhorse he did.
Yes.
He came back. He did come back.
1 million horses went to the First World War?
From Britain, yeah.
That's extraordinary. I mean, if you think about just the logistics of getting 1 million horses across the Channel, I mean, they're not all David Williams.
No, exactly. According to Michael Morpurgo, who wrote that book, Warhorse, you just mentioned, 8 to 10 million horses died in the First World War. And they didn't have a nice time of it, even if they did survive, because they thought they'd be diseased when they came back as well, so they just didn't want them. So it was a very sad chapter in our story.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, isn't it? I've silenced you.
It's like when they play the Black Beauty music, I just start crying. Well, you know the bit where Ginger dies? It's really, really sad.
You know what they call him, Ginger?
So I would have that music at my funeral, definitely. Black Beauty music.
It's a deal.
I'll arrange it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll make sure it happens.
Good.
Yeah, how fast is that coffin going to be moving? Quite a lick, by the sounds of things.
One of the most popular ones to have now with the coffin going on is the countdown theme. Like that.
It is bizarre the way people go crazy for horses, though. I remember being, like, in primary school. It was the first time I saw anyone... And it did a really weird thing. It really stuck in my head. And there was a little girl in our primary school class. We were, like, 6 years old. And she was just in floods of tears. Just crying, bawling her eyes out. And we kind of went, what's the matter? And she went, I just love horses so much.
Is that how you were?
I don't see why that's strange. I had to write one of those, you know, they sometimes ask you to write things for, you know, your first love. Genuinely, my first love was Frank, and he was a pony. Who wasn't very handsome. He had brown ears and a spotty neck and a really bad sweet itch, so his mane just kind of stood up in sections. And my mother always said, if you could love Frank, then everything in the world would always be beautiful, because you thought he was beautiful. And I did.
Oh, that's so touching.
He was lovely. He understood me.
There's a whole...
He did understand me.
Why little girls rather than little boys don't care about ponies? I know families who move because the girl, you know, for the sake of, you know, having more space so that maybe they can get a horse.
Well, we were emotionally mature a little earlier.
Yeah.
About 50 years earlier.
I would never move for a child's hobby. You know, I can see it like Jago, but I love ponies. Yeah, well, I like this house, my own house. When you pay for the mortgage, you can stick a pony in every room, right?
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
All right, why are you asking?
Not your dad, all right?
All right. Thank you. So, yes, the fact is very few horses sadly made it home from the front. If they weren't killed in action, they were likely to be fed. Did Queen Victoria think of Mr. Bean? Yes.
We are not amused.
So soon. Albert would have liked it because he was German, and the Germans are mad for Bean.
That's true.
I was on a Lufthansa flight once, and everyone was howling with laughter all around me with headphones in. I couldn't understand why, and I looked, and they were all watching Bean.
Yeah.
They'd love it.
There's a certain efficiency about it. Yeah, this does something and it falls over. It's very amusing. Before, he was walking in the straight lines, and he walked into the door.
And that's
genius!
This is what happens when you break the rules.
Sometimes I stay up very late.
Can I take this off? Of course you can. Of course you can take it off, old thing, yes. Is it uncomfortable?
They all lock.
It's Sean Locke!
I suspect it's not that Mr. Bean.
No,
Is there another Mr. Bean?
It was a man called John Bean, who was one of 3 people who tried to do something to Queen Victoria just in the 4th year of her reign, when she was a very slip of a thing.
Take her roughly behind the bike shed.
No, or indeed invent the bicycle and then invent the shed with...
Sell her tea towels door to door.
Kiss her on the mouth.
Quite the other.
Oh,
Kiss her on the arm.
Is that a request? Is that you phrase it?
If you're the Queen, you can get anything done, can't you, really? You there, kiss me on, all right.
As much as kissing someone is a friendly act, these were unfriendly.
Surely he didn't turn down her advances with knockers like this.
How could you? Kicked her in the shins.
No, 3 times in
Tried to
1842
murder her.
they tried to assassinate her, tried to kill her. And there was one called Mr. Bean who had a gun and he filled it with wads of tobacco, which didn't really do much harm.
Was he trying to give her cancer? I'd like the idea of Mr. Bean trying to assassinate someone by clumsiness. You know? Just, you know, making a cup of tea and the whole house collapses, the palace falls over. Everywhere he goes, it's basically a sort of tornado of disaster, isn't it?
Mayhem.
I was in a remote Australian sheep station once, and the bloke went, "Yeah, you ever watched that Mr. Bean?" And I went, "Yeah," and he goes, "That bloke's a bloody idiot."
That's fabulous.
He goes, yeah, he wouldn't last 5 minutes in the bush. well, no, clearly not.
Yeah.
So, what's the world's biggest river? And where is it?
Is it underwater?
It's a nice thought.
Amazon.
Oh! No, hang on. There you go.
Nile.
Nile? Well, you just... No.
When you say biggest,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Widest, longest?
Carries the most water.
Carries most water?
You're going to be so angry. It's in the sky. They're called atmospheric rivers.
Oh, no, I've got to say, sometimes on behalf of the audience, I hate this programme.
I agree, and I'm really...
This is hurting you far more than it hurts me. No, they're known as atmospheric rivers. They're vast ribbons of water vapour moving water around the world. They appear in different places, different times.
Are they the
2,000
ones
kilometres
that
long.
are perfectly timed to coincide with bank holidays?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
They're the ones. 2,000 kilometres long and only a few kilometres wide. But although they cover less than 10% of the globe, 4 or 5 of them contain 90% of all the world's water vapour at one time. So the world's biggest rivers are in the sky. All right, I'm sorry about that. But seriously, name the world's biggest river that isn't in the sky.
Go on, Alan. Go on, Alan.
An actual river
that
this
isn't in
time.
the sky. No, that isn't in the sky.
Is it one of those ones that Alan's mentioned already? Do you think, maybe?
No, there is a river under the Amazon called the Rio Hamza, and it is actually bigger than the Amazon itself. It's only discovered in 2011.
The Rio Hamza.
Exactly. Hamza.
Is it sort of hook shape?
A rather sad coincidence, I'm afraid.
River hated by the tabloids.
Hated by the tabloids. Yes. They collected data from 241 abandoned deep wells, and it runs 6,000 kilometres, like the Amazon above it, but is up to 4 times wider. And that's 200 to 400 kilometres wide.
How far down is it?
4 kilometres beneath the Amazon itself. I mean, some people would say it's an aquifer, but it actually flows horizontally like a river. So and it is called Hio, which is river.
Do things live in it?
There's
There must be
always something,
organisms.
isn't
There's
there? No
usually.
matter how crap a place is,
Yeah.
Attenborough always goes, even here. Something very stupid.
Something comes by.
Has built his house. It doesn't matter.
The Muppet.
You go anywhere, wouldn't it?
The organism Muppet.
Yeah.
He's got a little light on his head.
It's true.
And here they are mating.
It's absolutely true.
The first dictionary in English?
Oh, yes. Johnson.
Samuel Johnson.
Samuel Johnson? Oh, it wasn't Samuel Johnson. I led you down the garden path and
Baldrick.
spanked you. Baldrick.
B.
Probably a B,
Very
yes.
good. We're going to have to write the whole dictionary tonight.
Dr. Johnson's dictionary, which was written in the earlier part of the 18th century, was preceded by... Well, there was...
Famously, the first
There were lots,
dictionary.
weren't there?
There was a Richard Mulcaster in the 16th century who came up with the name football, in fact, and indeed invented refereeing and the idea of football teams. But he wrote Elementary in 1582. He was the first to gather all the words which we use in our English tongue out of all professions, as well learned as not, into one dictionary. But he didn't give definitions. He just listed all the words that he thought they existed. But in Robert Corddry's Table Alphabetical of 1604, not only listed words, but gave definitions, so it was perhaps the first true dictionary in the sense that we know it. It listed around 3,000 hard words, as he called them, defining each one. So then Johnson's dictionary had how many entries? Around the time there were about 250,000 or 300,000 words. How many did he list?
42.
So, you were so close, 42,000.
Thousand.
That was really close.
42,000.
42,773. But we've got some Johnson words that have gone out of use, and maybe you can mention what they mean. Tongue pad.
Mouth friend.
Mouth friend. Don't we all need a mouth friend?
Sometimes
Yeah.
we certainly do need a tongue pad and a mouth.
Sometimes I
need
like a frigorific.
I hear you, girl.
Frigorific.
Yeah. We've all been frigorific in our time. A double latte is, I
That's
think
a
it's
coffee.
single shot,
You
isn't
can
it?
get those in. Yeah.
It's depucillate.
Oh, that's what you do before a big date, isn't it?
You're meeting a mouth friend.
Yes.
You get a bit of tongue pad. Slip in the old shapesmith.
Is a shapesmith just a rubbish blacksmith?
No, a shapesmith is basically what we...
I've done a thing. You've been to the shapesmith, yeah. Sort of looks like a doorknob.
Yeah, it's not a horse shoe, but it's horse jewellery. And,
like a horse clog.
nipple clamp. They found in Camden Market and sold all that crap.
No, a shapesmith is actually what we would call a personal trainer. It's someone who gets you into shape and improves the shape of your body. It's
Time
a
for that
shapesmith.
word to come back. I think.
Shapesmith, exactly.
I'm going to see my shapesmith.
My shapesmith. A tongue pad.
I hate that.
A tongue pad is just a great talker who just gives someone who just natters all the time. A mouth friend is... You know, someone who is a friend to your face but is duplicitous behind your
Oh,
back. It's just,
God, I know a few of those.
Yeah, a few mouth friends. Pretends to be your friend. To depucillate is to deflower, to bereave of virginity.
It's not a bereave.
To pluck the
Let's not see it as that. Frigorific sounds like something Del Boy might say, but what is it?
Actually, I suppose we would... It's probably rather badly spelled. We should pronounce it, yes, cold. Should pronounce it frigorific, probably. It just means causing cold. Something it's frigorific. Causes cold. So, some of his definitions were just a little bit lazy. Sock, something put between the foot and the shoe.
He must have thought, though, because, you know, previously the one before you say had been just of hard words. He must have just thought, look, everyone knows what a sock is.
If you can read, you'll know what a sock is.
Yeah, if you've got this book and you don't know what a sock is, then I can't help you.
Exactly. Oates was a famous one.
Oh, yes, he said horrible things about the Scots in his one on Oates, didn't he?
He did. He said a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. He describes the worm to deprive a dog of something, nobody knows what, under his tongue, which is said to prevent him, nobody knows why, from running mad. It's just a very strange...
Wasn't a scientist, then?
No, I think probably not.
Animal gets the lion's share of online viewing.
I don't know, but that horse looks like Donald Trump.
We had a cat who used to watch the telly. He watched a documentary about urban foxes. And he watched the whole programme with his paws up on the back of the chair looking at it like this. And about 6 months later, they repeated it.
Yeah.
And he watched it all again. And every time a fox went out of the side, he went like that.
Probably birds as well. Birds probably watch a lot of TV because they're in the room, aren't they?
What about people who hang their budgie by the window so it can see the other birds outside?
Yeah, that's
Is that not the definition of evil?
Anyway, none of this is what I wanted to talk about.
Is it lions?
Yes, no. Surprising.
Blue whale.
No. Surprisingly, there are more dog videos on YouTube than there are cat videos. So people always talk about cat videos. 65.9 million dog videos versus 65.3 million cats. The dog's just got the edge there. Why do we think that might be?
Dogs are better than cats. Oh, that's the most controversial thing ever said in this studio.
Yeah. I'm with you, Carrie Ann.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That is the Brexit of the pet world. In England, people would care more about that than they did about Brexit. Yeah. If you start slagging off dogs or cats.
Yeah. Let's try it. People who like cats say cats. People who like dogs say dogs.
People who like Brexit say Brexit.
People who like people say people.
That's me.
Nothing.
Hardly anything. I have to say that Google tells a different story than YouTube. There are 2.2 billion pages about cats compared to 1.8 billion about dogs.
Yeah, people going, why are cats shit? Why did I get a cat? How can I get rid of this cat?
Did a cat slap you when you were a baby?
What's the best way to date a cod?
Ooh. Where did you find a slutty fishmonger?
There are plenty.
All these whores of the sea can be yours.
You do them up like that, they fly out the shop. Given the choice of two cod,
which one?
I'd have Lady Penelope there.
They
must have something to do with eyes or ears. That's our theme.
You're smart.
They have no ears,
It's
so...
The size of them.
Holmes?
Ears is... Right, they have an ear bone.
They have an ear bone?
They have an ear bone. But what's interesting is that you can age a cod to within a day using this method, so it's even better than trees, which, as we know, is a year. The otolith is a bone that we all have. It helps us give us a sense of which way our head is
all
up.
of us cod.
No, all of us living things. In fish, including cod, it gets this calcium carbonate build-up. And if you, unfortunately, have to kill the cod first, and then you bake its otolith, and then under a microscope, you can tell its age to within a day.
And then you go, oh, it's his birthday, I'll get him a present.
Oh,
cod used to be so plentiful. Alexandre Dumas, who wrote an encyclopedia of gastronomy, said you could walk from France to America on cod. They were so you could see them when you sailed. They
Well,
were just-
that ended in disaster.
Yes,
of course.
it did.
The deaths of many young people.
Yes.
Essentially, the cod wouldn't cooperate.
Yeah.
You know, it was theoretically possible, but the organisational challenge was too great. And they're slippy, even if they will lie nicely on the surface.
It's true. It's not going to happen.
Back to boats, you know.
No, but it'd be brilliant, though. It'd be like you could just, like, run and then slide on them for a bit and then get up and run. It'd be the best journey to America ever.
Like wheelie trainers.
Oh, yes.
There's a U, 2 T's and 3 I's. And here we are in its habitat.
What I'd like, just before we continue, is some sort of deal that you're not going to make the klaxon
The klaxon,
noise.
or you don't like that?
Well, I think I'll just jump and it will be nerve-wracking. And I'll jump in your lap. You won't like it.
Okay.
None of it's good.
So what I'll do, if it's... looking for something with a U, 2 T's and 3 I's.
Is it a creature with 3 eyes?
It is a creature. So there's the beginning.
A tuatara.
Tuatara, listen, yes, very well done. It does have 3 eyes. Do you know any more about it? Have you seen one or...?
I have held one, yes.
Right.
It's
at gunpoint.
It does have a sort of a third.
Yes, it has at the very top of its head. It's what's called a parietal eye, or possibly a pineal eye, but it can't actually see particularly well out of it. Mostly, it can distinguish light and darkness. Phil?
There is a red circle around nothing on that lizard.
This is eye.
QI Trump-like ruse. It's there. Where? You can see it there.
Yeah.
That's a freckle.
No, it's not.
Fight.
Right, if that's an eye, is that its old fella?
It doesn't have 6 penises, if that's what you're saying. You know what? The weird thing is, that's his arse. It's got 8 arses.
Yeah. It's going to upset you, Phil, but most lizards have a third eye, to a greater or lesser extent.
Yeah, you know that.
As do lampreys, lots of frogs.
Oh, I see.
Did you see?
That is an eye.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, there. That's it, there. There it is.
There's an eye right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yes.
There's another one there.
Look, I've got one. On the arm there. Unbelievable.
Do bacteria talk about?
Is it Love Island?
Other bacteria who aren't in the room.
I love it when, by complete chance, you're correct. So they are communicating about where the other bacteria are. It's something called quorum sensing. They actually emit and detect each other's chemical signals, and what they basically do is they take a head count to see how many bacteria there are, and they base their activity on how many bacteria they have detected around them.
Like a fight, like there's 10 of us and 4 of them.
It's like the army gathering and going, right, we're ready to go over the top now because we've got enough. Lots of bacteria that cause human diseases, so cholera, pneumonia, staph infections and so on, and they use quorum sensing, so they wait harmlessly inside us until they agree that there's enough, and then they go. It's a bit like social media, right? So one person tweets, but then it is repeated and repeated and repeated until it goes viral, and you have enough to make it a story for a lazy journalist. It was very first observed in the 1970s. There are some bacteria called Vibrio fischeri, and they live in the bodies of the Hawaiian bobtail squid. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
So the squid gives them accommodation and sugar and amino acid for food, and in return, the bacteria gives the squid the most ingenious defence mechanism by glowing all of them all at once and generating bioluminescence. So the squid is able to control this light, which is created by all these bacteria living there, and basically any potential predator that is looking up at the squid will think it's looking at the moon, because the squid can point this light downwards. Isn't it clever? I know. So it's working with bacteria. In order to do this trick, it's called counter-illumination, and the squid can even use its ink to dim the lights. and it's useless for the bacteria to glow unless there's enough of them.
That seems like a really fair payment. Like, you get that incredible party trick just from getting some Like, if I got that every time I'd had thrush, I would...
I am so in love with the idea of getting thrush and suddenly being bioluminescent.
Yeah. It would definitely be literally the silver lining.
Yes.
It'd be also a conversation start, because I'd walk in and I'd go, Holly, you look great. Got through the thrush?
She looks like the moon, but she's so itchy. Oh, wow.
Product which put Kendall on the map.
Oh.
I'm being pointed at.
Let's do it one letter at a time.
Yeah.
I love saying that word as well. Those words together.
Do you?
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Kendall mint cake.
What?
There is a mint cake which went up Everest to the first, the conquering of Everest, and Scott took on the...
high sugar. It's good for giving you energy when you're up a mountain.
It's rather delicious, actually.
I see.
But it's not what put Kendall on the map, as it were. Kendall became famous for another product. And it's actually extraordinary. It's a machine that was built in 1750 and is possibly the oldest still-working machine in the world. It's still producing the same stuff now. It was actually built to make gunpowder. But quite early on in its life, it was schlepped down to Kendall by ass or donkey, and then started to make what it still makes to this day, which is of the same consistency as gunpowder.
That map's only of any use, really, if you're going driving to Kendall.
If you're...
You're right.
It's not much use for anything else. And even then, it's pretty vague.
I used to sell those maps, and people would come in and go, I'm going to Birmingham, and I'd go, no, you can't.
Yeah, I've only got a Kendall map.
Do you use it in the home?
We nowadays very rarely use it. It was the most popular form of delivery of this drug up until about 1900.
Nicotine?
Nicotine is the right answer. Oh. How is nicotine most delivered? Snuff. Kendall has a snuff mill that has been going since 1750 and still produces snuff.
Ah, the old Kendall snuff mill.
The old Kendall snuff mill.
I knew that.
I have some snuff for you to try in different flavours. You can see whether the lid is lying or not. These special QI lids. You can take it if you want. You obviously inhale it up the nose.
You do it all, right?
Oh. You got to see it all. Don't do it all, no. It's very sharp. It is. It's sharp. Oh, you're licking it. Gums. Oh, moustache. It is quite sharp. You have, what's your flavour say?
It says Christmas pudding.
You got Christmas pudding?
The only time...
Ross Noble.
Honestly, it's fine. It's good. Put it in your eyes.
This is probably the only time my nan's going to watch me on telly, and I'll be like that the whole show.
What do you reckon, Colin?
Oh, that is the flavour says kitty litter. Oh, that is awful.
You're not a fan?
I'm not a fan. It says champagne.
Yeah, they're different. So many, I mean, hundreds, thousands of different flavours, or sorts, as they're called. What does it say on the lid, Mel?
Flavour?
Yeah.
Jealousy.
Oh. Like Calvin Klein.
Whiskey and honey.
Whiskey and honey?
Yeah.
Does it take... yeah, yours,
No, not
Ross,
really.
when you've come down...
I can't see. I can't see anything.
We start in the Kalahari, so tell me, how did the meerkat cross the road?
Carefully. That's not a life-size one, is it?
That's not... Well, it is a life-size one.
Really, I'd say it was in the foreground, except there's a bit of road before it.
Yes, it's confusing,
It's
isn't
just
it?
a very tiny car.
It's a dinky car.
Do they cross in a group? Like, you know, when you see those kids in the reflective jackets?
Yes.
Snaking across the road with some sort of handler. I think that's what children have.
Well, meerkats are, despite their cutesy reputation, they're pretty mean, fierce animals. And they have levels of superiority. And the leading meerkat sends across the less important meerkat to test the road. And it's the youngsters...
That'll be you tonight,
Do you want me to
John.
test it tonight?
It's your
children.
first time. You have to cross the set.
Unbelievably, it's the children they send.
The children?
They send their little...
Once again, that'll be me tonight.
Well, we do the same. We do the same with buggies, right? You push them straight out into the road before you.
So what are they testing? That it's not going to get hit by a car?
Yeah, exactly. Basically, that it's safe. And if the youngsters get gobbled, they go, oh, I'm not doing that.
They not understand that there might be another car in a minute.
It seems odd, but...
Well, that one's been killed by a car, so we'll all be fine.
Are the tiny meerkats wearing high-vis jackets like human children do, or do they just rely on their own gorgeousness?
I think they rely on their own gorgeousness. But they're leading the sort of head, not exactly... you see, you're going,
I don't fancy that one at the bottom's chances, if that's all right.
He knows he's about to be sent.
That one behind him's just about to do that.
You have alpha females with meerkats, and in fact, they kill each other's children.
What?
Yes, they're pretty nasty animals when it comes to it, I'm afraid. They're not very nice at all. They're child murderers, to be perfectly honest.
Here are 3 young meerkats crossing the...
2 have spotted the vehicle.
The youngest one.
Barry did not.
Unfortunately, because of the adverts, a lot of people have bought them as pets. And they very soon abandon them because they're smelly, they're aggressive, and they attack people they don't know.
But you know what? These people
like
have never died crossing a road, have they?
No, they haven't, exactly.
And the meerkat always worried that someone's about to kick them in the knackers.
Looks like someone's about to take a free kick, doesn't it?
It does.
The only thing that could make that picture even more gorgeous would be 3 tiny pianos.
Meerkats know each other by their calls individually, and you can send a meerkat almost insane by recording one meerkat's voice that it knows, playing it in a certain area, and then whizzing round to another area and playing it again. And
Why would you do that such a thing?
It's very mean, but they get utterly baffled by the fact...
Barry!
How can we be in 2 places at once? There is no meerkat called Barry, by the way, but it's...
You could do that with a human voice, because we recognise everyone through their voices
True,
as well,
but we
don't
also know about recordings. Can you name anyone who's actually read his own premature obituary? Has anyone ever read their own obituary while being alive?
I'd be surprised if there's someone who was presumed dead during the war or something and then
Who
came
might
back.
have been found, yes. Well, there are 2 stories. One was that Alfred Nobel read his own obituary and was described as being a merchant of death because he invented...
Dynamite?
Dynamite, yes, exactly. And he was so horrified, and he wasn't dead, that he instituted the Nobel Prizes in order to try and reclaim his name. That is not, in fact, a true story, but it's a myth. The other one is Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican black nationalist, apparently died as a result of reading his obituary. He had a stroke when he read the Chicago Defender newspaper, which printed his obituary describing him as broke, alone, and unpopular.
Oh.
It's terribly sad.
It's like Googling yourself.
Yeah.
Mum would just say, it's safe to come out now.
Yeah.
He's gone, honest.
It would have friends who knew him said, yes, he really was like that.
I did say the other day, I was driving through Islington and there was a hearse slowing everything down, and I did say to my wife, if it's my funeral, tell the bloke driving the hearse to step on it. I would not...
You should, instead of having a coffin as well, just have the body, so there's a gun around the corner, you slam it again. Can you get some chickens? Get some chickens in a cage, you know, some boxes to drive through, just make it
like an A-team finally up.
Yeah,
what music do you want your coffin to go, when your coffin goes into the... disappears?
The Sweeney theme.
That would be a good one.
Well, when my dad...
The end music, you know, when it's really slow.
When the foot presses on the accelerator.
I quite like the music from Allo Allo with You Have Been Watching. When my dad died,
He's a big fan of sailing, so we gave him a Viking send-off. We put his ashes in a boat and tried to set fire to it, but because it was in the North Sea, it wouldn't light. So what we did was we were trying to fill the boat full of his ashes, and we're going, do you tip the ashes straight into the boat, or do you put them in bags? And my mum, who's ever the practical, she went, I've got some sandwich bags. I'll get some sandwich. So we packed him in the boat, and then we went out to sea, and off he went and shot off into the distance.
Was it remote control boat?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was remote control, like a proper big yacht. And I just, no, seriously.
The word for
You
that.
sent your dad off with 4 double A's.
Yeah, we did. Went somewhere.
Keep going till the batteries run out.
Somewhere.
Go around in circles.
Do not just stop.
You're there with an air rifle
Hey,
like
and
that.
the people from the miniature village were going, help that man! Someone help me!
The little lifeboat comes out.
Would you not argue over who used the remote control? That wouldn't work in our family. Give it here, you're doing it wrong. It was my dad too! Give us a go!
The word dignity is not the first in your...
No, but this is the thing. That's exactly what he would have wanted, and I've said the same thing. Like Hunter S. Thompson, you know, when he died,
Yeah.
Hunter S. Thompson was put in a cannon and just fired off across the valley that he used to own. And what I'd quite like to do is I'd like to be put in, like, pepper spray, and then, you know, just people that I don't like, I'm going to get my wife to go like that. That's for a Nobel.
Who wrote the songs I'm Leaning on a Lamppost and When I'm Cleaning Windows? Yeah.
Definitely not George Formby, even though his wife, Beryl, insisted that George had a credit so that he'd get money.
You're absolutely right. I happen to know you're a bit of a fan of George Formby, aren't you?
I am, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm Leaning on a Lamppost was one of his big hits, as is When I'm Cleaning Windows.
When I'm cleaning windows, is that the one that's really a bit dodgy?
Well, there was a phrase in here, the blushing bride, she looks divine, the bridegroom, he is doing fine, I'd rather have his job than mine when I'm cleaning windows. The BBC banned it. However, George Formby was invited to do a performance at Windsor in front of the royal family in 1941, and some troops during the war, obviously, and the Queen Mother insisted he sing the song properly, not with any cut verses. And she liked it so much, she asked him to sing it another 2 or 3 times, but the BBC still banned it. Now, you're a special group, George Formby fans, and it's usual amongst George Formby fans, I believe, that they teach themselves the banjolele. And as you are one, we have a banjolele. Can you delight us with some Formby?
Am I on the spot?
I don't know if it's tuned or not, but I mean, just do what you
don't
can
worry
with
about
it.
that.
We'd be very happy.
My dog has fleas, is what you need to remember. My dog has... Well, this one doesn't have fleas, he has distemper. When I'm cleaning windows, has got another bit that goes... 8 o'clock, a girl awakes at 8:10. A bath she takes at 8:15. My ladder breaks when I'm cleaning windows. There's a bit that goes... There's a famous movie queen, she looks a beauty on the screen. She's more like 80 than 18. When I'm cleaning windows, she takes her hair down or behind, then takes down her nevermind, and finally takes down the blind. When I'm cleaning windows.
Cheeky! Brilliant. Oh. There is a tradition, I don't know how much it exists in other languages, whether it is a peculiarly English thing, of the tradition of Frankie Howard, Carry On and so on.
They can be very clever, though, those
yes.
Do you remember that? There used to be a form of joke, and it used to be, she was only a so-and-so's daughter.
She was only a road mender's daughter, but she liked having her asphalt, or whatever it was.
That's it.
She was only a fishmonger's daughter, but she could lay it on the slab and say, fill it.
Yes.
I'll get 2 little leg holes cut. How's that suitcase moving along the road?
Now, for a question about roulette. OK, I will give you 10 points to gamble on the next roll of this wheel. I can tell you that these are all black. These are the last ones that have come up, the last 5. What would you bet on now? Would you bet on black or red?
I think it doesn't matter.
That is correct. So why do you think that is? A lot of people would say red.
There's some gambler's fallacy, isn't there? There's some kind of gambler's myth. I grew up spending a lot of time standing outside Ladbrokes waiting for my dad on a Saturday morning. But there's a gambler's myth that if you've lost a certain number of times, you must be due a win.
Yeah.
But actually, whether it's black or red or whatever, what's gone before bears no relationship to the probability of what's going to happen next.
It's new every time, is it?
Well, the wheel doesn't remember what it did before, so it has. It's 50-50. It's red or it's going to be red or black. But
that then suggests, Sandy, I may as well not wear my lucky pants. if I'm doing something.
Susan. Give up.
Today, for example, Andy, because I enjoy QI and I want to do well to impress you, I'm wearing my lucky pants.
Right.
If what you're saying is correct, about the fact nothing matters, I may as well not bother wearing these pants that I've had for 20 years.
I can't believe that the lucky pant fallacy has finally come clear to you.
And I think corduroy against the screen is right.
Yes. You don't need pants, do you, Giles? Not at all. I'm afraid it is pretty much a 50-50 bet.
Does it matter?
No, I'm so sorry. Although it's not quite a 50-50 bet because there is also a zero, and that is how they actually make their money in the casinos. But you're absolutely right, darling, the gambler's fallacy. If the wheel has landed on black 6 times, 85% of people will bet on red.
I'm not allowed in casinos. Can I tell you why I'm not allowed in casinos?
You can't see it over the table?
No, it's not.
You keep falling into the roulette wheel. How's that Stetson going round and round and round in that wheel?
It was my first time in a casino, like a proper casino. I had a credit card for the first time, and I ran up £10,000 in 6 hours.
No.
I mean, I was very young and I was very stupid and I was quite drunk. And after that, I decided I liked it so much I would never go back into one again because I loved every single second. They gave me lobster, they gave me beer. I thought it was amazing.
Wow. I've only once played roulette, and in extraordinary circumstance. It was quite recently. My wife and I went for a wedding anniversary to Barbados. We were on the beach, sun was setting, wonderful golden sand, and this little old wizened lady came teetering along the beach towards us, and it wasn't until she got to about here that we realised he was actually Mick Jagger. This is a true story. And it turned out he was a really enthusiastic viewer of Countdown, so he knew who I was. And I obviously knew who he was, and my wife was quite excited. So anyway, we went off for the evening, and we went to a casino with Mick Jagger. And he very sweetly gave us the chips. And, of course, we lost, but it didn't seem to bother him, which was fantastic.
That's amazing.
Lovely. Yeah. You come down to breakfast, you look in the goldfish bowl, and you find your goldfish floating on its side on the surface of the water. Yes. What's the matter with it?
You got it from a fairground. It's dead. Oh! It's not dead?
No.
So when I flushed it?
Yeah, probably. A lot of people throw away the living ones.
It's asleep. They're sort of stunned, or they're ill. They've got their balance. Their balance is all wrong.
And where did they get the balance from? It's what's called their swim bladder.
Swim bladder, yes, yes.
It's swim bladder disorder. What happens is if they're overfed, they get constipation, and it affects their swim bladder, and they can't move, and they just lie on their side completely still. And a lot of people think they're dead and throw them away, as you might have done. But actually, with 3 days of no food, they usually get all better.
Yeah.
But the fact is, of course, as you probably know, it's very easy to overfeed a goldfish. Their stomachs are the same size as their eyes. Tiny little stomachs.
It's happened to our fish. We came out one morning, and then they were on this side, like this, sort of, like they drunk or something. And then we thought that the cat had all the heron, perhaps, had had a go at them.
Pet heron?
We've had we're not a pet heron, no, that would be foolish.
So had you given them like a burger the night before or something?
Just thrown a curry out.
Might you have overfed them?
I think we probably had overfed them slightly, yes. some children had been round.
Oh, children love
and they
feeding
love
fish.
feed the fish. Oh, you want to feed the fish? No.
Whole packet of it.
This fish with this stuff. And of course they're fine now because we've worked out the fantastic heron deterrent. We had a terrible problem with the heron. The heron kept coming down and eating the fish. So we also put mesh over it, and of course your nephew had no idea what they were. And put mesh, nothing. No, that was no good. He got through the mesh. So eventually we tried to put a fake heron, and the fake heron thinking that that would be the solution, but that had the opposite effect. That attracted 3 or 4 heron who was circling around, going, "Whoa, she's gorgeous," you know. And, standing there, oh, is she still? The way she stands there, it's all so still. And so we got rid of the fake heron, and then we got a fake crocodile for $7.99. Works a treat. The heron are terrified of this crocodile. Absolutely, go on. Brilliant. Works an absolute treat. Just below the surface, and the heron think, no.
And the goldfish don't mind?
No, they're absolutely fine.
Rather terrifying one. My father had some fish that he loved. He used to sit and watch them. They were about that long and gold. So I suppose they were goldfish, really, weren't they? They swam around in his pond, and there were lilies, and he used to watch them. And I thought it would be nice one birthday to buy him some more fish to go in his pond, perhaps a bit different. So I went and found these things called ghost koi.
Oh, yeah. We've got ghost koi.
You've got ghost koi. Now, in the sort of washing up bowl they sell them in, they're there, they're plainly visible. You can see them swimming around, they've got quite nice markings, like a tiger shot. You know, half a dozen of those, or a dozen of those, or whatever. I took them home, put them in the pond, where they completely disappear. You can't see them.
Gone.
But what ghost koi do is kill all other fish. So my father was then left with a puddle full of invisible fish, and all his fish were dead. It was the least successful birthday present ever. But
you are absolutely right, Brian. Of course, there are zoologists who spend their life trying to understand communications of various species. Do you know what this species is?
The gopher.
It is a gopher, a prairie dog.
Prairie dog, sorry.
A prairie dog. Yeah. It's also known as a ground squirrel. It's a type of squirrel.
Isn't ground squirrel a condiment?
A little ground squirrel.
I'll tell you what, he's only making that face because he's got Philip Schofield's hand up his bum.
Oh, that takes me back a bit.
Is that what the squeaking noise, is it?
No, when I say that takes me back, I don't mean there was a time. It's all gone wrong. Thank you. Yes. Anyway, there is a scientist, Professor Kon Slobodchikov of Northern Arizona University, who spent 30 years studying the language of these prairie dogs.
Do they warn one another of predators?
Yes,
Is that
and
one of the words?
he's used computer analysis, and they're able to distinguish between different types of predator. Humans, badgers, various other animals. Not only that, different geometric shapes, right? And
they have a different sound.
Different coloured shirts that humans are wearing. And the noise we heard is... Yes, the noise we heard in Prairie Dog was, there is a human approaching wearing a yellow shirt. I know that sounds almost inconceivable.
It is.
But what's interesting is they can't distinguish between different genders of human, but they can in different height. So if a tall human approaches in a yellow shirt, the leader who's on the lookout will make a series of squeaks. And under computer analysis, you can differentiate between a tall human approaching in a red shirt and a short human in a red shirt.
How wide is
and
their
a tall
colour palette?
human in a yellow shirt and a short one, and so on.
Apparently, if a transvestite in tartan approaches, they explode.
Yes.
Man-made artifacts can be seen from the moon with the naked eye.
Yes. Someone said it in the audience.
What was it?
Great Wall of China.
Oh, you've done it again! I can't believe it!
Which moon are we talking about?
Paul, I think I love you. That's a damn good. You've got to have 10 for that. The fact is, nothing man-made could be seen on Earth from the moon.
Too far away.
It's much, much too far away. Even the continents are quite difficult to
Why
make
would
out.
you want to eat in a restaurant with a heavy fork and nothing fresh on the menu?
Okay. Right away, chef. Is it because you're in space?
The great restaurant in space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that much about space or restaurants.
Clearly.
But if there was one, then the heavy fork would stop it floating away.
Doesn't really work that with gravity.
No.
Well, there is gravity or there isn't.
Yeah.
If the people are floating away, the fork's not going to be stable. Your sprouts are going to be all over while you can't lift your fork.
No sprouts. This is just like the toothpaste that astronauts have.
So what do you need the fork for?
To open the toothpaste.
It's like somebody direct from NASA. Mark, what do you reckon?
I think the space thing sounded quite plausible.
You like that,
actually.
do you think?
Yeah, because in space you can't have anything fresh, can
They
you?
grow things in space,
It's
don't
nothing
they?
to do with space. Philip, help me out.
I'd love to help you out.
Go on.
So are we talking about, like, game?
Is it a fork or
Yes,
is it another...
it isn't
not a
eating
fork in the road?
Is it to do with space? I've had some very difficult TV appearances, but my classes normally do stay on.
She starts throwing the hat around, you know you're in trouble, Mark Watson.
OK, none of this is working. There is a computer scientist, his name is Dan Jarafsky, and he looked at the description of dishes on 6,500 menus. And the higher-end restaurants, they tend not to describe food as fresh. They don't describe it as tasty, they don't describe it as ripe, because the customers in the high-end restaurants expect it to be those things. In fact, in posh restaurants, they tend to use kind of sexy terminology. So if food is sort of sensuous or silky, they use language like that.
Nude.
Yeah. Yeah. Care for a nude aubergine.
We got a topless chicken and we put it under the grill. Oh, it's a bit naughty.
This sandwich will wank you off.
That's too sexy.
We've all thought it. We've all thought
What's wrong with you? No! OK, moving on. In posh restaurants, they use a completely different language. And here is the bizarre thing. People enjoy their food more with heavy cutlery. So there's a guy called Charles Michel, and he is the chef in residence at Oxford University's Cross-Modal Research Laboratory. So what they are researching is how our different senses modulate any appreciation of flavour. And so he gave everybody exactly the same meal. And people who used heavy cutlery were willing to pay 15% more for their food. It is one of the most bizarre things.
Yeah. Was there any point when the fork became too heavy? Because I reckon there is that is a scale that actually, by the time you've got like a garden fork, people are then refusing to pay again.
What you might have done now inadvertently is inspired cheap restaurants to glue their forks to the table to give the illusion.
Or glue two forks together, thereby doubling the weight.
Yeah. One of the ways that restaurants trick you into spending a bit more money, did anybody know?
Hypnotism.
What?
Hypnotism.
Hypnotism.
Would you like the veal?
I mean, I'd certainly order it after
Absolutely,
that.
No, one of the things they do is they remove the pound sign from menus.
Oh, yeah.
So they did a study at Cornell University, and if it just has the numbers, somehow we don't associate that with the true cost of something.
You think it might just be 2.4 ants or something?
Our brain kind of doesn't turn that into dollars or pounds. If you put $20, then you suddenly think about the price, but if you just have the number, subconsciously, we don't think about the cost of things.
Name all the members of the monstrous regiment of women.
Beryl.
Linda.
Jean.
Shirley.
Angry Sue.
She's the leader.
Have you heard of the monstrous regiment of women? The first blast of the trumpet against the monstrous...
John Knox.
Yes, John Knox. I knew you would. The first blast of the trumpet against the monstrous...
Monstrous Regiment
monstrous.
of Women.
Monstrous.
OK, so I've read that, and it's bad that I couldn't remember the Monstrous Regiment. It seems like it's kind of the main part.
Do you know...
It seems like, oh...
Actually, what it is a slight change in the language, and monstrous doesn't mean monstrous, as we would say. It means unnatural. And regiment doesn't mean the whole load of them marching on, these women. It means regime.
Right.
And he was a Protestant, and he was angry at the fact there were two Catholic women on the thrones of England. Who might they have been?
Mary.
Which Mary? They were both called Mary.
Two Marys.
The two Marys.
Exactly. This has now turned into a story from the Bunty.
There was our Mary,
Marys,
Bloody
the Catholic
Mary,
Marys, yeah.
Bloody Mary, Mary Tudor, the one who burned the Protestants. And in Scotland, it wasn't Mary Queen of Scots, it was her regent, who was Mary of Guise.
Cheery bunch.
Yeah, cheery.
I feel like that's the same Mary in different outfits.
You know, when they do like those style challenges on This Morning, and it's before and after.
She used to just wear monochrome, but look at her now.
So Knox, who was a very keen Protestant, didn't like these women on the throne. He was angry about it and wrote this thing. But on the subject of Mary Queen of Scots, do you remember who her husband was? Darnley, his name was, her husband. He was murdered. He was actually blown up. This is a very extraordinary story. One of the presumed architects of the explosion was a fellow called Archibald Douglas. A pair of his shoes were found at the scene of the crime. He gave an account of...
Where's your shoes, Archibald? That's old git!
But he didn't take your shoes off before dying.
Yeah, he got away with it. But he later gave an account of Mary's reaction. So this is Mary. Her husband has been blown up. She sent for a number of light ladies and women to come to Holyrood House and participate stark naked in a ball. Then they had cut off their pubic hair and had put it in puddings to be eaten by the male guests who were sick. Is that what you do when your husband's blown up?
Was she just trying to, you know, like, trying to get back to normal life? Bruce, let's just carry on as we were.
Yeah, that's right.
Get your pubes and put them in that pie.
It's what he would have wanted.
Actually, I think this might be quite clever. Probably, if your partner is killed in a horrific way, all anyone's ever going to talk to you about is, oh, what happened to your husband? But now, no.
Yeah.
Like, why do you have that pube party? Why was it in Germany?
We don't... It's all the detail we have.
One, condolences. Number two.
It's all the detail we have, Sandi. But the actual person who took the rap for the murder, it was hanged, drawn and quartered on the basis that he was the one who discovered the scene, which seems a bit unfair.
Oh, really?
His name was William Blackadder.
Oh.
It's true. The Battle of the Bulge, who were the stomach division?
The Germans.
They were a German division, a German...
a regiment of darts players.
They were a division.
Like that, yeah.
Certainly a good
Jockey
description.
Wilson, Eric Bristow.
So we're clear on what the Battle of the Bulge was.
Battle of the Bulge, it's in Belgium, the Second World War.
Yes.
When the Allies were advancing and the Germans went for one big counter-offensive.
The last great counter-offensive.
It was the largest land battle.
Quite successful. It was so successful that they made a film about it.
It delayed the Americans. It was the largest infantry battle in American military history and the bloodiest.
Yes.
600,000 Americans were involved, which is more than the whole of the Battle of Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Let's face it, had Americans on both sides.
Yeah.
It was called the Bulge because...
Because the battle line was drawn out like that, and the bulge was the
That's right. The German
army.
advance counterattack was made a bulge in the line. We're talking about very late 1944, exactly.
Yeah.
And so the Stalin's Red Army is pushing through east through Poland and towards Germany. And there's so few men, there's so few German soldiers left after all this fighting, that they decide that they must use people who've got a sick note, but it's only for a very slight problem, like a little tummy bug. And so all the people who were off sick, who had stomach problems, were marshalled into a division of the 70th
all of them
infantry
felt a bit unwell.
of the Wehrmacht, called the stomach division.
They all had the
And they had to fight.
Well, yes, they of course displayed outstanding guts, you might say. But they were given their own latrines and their own special diet, and they
and are given a wide berth by most of the other. So they were called the Stomach Division because they were ill.
Yeah.
And they were called up at the last minute.
They were called up. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there are various things like if you had a leg missing or very severe illnesses, you would be exempt. But they reckon that
a bit of windy pop.
The German
get out there.
Exactly. Durchfall.
Get stuck in, son.
Durchfall is the rather good German word for diarrhea, which just means literally throughfall. Durchfall. So you're right. It was the Wehrmacht 70th Infantry. They were known as the Stomach Division. Due to indisposition, they were unable to attend the Battle of Bulge itself.
Yes.
All 10,000 of them were mopped up by the Canadians. One good reason to put a frog's bottom in your mouth. Do you remember posing for that?
I remember that. What a night that was. See what I've got in my hands.
Is it breathing underwater? Because if you were swimming along, you grabbed a frog and sucked all the air out of it, keep going.
You've just got to swap round your elements, your Aristotelian elements. You said you're in water, sucking air out of a frog. Imagine you're in air, sucking water. You're in the desert. You're in the Australian desert. Right. And there's a number of species of frog who, in order to kind of prepare themselves for the dry season ahead, store a huge amount of liquid in the form of actually urine, but very weak urine. As you can see, they swell up quite a lot. And as Aboriginals have discovered, if you find one of these and you're very, very dry, you literally put it like that and suck its bottom, and you get a lovely drink.
It's like it's a Capri Sun.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Squashier than a fruit.
And you just, Dara, you just get a straw and you can make a hole wherever you want.
It's Cyclorana platycephalus, the little round frog with the flat head, essentially, also known as the water-holding frog.
Presumably, though, the photo of it I see is the one after all of the water he'd carefully stored inside, and he's there all loose and going, thanks. And then to go find more water again.
It is a bit mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
It buries itself under the ground in that condition in the summer and kind of sleeps, which is the opposite of hibernating, and there are points at stake. For those of you who can tell me what the summer version of hibernating is. Hibernating is from hiber.
Lobernating.
Oh, that's a good... It's logical again. Lobernate. Hibernating? Lobernating. You're so close, yes. Your audience knows, I expect.
It's squashing in a minute.
Eastivation, they're saying there. Yeah, very good, yeah.
Rob, what's the difference between a Carlisle surprise, a reverse Canterbury pleasure, and a sheep tied to a lamppost in Cardiff?
Now, this is another example of the institutionalised racism which is accepted when it's directed towards the Welsh, as it has been. Is this a reference to the joke about what is a sheep tied to a lamppost in Cardiff? It's a leisure centre.
It's also
no. And you know.
No.
You know.
No.
And you know. No. What is the difference? Well, the only thing I have knowledge of is the sheep type. No, I mean, I have knowledge of Cardiff. I don't. Well, I'm not really aware what a Carlisle surprise is, other than the shock of finding yourself at Carlisle.
It's some sort of an ice
which would be
cream,
surely more of a delight than anything else.
Yes, a total delight.
A reverse Canterbury.
The full name is a reverse Canterbury pleasure, placed double. It's an ancient English pastime.
Was it Morris dance? Is it a type of Morris dance?
Not Morris dancing, no. It has musical
breakdance
nature. It's not a dance. It's really big. It's as big a musical instrument as you could ever find.
A whale. I said with a whale, you just put your hand over the blowhole. The whale joined in.
He's making jokes about whales. No. The name for this pastime comes originally from the Latin for countryside, but a particular part of the Latin countryside called Campania. And so it's called
bells.
Campanology. Absolutely
yes,
right. It's bell ringing.
Yes.
Bell ringing.
Bell ringing. Its bells are... Well, and they're tunes, or rather methods, as bell ringers call them. They're uniquely English. And if you have 6 bells, there are how many different permutations of 6 bells? Well, 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2.
Lots and lots.
720.
Oh.
And if you play through each one of those permutations, that's called a peal of bells, and it's also called an English phrase we use quite a lot, ringing the changes, because those sequences are called changes. That's where the phrase to ring the changes comes from.
Quite interesting.
Because if you have 12 bells, there are 479,001,600 variations, so that would take 38 years to ring a peal of 12 bells.
Wow.
Amazing thought, isn't it?
When I was growing up, if my dad hit his thumb with a hammer, which he didn't do often, but occasionally just for something a bit different, you'd do it, he would say, hell's bells and buckets of blood.
It's a good phrase, hell's bells and buckets of blood. Sounds good, doesn't it? It's a good way of getting out of his system. I say and things like that.
Anyway, so, apart from the Bible, what do you suppose was the most successful, the best-selling book in all of England in the 16th century?
The Little Book of Syphilis.
The Highway Code?
Oh, no.
The Highwayman Code.
The Highwayman Code. BG. It was a book of etiquette for school children, in fact, written by the great Dutch humanist Erasmus. Erasmus, it says on my card here, and I'm rather pleased to know this, he was a Dutch humanist and theologian, it says here, who was immensely influential in the Reformation and is the second most famous alumnus of Queen's College, Cambridge, after you. Yes! Well, isn't that exciting? But... A, that's not true. They're just trying to be sweet, and I don't have a portrait up.
So what, this book was designed to teach children how to behave?
Yes. Would you like to hear some of its pearls of wisdom?
Love to, yeah.
Do not be afraid of vomiting. It is not vomiting, but holding the vomit in your throat that is foul.
No, what's foul is when you try and stop it.
And it seeps through the fingers.
No, it flies off like that.
That's horrid.
If you're on a tube or something and you're waiting to get to the station, and you just can't wait, and you think, oh, better to hold it in, and suddenly the pressure, it sprays. It sprays over everybody around you. Did he not put that in his book?
He didn't. You should not offer your handkerchief to anyone unless it has been freshly washed. Nor is it seemly, after wiping your nose, to spread out your handkerchief and peer into it as if pearls and rubies might have fallen out of your head. Very good. Do not move back and forth on your chair. Doing so gives the impression of constantly breaking or trying to break wind. It does rather. Not as much as doing that does. Yeah, sideways. Oh, thank you. There we are, not both. That's all pretending.
I did that in an exam once. Yeah. Farted, and someone thought I was cheating. So I was off. I said I wasn't looking, I was going,
How could I tell that Alan is a criminal just by looking at him?
20 tiny fingers.
A merry criminal, yeah.
Is it the shifty little eyes, pointy nose and general sort of little pug face?
Interesting. Totally unfair reading.
Never seen you happier. Never been happier. The happiest I've ever seen you.
And that one's been building up for over 20 years.
This one out on telly.
One day I'm really going to tell you what I think of it. When will that opportunity arise? Go on.
Is this like the phrenology?
Well, this, in fact, I have a phrenological...
Everyone has one of these.
Everyone has one of these. This is a copy of the original.
In the Melbourne jail, they've got casts of Ned Kelly and all the murderers.
Absolutely, because in the 19th century, not only phrenology, but of the face, physiognomy, the art of reading character through the face was taken terribly seriously.
Is it his ears? Something to do with his ears?
Nose.
Well, I'll tell you, the father of physiognomy was, of course, one of Alan's best friends, Aristotle. According to what he said about the face and character, your curly hair signifies someone who is dull of apprehension, soon angry and given to lying and mischief.
Cool, you thought Joe was bad?
Yeah. The distance between your eyebrows, as worked out by the QI elves, is that you are hard-hearted, envious, close and cunning, addicted to cruelty more than love. Oh. Dara.
Yes?
He who has a large, full forehead and a little round withal, destitute of hair, or at least that has little on it, is bold, malicious, high-spirited, full of choler, apt to transgress beyond bounds, and yet of good wit and very apprehensive. There you are.
You threw me a little bun there at the end, didn't you?
Yes.
It was like, you are scumbag, 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 couple of gags, scumbag, scumbag, essentially.
Exactly, basically. Whereas Phil, he whose hair groweth thick on his temples and his brow is by nature simple, vain, luxurious, lustful, credulous, clownish in his speech and conversation, and double chin shows a peaceable disposition, but...
Think on.
Vain, credulous, a great supplanter, and secret in all your actions.
And not to mention peckish.
Yeah. Well, there is that. Joe, one whose hair is of reddish complexion, is for the most part, if not always, proud, deceitful, detracting, venerous, and full of envy.
Venerous?
Yes, as in venereal. Sort of...
Disease?
Yes. To do with...
to the quest for true love. Who would be interested in this dating profile? Stocky build, short, bald, Bolivian male, moderate drinker, never been in a previous relationship, definitely wants children.
That's basically me.
Is it a human?
No, obviously it's not a human.
All Bolivian
Yes.
creature beginning with a Q.
It doesn't begin with a Q.
Well, it's in the wrong series.
It is. But we are on a quest to find this creature a mate. It is a frog.
A frog?
So this is a very sweet story, OK? This is the story of Romeo, a Sewenkus frog. So he has been living in a tank in Bolivia in the Cochabamba Natural History Museum, and it was thought that Romeo was the last one in his species. So the last one in his species is called an endling. And in 2018, his conservationist set up an online dating profile for him on Match.com in an effort to find him a mate. And here is the video that they made for their search.
Hi there, I'm Romeo, a Sewenkas water frog from Bolivia. I'm a pretty simple guy. I tend to keep to myself and love spending nights at home. I also love eating. Then again, who doesn't?
Ah, who could resist, right? Who could resist?
They're good friends to do that.
Didn't want to do it himself.
Yeah.
It's
It's
embarrassing.
embarrassing.
To do it yourself.
They're good mates.
Get your
They're
friends
good
to
mates.
do it.
Miguel, could you do a video for me?
Hey, why don't I put it in you? Catch the worm. Come out under the rock. You get the worm.
I have the tiny arms of the frog. It is not possible for me to hold the phone and eat the worm.
Say what you want me to say.
Write it down a big piece of pepper, hold it behind the phone.
The thing is, it worked.
Loads of frogs started turning up.
Put toad in a frog bra. Hello.
They went out on a frog-finding expedition. They found 3 males and 2 females, and he has now been paired with a female who they have obviously named Juliet. Exactly right.
See, because I am called Romeo. This photograph was taken of me at my modern jazz dance class.
Moving on, where's this guy going with that ox, and what's he going to do when he gets there?
Is it like an early boombox?
I can tell you, as you can see, because he's able to lift it, that the cow has been hollowed out, and why might...
Is it before the invention of birthday cakes? People used to get strippers to jump out of cows.
Yes, it's that.
Not a Hindu wedding.
I hate to say this, but if someone's inviting a stripper to a wedding, that
Is it to scare off animal?
It's quite the reverse. It's to be able
to encourage.
It's to be able to hide. This is Richard Guillotine. He's one of the world's first wildlife photographers. So before the telephoto lens, in order to get a close-up, you literally had to get close up. So if you wanted to take, for example, a photograph of a bird's nest with eggs in it, this is Richard and his brother Cherry Guillotine. Cherry, I know. They went, Richard, let's have something different. Cherry. Richard and Cherry, pioneers of wildlife photography, they bought an ox from a butcher. They got a taxidermist to hollow it out, and they hid themselves in the ox with a lens sticking through a hole. And one day, apparently, Richard fainted inside the ox, and it fell over, and his brother...
That's brilliant. That's so good.
Cherry turned up an hour later and took the photo before he got his brother out. They more or less invented professional nature photography. Their subjects range from everything from flowers in the Yorkshire Dales to lion hunts in Africa. And before them, most nature photographs were stuffed animals placed in natural surroundings. But you can see they abseiled down cliffs. They had those astonishing fragile box cameras slung to their backs.
He's hot. Like, I'm not going to... Come on.
You think? Yeah. Cherry Guillotine became the Attenborough of his age. He moved into wildlife documentaries.
Here, from inside the ox.
Now, what did Harry Houdini hide behind the mirror?
Ooh. We know he was killed by somebody punching him in the stomach.
Boy, wasn't it?
Doing
Yes,
doing
as
one
a
of his
student.
usual tricks, but
I
he
think
wasn't ready for it.
he hid one of those.
You are right! Yes. Well done.
Elephant in the room. Very good indeed.
So how did he hide an elephant behind a mirror?
It was his greatest stage illusion. He was said to be not a very good magician, partly because his personality was very tiresome and he just didn't have any panache on stage.
I can't think of any magicians like that today.
Oh, no. He was obviously a great escapologist, but he brought this elephant called Jenny onto stage and instantly she disappeared in front of the audience, and it was a remarkable trick. No one knew how he did it, and he didn't reveal the secret. But having said that...
the elephant knew.
The elephant, apparently...
Never forgot. Never forgot.
Actually, Houdini is quoted as saying even the elephant does not know how it is done.
Yeah.
Essentially, it involved a mirror folding back that revealed an identically done box in the flies of the thing, so it reflected back and made it look as if you were looking at the empty crate.
All done with mirrors.
All done with mirrors, exactly. And it was impressive for those who sat in the right place.
The best things he did, Houdini, were going around the place exposing charlatans and frauds. That's what he was really good at.
Yeah, absolutely right.
He knew when people were tricking people out of money and conning people.
Well, like all magicians, obviously, you only have to look at someone who claims to be a spiritualist or a mind reader, and you know they're just using magic. I mean, it's what Darren Brown does, it's what James Randi does in America. So, who did Harry Houdini come in combative relations to? Because there was a great man of the age who, rather tragically, did believe in spiritualism and mediums and the dead people being able to talk.
Was it...
It was a Briton.
Wasn't Conan Doyle or
It
somebody?
was Arthur Conan Doyle,
yeah.
the creator of Sherlock Holmes, who sadly
He believed in
devoted the
fairies
last
or-
20 or 30 years of his life to believing in fairies and spiritualism and things, and Houdini was foursquare against it, but it was a period when a lot of people did sort of believe in this kind of phlogiston.
There's a great
and
story about
ectoplasm.
Conan Doyle, actually. Just for a joke one day, he wrote a note saying, "We are discovered, flee immediately," and he sent it to 5 of his friends to see what they would do, and one of them disappeared. Brilliant.
Yeah.
And he had no idea why, but they never saw him again.
So Houdini, yes, as you were saying, he was punched in the stomach by a student whose name was J. Gordon Whitehead. Apparently he wasn't ready, because he'd claimed he could be punched at any time by anyone and he could take that punch. But this guy just tapped him on the shoulder and went like that before he could tense his muscles. Supposedly, that's what ruptured something and caused peritonitis, though it's now believed that he might actually have had appendicitis already. So it merely just exacerbated it.
Didn't make the student feel any better, though, did it? Yeah,
but there's been a recent demand to have his body exhumed, and it may even be so.
You never get it out. Never get it out of the coffin.
Hey, very good.
It won't be in there.
But they want to test it for poison, because there are those who believe that spiritualists poisoned him because he was giving them such a bad name. But I think that's...
Can you test bones if you've been poisoned?
Oh, you can test bodies for poison, because the hair, which never goes away, that retains a lot of poison.
That's what you think.
Very good. Houdini was pretty remarkable, though. He could pick up pins with his eyelashes. Eyelashes still attached to his eyes.
I can do that.
Yeah, can you? Well, there you are. You're pretty extraordinary. You can also undo
Not
knots.
much of a stage act, though, is it?
No, but it was a technique he used for his escapology, that's the point.
Oh, I see.
When he was naked and he was bound and he was in a cell, he probably managed to get to the cell beforehand and leave pins almost invisibly there that he could then pick up, manoeuvre down to his mouth, and then use... He could undo knots and thread a needle with his toes.
Penis.
Yeah, with his feet, exactly.
No, penis.
Oh, with his penis. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misread. No, it is actually toes, funnily enough. You're on this occasion not right, Alan. I don't know how that could be. Anyway, Houdini hid an elephant in the Hippodrome and never told... What makes up more than 70% of the internet?
It's my personal collection, isn't it?
Of what?
Of gentlemen's special interest literature.
I think we know what you're talking about.
Well, if you're going to be like that...
No, it's just quite surprising. They did a survey on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union, who were very annoyed about some legislation that Bush was trying to push through, which they thought somewhat prohibitive of personal liberty, and they discovered that less than 1% of the internet is pornography. Less than 1%. Of all email traffic, 85, in fact, up to 89%, is spam. It's as simple as that.
Trying to sell you Xanax and penis enlargement.
Exactly. Soft Cialis, whatever that is.
The annoying thing about those, I get loads of them, most of them from my girlfriend, but it's the ones from my mum that really hurt.
Oh. Yay! Oh. Yes, a recent study has established that the World Wide Web is less than 1% pornography. On the other hand, 89% of all emails are spam, which is good news if you're looking for cheap pills or you want to increase...
What did you use this for? I have a picture of them here.
Oh, frighten the children.
It's a German invention.
Put a torch behind it, and then you creep up into their bedroom at night when they're asleep. Move it very slowly across the room.
It's a thing that is used in the lavatory, in the
Air
WC.
freshener?
No, it's a habit. It's for men to do something when they go to the lavatory. It's to encourage them...
The seat... Anything to do with the seat?
It is to do with the seat.
To dive off it into the toilet?
No. Noble guess, but doomed. No.
Do they sit down in Germany?
It's if they lift the seat, which men tend to do before having a pee. This, I have one here. Here it is.
This is your toilet speaking. Wouldn't you rather like to sit down? Oh, you prefer to stand? Well, then you may leave now.
Poor German men don't actually get to go to the toilet then, do they? No wonder they're wearing that lederhosen and slapping themselves all the time.
No, the point is, in Germany, they think it's somehow unhygienic because they're splashing and things. They want the men to sit. So it's like, that's how it's attached. So when you lift up the seat, it starts speaking at you loud enough in a public lavatory for others to hear. So that men sit and have a pee. That's the idea.
Splashing is a problem. We've got builders in at the moment, and they're all using the lower loo. It is like the Centre Park's log flume in there.
Who's still having sex?
Not me.
Not me.
I tell you what, these toads.
They're begging for it.
Begging
Are
for
they
it.
having it?
Are they having it?
Who's still having
What,
sex?
long-term... Some animals lock together for ages, don't they? Are we in the animal kingdom?
Well, Alan, you're in absolutely the right area in as much as you spotted our phrase, still having sex, as being having sex in a still position. So it is the species that most has to be utterly motionless when having sex that we could discover.
Is it nuns?
It's not nuns. It's a moth. A moth. It's a moth. It's a moth.
And so...
There it is.
Oh, right.
There it is. Beautiful, beautiful moth. It's the gold swift moth. And it's at its most vulnerable when mating, because it might move, exhibit ecstasy. So what it does instead is keep incredibly still so that the bat doesn't spot the twitch and the movement. But it has a wonderful repertoire of positions, sexual positions. It's unique amongst, because you don't want to disturb it. Look, there they are. I think...
Do you know what?
the
You
one on
went
the...
all David Attenborough. As though we were sort of just...
We were there, yes.
I think Stephen's worried about being attacked by a bat.
On the left, there, is the standard facing position. And in the middle, an extraordinary upside down.
See the tiny moth cock.
Mr. Moth and Kate Moth. Thank you. But they are a marvellous species, I think you'd agree. Yeah, the gold swift moth, it has to remain completely still when having sex. Now there's something completely different. Who's still having sex?
The gold fish moth, what was it called?
This
God, dementia already.
Gold swift moth.
The gold
swift.
swift.
The gold swift moth.
The gold swift.
You get points for remembering. We are so impressed because it's very rare that anyone I can remember the question that's just been asked.
Oh, I was so close. I said
you
goldfish
were close.
moth.
I know. You got
Is this a new thing
2
then,
out of
Master
3.
of Memory?
Yes, that's right.
Wow.
Yeah, well done you.
Will we get some slightly easier ones, like our names? Because my memory's terrible.
Mine's terrible.
Yeah, really
Such
bad.
a fabulously middle-aged new feature.
Isn't it?
Master of Memory.
Well done for remembering something seconds ago.
Is it Neville Chamberlain? Anyway.
One of those rave parties.
Biggest news item ever.
Has it got anything to do with the Kardashians?
I'm not even really sure who they are, so no.
When was the golden era of the newspapers? When was, like, the biggest circulation? Would it be Titanic?
So it's not an actual news item that we're looking for, so it's not...
So we're not like the moon landing, which is a very big...
It's not a story. It's the actual news.
Did they do, like, a live broadcast for, like, 36 hours or something?
Is it the size of the headline you're looking for? The size
Yes. In fact, you can help me because I actually have a copy of what we're looking for, but I can't manage it on my own. So, Alan and Clive, if you could come and help me. What I'm talking about is the largest newspapers ever published. These were... This is called the Universal Yankee Nation. There you go.
Oh, tiny print.
Yes. Yes, you seriously had to have...
I mean, is this helping your presentation to skills?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, but if Stephen was here, his head would be poking over the top.
If I was good, I could have gone underneath, but I didn't want to play limbo with the newspaper.
Why did they design those?
Maybe there was a tax on each page of newsprint.
That's exactly right.
right.
They were known as blanket sheets or mammoth newspapers or Leviathan newspapers, and it was the introduction of these cylinder printing presses that made them possible. So it was the fact that it was possible. This particular newspaper was only published for about a year and a half, from 1841 to 1842, but it was called the largest paper in all creation.
Would have been very useful if you're an extremely fat tramp that was sleeping out.
Yes, except it was only 1 page thick, so it wasn't...
In the summer.
In the sleeping out.
Or if you're two tramps having a liaison.
Yes, but they were designed for sharing. But you said about the duties. It's why we have broadsheets.
There was a tax, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was a tax.
I mean, when you tax like that, there'd be people trying to avoid it, though, wouldn't there?
I would imagine,
They would have ways of trying to get around it.
I guess some people would, but I mean, they'd be morally bankrupt is what they'd be.
They'd be their papers from Jersey or somewhere, so it would be just crazy.
If somebody...
Would that work?
So it was a bit like modern fizzy drinks tax. It was to discourage people from buying newspapers because they were so critical of the government. And so that's...
They'll tax them out of existence.
Yeah, for a really long time, 1712 till 1855.
And then when they took off the tax, all the sort of Daily Mails, Daily Mirrors, popular press came in because, you know, relatively poor people could afford to buy the news and find out what's going on.
Yes.
From flying fish to the fishing fly. Ho, ho. Why do women make the best fishermen?
They're all descended from mermaids.
It's a very sweet thing. I don't know that that's true.
I can imagine you whispering that into a girl's ear.
And in 1654, they negotiated a deal with the octopus witch to let them also have the voices back.
I'm still asleep.
I need to write this down.
If I can teach my kids this.
It must be. This is
16.
It was a massive summit.
It was. You might be right, Johnny. I'm not sure. I'll check.
It was like Rivers of Blood speech because a lot of the mackerel were sort of short.
Right. I see that now. OK. OK.
I think I actually know this.
Yes, go on. Tell.
I did know a bloke. He used to get his wife to give him a discarded pubic hair because there was a chemical in it, and he used to rig his boilies fishing for carp because they think that it gives off.
You're absolutely right. This is what people think. You're right.
You've called him a pervert for years.
You're right that this is what people think. As it happens, it is completely untrue. Someone wrote a letter to the Field in which he said he'd had huge success using his wife's pubic hairs, and a whole generation of fishermen copied this. And there was a belief that pheromones, which is probably the chemicals you were after, pheromones that women give off. But there are a number of problems with this, chief of which is that there is absolutely no evidence that humans give off pheromones of any kind.
So why are women?
The fact is, the British record for the largest fish caught on these islands is held by women. There was a 64-pound salmon caught by a Miss Georgina Ballantyne. But the fact is, she was a very experienced angler.
She is.
Why does she think it's a saxophone?
I will be in a relationship. Oh, dear God, throw me back.
In fact, and there was a 66-pound catfish caught at Oundle by another woman, Bev Street. The point is that If men had caught these enormous fish, no one would be groping around for reasons as to why men were such good fishermen. The fact that women happen to hold the record is everyone suddenly going, well, there must be some explanation for that. It can't be because they're good at fishing. It must be because they give off a chemical. Because
their pubes are attracted to fish.
Has anybody ever heard bees having sex?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the worst porn films I ever saw.
There it is, in fact.
They got kicked out of Kew Gardens for that.
The extraordinary thing is that it makes an audible sound. It's a very female-centred society. The women do all the work. No, I know, Carrie, had no change there.
No change.
And the drones, the boys, their sole job is to mate with the Queen, and hardly any of them get a chance to do so. But if you manage to mate with the Queen, once you have done so, your phallus ejaculates from your body. The whole thing tears off with an audible pop.
I think most blokes would think that's worth it.
Well, it actually plugs up the vagina. That's the whole point, is it stops the semen coming back out again. So all of the drones want to mate with the Queen, but only a very few of them are able to do so.
It's like Beyonce and Jay-Z. So if many want Queen Bee, she chooses one who lets her down, and she steals his phallus and makes an album about it.
She has sex with multiple drones.
Beyonce?
Not Beyonce.
What does she do with all the spare...
The spare? They get ejected eventually. She gets rid of them.
That must be intimidating. You go in to see the Queen and they're all on a shelf.
It's a dartboard. They're not. Don't open the door!
Well, Murray's the bee that's just had sex with her. He walks out like that, and there's a big long queue, and then his cock just hits him on the back of the head. Oh, sorry.
But how long do you think they have sex for?
I'm thinking if you knew that was going to happen, you'd be making it last as long.
As long as it's possible. It's anywhere between 10 and 80 minutes.
OK.
And sometimes while they're flying, which must be, you know...
Is that like the Mile High Club for beasts?
Yeah.
Woo! This is better than I imagined! Oh, no!
Getting up. What gets you up in the morning? Bizarre picture to choose, but...
I'm a writer. I mean, getting up in the morning isn't really part of my job.
I used to leave the World Service on overnight, but just very quiet on the radio at the side, and so I thought I'd wake up sort of quite naturally. But I was listening to Radio 4 on the way to work the next day, and I heard the news on the radio, and I thought, I dreamed this. For 2 days, I thought I was psychic. Because I'd been dreaming what I was listening to on the World Service. I thought, oh, my God, I've got the powers.
Are there ones you know of? Did you ever use as a child if you didn't have an alarm clock?
There was the old wivesy one. Bang your head on the pillow the number of times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And you would wake up
at 6.
Yeah.
With concussion.
Have you not heard that?
Not tried that.
You maybe have to have been at a boarding school. But we used to do, like, if you were doing a raid on the kitchens or something, we'd say, OK, we'll get up at 3 and we'll go down to the kitchens because they have these big blocks of catering jelly and you'd eat the blocks of jelly.
Left out especially for the ones who are going to raid the kitchen.
Yeah, probably.
The kids have been raiding the kitchen again, better leave some jelly out.
But we would go bang, 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 like that, 3, and you'd wake up at 3. And it seemed to work. We were convinced it did work. Sleep researchers say that it doesn't. You just wake up a lot because you're not sleeping, and you look at your watch, and then you only remember the one that works.
You've got a tremendous headache.
The later you want to sleep. You say you don't get up early, but are you a night owl? Do you work later?
No, I can get up early, but I have to.
Yeah. So it's reckoned that 20% of people are genuinely, it is a difficulty for them because they are larks or owls, as you might say. They are early or late, and that's to say they fall asleep at dinner parties if they're a lark, and they just can't get up if they're an owl.
Teenagers are owls, aren't they?
Young children are larks, and teenagers are owls, and then very old people tend to get back to being larks again and rise very early.
But it's very irritating. If people do get up very early, they will justify that by saying, best part of the day, best part of the day. It's not, it's just part of the day. I see another bit of the day.
There are things that happen early in the morning that are different if you've stayed up for them than if you've woken up to them. Like it's 3 or 4 in the morning and you're having an all-nighter and you hear the bim and you feel guilty and you hate the fact the morning's come. If you wake up to it, you think, yes, it belongs to me. It's a big difference, isn't it?
I used to live in a house in Herne Hill and I had the room at the front, and there was one bin man who thought he could sing, and at 6 in the morning he would come and he would sing "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina," but he could never get the last note. So you go, "Don't cry for me, Argentina." No! It used to vary morning to morning. And I was that close to insanity, because he was, you know, he was my lark, yeah, every
Rex Harrison did your bins.
Yeah, 2 sisters called Argentina, didn't you know?
Name some common Egyptian characters. Egyptian. Oh, yes?
The Eye of Horus.
What are the chances?
I want to know why the Eye of Horus isn't a common Egyptian character.
Because it's a hieroglyph, and hieroglyphs were only used for special occasions.
Ah.
So they were not common. In
Well,
fact,
I think you'll find that there were many special occasions in Egyptian
yes,
life.
obviously. The thing is, a normal everyday form of writing in Egyptian was hieratic. So it's a simplified version. It's a much more cursive version. There it is.
That's a rarefied Clarkson.
Frankly,
Yes?
Victoria, they've set you up there.
Yes, I can only describe it as a trap. So you have them on Early Connect, do you not, hieroglyphs? Use them?
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
In our first series, it was Greek letters.
Right.
And people wrote in and said, we like the show, but we find that pretentious. So we began, I think, Series 3 with an apology, saying that we'd like to say sorry to everyone that's been enjoying the show, but they found the Greek letters a bit pretentious. We've listened. It's your BBC. You reached out. We've heard you. Please choose your Egyptian hieroglyph.
Well, they're for special occasions, you see.
Yeah.
The thing is that they can have multiple meanings. So sometimes they just represent the thing they're drawing. So it could be a saw of some kind, it could be a tool of some kind, it could be something else. So the nose hieroglyph, for example, means smell or joy or contempt. But no vowels. Again, they're like the only connect thing you have around, don't you, with no vowels.
Yeah.
There are no vowels in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, so we have no idea how it would have sounded. So King Ramesses could be King Ramesses. We don't know.
But that's impossible, because, you know... Well, I suppose you can measure out vowels. Because when it comes to diction, vowels for volume, consonants for clarity. As in the exercise that is performed by actors, you repeat the following. Hip bath, lavatory, lavatory, bidet, douche.
And that was
Are these all things you're advertising?
How has the Eurovision Song Contest made Europe a better place?
How has it made it a better place? Because it has, as you can see, the dove.
Yeah.
It has brought together the nations of Europe.
Has it? It's divided east from west.
I mean, it has brought together the nations of Europe on wings of song.
Whether they like it or not.
But you only have to listen to my commentary to realise how much I believe that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. One of the few Eurovision Song Contests I remember incredibly well, because the winners are one of the most famous pop groups in the world there's ever been. That was ABBA, and that was in the year...
1974, Brighton.
1974, exactly, with the song...
Waterloo.
Waterloo, a great song. But there happened to be a song that Portugal provided that year. They came second from bottom. They only got 3 points.
It was called Paddington.
But it was one of the most important Eurovision songs ever written for an extraordinary political reason.
Are you saying that that was the signal for the Portuguese Revolution?
Yes, I am. It was called E Depois de Adeus, After the Goodbye, sung by Paulo de Carvalho.
I have to tell you that I think you got the year wrong. It was the following year, when it was being held in Sweden, after ABBA had won, that was the Portuguese Revolution, and they came out with guns with carnations in the barrels of the guns.
Yes, because it was called the Carnation Revolution, wasn't it? We yield to you, none knows better than you. But isn't it wonderful? It was, that song was used because a man called Salazar, or at least his party, had run Portugal for years and years. He didn't technically style his regime a fascist one, but he certainly gave 3 days national mourning when Hitler died, for example, so yes. I think you can call him right-wing.
He wasn't quite Franco, but he was pretty
He
well
was pretty
there.
close.
Yeah.
Bizarre leader, because he had a stroke. And after his stroke, he was relieved of his command, and a man called Caetano became Prime Minister, but they never told Salazar. He went to the grave thinking he was still running the country. They just took his power away from him, and he still thought he was running, was signing things, but it was of no importance whatsoever.
Isn't that nice? That's such a lovely way of doing it.
That could be a fantastic scheme for so many dictators. They don't get out much. All you need is a noisome crowd playing on a tape outside, big office, lots of things to sign. Well, I hope when I go mad that someone pretends I'm in charge of a large country and gives me lots of things to sign, rather than just sedates me and sticks me in front of a window.
Got my hands on the American nuclear trigger. Without putting yourselves to too much effort, see if you can tell me what the code is.
Secret trigger code.
The secret trigger code given to every American president between the years of 1960 and 1977.
I think that if you've got to remember it under pressure, and it would be a pressure situation, beginning the end of the world, it's got to be something quite simple.
It's 00000000. That literally was the code. 4 zeros twice, 8 zeros.
8
zeros.
8 zeros. That was the password.
Is that because you're just about... It's the end of the world, and you're going to go, oh, 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 oh. Did the president, when he's testing this, did he do the chip and pin, you know, that little dance you do when is the shopkeeper just looking at you and you kind of go...
Or pretend to press.
You do a book, because I just do a cover.
No, because you don't notice polite shopkeepers now do this, which is what they call the penny chews. You just go like that and they do
I think it's pretend to do other numbers than the ones they're doing. Yeah. You're there with the lovely Debbie McGee going...
Do your number, but while you're doing your number, you say a different number slightly under your breath, so you look like a bit of an...
Well, that's like you're all rubbing your tummy and patting your head.
Like
yes, that is clever.
His number's 457.
But because the people I always most hated at school were those who, when they were writing in a test, did that.
Yeah.
As if one cared about what
That's
drivel they wrote.
because you're not an idiot.
Oh, no. It's just such a creepy way of behaving. So I always just do like that, grandly make sure that my number is...
I published mine in The Sun once. It went quite badly wrong.
That was very funny.
I couldn't understand it because they were complaining that everybody's bank details had been left on a train by a civil servant or somebody, and I thought, well, it doesn't make any difference because all they can do is make a deposit. So I published my number, and there you go, there's my bank account number. What are you going to do with that? And the Diabetic Society helped themselves to 500 quid.
Would anyone like some koala soup?
Presumably a hungry koala.
Of course, it would be a hungry koala. It would be a hungry baby koala. Because koalas are the only animals to make what is called a soup or pap.
What, in a bowl?
They make it in the bowl of their body and it comes out of their
mouth.
Their bottom, yes, their arse. So elegantly put. You get a point for knowing arse, yes. Very good.
They make soup with their arse?
They make a soup for their young with their arse.
That's careless parenting, isn't it?
I'd just quite like to ask, why haven't they had that on the Bush Tucker trial in Ireland?
A very good question.
I bring a koala out and hold it over your...
Horrible... It does a horrible new meaning to waiter, there's a hair in my soup.
There you are. They're not koala bears, they're not bears.
Well done, they're not bears,
they're
are they?
marsupials.
Yes, what are they most closely related to?
Kangaroos,
fish.
other marsupials.
A wombat, in fact.
A wombat.
The
They're
wombats,
brothers and sisters.
Wombats don't have soup, they have cubicle faeces.
Do they?
Oddly, yes. Little dice.
Cubicular?
Cubicle.
He can't get that leaf down, look, he's been chewing it for 10 minutes.
Well, no, isn't that because he's eating the leaves of the eucalyptus tree?
He is,
which
indeed.
Acts as a powerful hallucinogen on the koala. So a lot of the time, they're just singing, yeah, whoa. What did I come up here for?
where they got the idea of...
Well, it's an
things out of their
analgesic rather than a hallucinogen.
I've always got those two mixed up, you know.
It's sort of numb, a painkiller.
It's poisonous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have an incredibly long intestine, about a mile long, to digest all that poison that would kill a human.
Yes, what it is, it's really quite interesting, and that's what we're here for, to be quite interesting. They can tell, which scientists can't, the age of a eucalyptus leaf. It has to be between a year and 18 months. If it's any younger, it has no value whatsoever to them.
They sleep for 20 to 22 hours a day.
22 hours a day? I've got to give you 2 points for that. You're absolutely right.
I won a night out with a koala. Yeah, we were out all night. We went to a restaurant and to a club.
What do you have? Soup of the day?
What do they drink? What did your koala drink?
Beck's.
Time for some refreshment. Here we go. Let's have you pass that there to Sarah, if you would, Alan. Oh, there you go. There's one for you, Jack. You pass one to Adam.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll have one myself. And there's one for you, Alan. There you go. You've done this before.
So... Make it upright first.
All right. Come on, will you talk to it? Come here, you. Oh, you look lovely. You're so huge. I don't think I'm going to be able to manage it. Oh, there you are, yeah.
What do you think these were once used for?
What were carrots used for, or particularly these ones on sticks?
Well, not ones on sticks.
Waving in tiny aeroplanes? Is it like what Gwyneth Paltrow gives her kids?
Well, they probably are.
You see the dark?
Seeing in the dark. Well, you're in the right era. When was it said that carrots could help you see in the dark?
At night.
So in which period in history was it made known to people, this idea, which is not really true?
The Dark Ages.
Not the Dark Ages.
Maybe people discover vitamins.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't until the beginning of the 20th century.
Because vitamin A is the key, helps your eyes, doesn't it?
Vitamin A does help you.
So it must have been around about then.
Well, it was really...
Must be so hard being a rabbit. They would never get any talking done.
They just stay in the hut.
What are you doing? Oh, God, man, we're a bloody carrot.
The problem was, in the Second World War, we would run out of... Put it away.
Concentrate, steam.
That's what I need to do.
It looked like the world's worst burlesque dance.
So, in the Second World War, there was a very great shortage of sugar, and there was a big surplus of carrots, and so they put it about that carrots helped you see in the dark.
Oh, did they?
And,
love carrots,
so they made sort of ice creams, as it were, out of carrots to try and make them attractive to children. There is a certain amount of sugar in them. As you could probably tell, they tasted a little sweet, didn't they?
Yeah, it was lovely.
And there was a group captain, John Cunningham, who was responsible for a very daring night raid over Germany, and they gave it out that what allowed him to do it was the fact that he ate carrots. In fact, what they were really doing was disguising the fact that they had on-board aircraft radar. They had radar on board. They didn't want the Germans to know. The Germans knew we had ground radar, not that we had radar on board.
So they sold the carrot story to the Germans as well?
That was the idea, both to get children to eat their carrots and maybe to get the Germans to believe that it was carrots that allowed our bombers to see over those...
Wouldn't it have been more beneficial if they'd said the reason our pilots are so good at seeing at night is because they eat slightly undercooked chicken?
You should have been working in British intelligence.
You're just the kind of chap we need, Whitehall. Which of the following M places is made up? There they are. Misak Setafet, the Mountains of Kong, Made Up Arura, Merv. Yes, Sammy.
I'm going to say made-up Aurora only because it has made up literally in its name.
There's a logic there, and you're new to QI, and I'd like to be merciful, but I'm not going to.
All right, fair enough.
But in a sense, all names are made up, aren't they?
To the logically ruthless world of David Nixon. You sound like that, I'm sorry. But no, of course you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But which one is not existing? But we have...
The Mountains of Kong sounds like it's from fiction.
That sounds totally made up. Mountains of Kong?
You're right. You're
Sounds
right.
like
Though it was made up in a way that was utterly convincing for 100 years.
It's not like something from Flash Gordon or something like that.
No, it's earlier than that. It was a cartographer who was a highly respected figure who was just imagining them. It was a chain of mountains all the way across Africa, below the Sahara and before what you might call darkest Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, as we'd now say. And this, right up to 1895, this was in atlases. He was called James Rennell, and he was a very respected figure. And he...
Until someone went skiing in the mountains of Carr.
Well, the effect of it was that
Should be here somewhere.
The effect of it was that nobody dreamt or thought of passing this barrier and going through to the rest of Africa.
Yeah.
They had obviously navigated the coast. There was the slave routes, which were all the way further down, but everyone thought that from the north you couldn't get through.
What did he do? Spill something on the map? And
That's quite possible.
Bollocks. I'll call it the Mountains of Kong.
But who gets to name? Who gets the honour of naming a thing? If you chance upon it, can you call it?
Yeah.
Kong Mountains or
Or you
Jimmy
name it
Hill
in the case of
you know.
David Livingstone, you call it Lake Victoria,
In honour of-
Uh,
after your dear Queen and all that sort of thing.
It's difficult to name it after yourself, isn't it?
Yeah,
you have
it
to
is.
name it after someone. I'd say the thing to do as an explorer would be to get there and then ask your assistant explorer if they can think of a name for it. While reminding them how they got that job.
Yes. Scoot round now some handy household hints that I want you to help me with. Joe, what's a good way to create the impression that you've cleaned the house when you haven't?
Just lock the door and kill everyone.
This is to create that awful word, freshness.
Open the window.
Well, you'd think, frankly, that
Drink some lavender water and have a piss.
Every time you get a minicab home, nick the little tree off of his mirror.
I'm no fan of this tip, and it only works in the autumn and winter months. You spray or apply furniture polish to a radiator, and it fills the room with the smell of furniture polish. These hints are either from a book called Trade Secrets by Catherine Lapworth and Alexandra Fraser, or from Super Hints by the lady...
Those two.
Do you know...
The slags, the pair of them.
What do you know? There's a book called Super Hints by the Lady Waddington.
Yeah, I know her.
Do you know the Lady Waddington?
She's a bitch. So, you know, let's get on to more practical
All right, OK,
complications.
Jessica, we'll try this one. How would you treat silk like spaghetti and vice versa?
What, store it in a jar? Or
There's
cook
something
it
you can
with
do to each of them.
bolognese?
Throw it against the wall, see if it sticks.
Ah! But what sort of wall?
Kitchen.
A kitchen wall.
Take it round the house and find it. Can I come in? What if I come in? Your dinner's ready.
Whereas in the case of silk, why would you throw silk against the wall?
Well,
having a
passion,
fit,
you know.
You'd throw silk against the brick wall. It would stick if it...
If it was silk.
If it were silk, exactly. It's a test to see if it's not polyester or crimplin or something.
But it's ruined then, once you've peeled it off again.
Well, it doesn't stick like spaghetti. It just catches and you just pull it off.
Took the paint off my kitchen wall, the spaghetti.
Yes, but the silk wouldn't take anything off your brick wall. That's all vice versa.
Nonetheless, Brenda wouldn't chance it now. If she saw any silk stuck on the wall, she'd leave it.
Use as a fainting goat.
I've heard of them because I've seen the television version of this. It's a breed or a variety of goat which falls over rather suddenly.
When it's nervous.
I think I can only think of one use for it. If you were to dramatise some 19th century novels, but using animals, when the heroine had to swoon, like that. You would cast the goat to do that. So that would be an immediate and a practical use for a fainting goat. But they're just like a race of goat. I don't know what, like an Anglo-Nubian. Only these are fainting goats. They're in America, and that's the limit of my knowledge.
Well, if they faint when they're nervous, then they would presumably alert you to danger on the perimeter of your farm. Perhaps Nazis were rearing up.
Or wolves attacking, or something like that. Or
Well,
dogs,
yeah,
or
wolves.
next door neighbour.
They're extraordinary. They're called the Tennessee or myotonic goat. You keep them with a flock of sheep, and when the wolf comes, the poor goat, whenever it gets a fright, goes stiff as a board and just goes over like that. So the sheep all escape, and the goat gets eaten because the goat is less valuable than the sheep. So it's not that it warns the sheep. It sort of warns the sheep, but
it's not much of a long life for the goat.
So it takes one for the team.
It takes one for the team. Takes the bullet.
So they actually do faint with fear. Do they do that as they go down?
It's called myotonia congenita, and it occurs in several species, including humans. It only lasts about 10 seconds. It goes as stiff as a board, then it returns to normal. Apparently, it's painless, according to humans who suffer from it, at least. Apparently, the older and more experienced fainting goats lean against things to stop themselves falling.
Somebody hold me up. It must be quite hard to become an older fainting goat, though, because the wolves are generally biting your throat out.
That is the problem.
Yes.
But fainting goats protect your flock by swooning and being eaten by wolves, while the sheep make good their
Name
escape.
the greatest Wimbledon champion of all time.
Andy Murray.
I think I would have said Sampras. Sorry.
Sampras?
Great Uncle Bulgaria.
Is it a croquet player?
Yes, it is a croquet player. Absolutely right. Professor Bernard Neal is the greatest Wimbledon champion of all time. He won the croquet championships 38 times. So if you think about it, Navratilova, Wimbledon singles 9 times. He won 38 times. He only took the sport up at the age of 40. Between 1963 and 2002, he won 37 titles out of a possible 40.
Smacks of a drug cheat, that.
What do you have to press on the red button to get coverage of the croquet?
We've got a bit of croquet here, so... Alan, what colour do you want to be? Do you want to be red or blue or...
Black.
Black, here we go.
Can I be the iron?
Which way are you going to go? You're going to go right?
I don't know why that has pleased me so much. It went miles. It went miles.
That'll be under someone's feet.
Croquet, it was an Olympic sport.
It should be still.
It was dropped after 1900 because only one person turned up to watch. So. But the reason it's interesting is because the very first women to take part in the Olympics took part as part of the French croquet team. So there were 7 men and 3 women. And it was thought to be rather racy because it was a game where men and women played on equal footing. There's a wonderful quote from the American Christian Review in 1878 said, croquet would lead to moral decline in American women and consequences would include absence from church, immoral conduct, and eventually ruin.
True, though. That's a very pessimistic view.
Anybody know the connection between croquet and Pall Mall, the great street in London?
Oh, they played croquet upon it?
Yes, they did. It is, in fact, where croquet comes from. An Italian game, 17th century game called Palle Male. And both Pall Mall and the Mall were designed specifically to play this game. They whacked the ball up the course and then they had to shoot a ball through a suspended hoop at the end, and that's where we begin to get
much more like
from.
Quidditch.
It is.
The people who play actual Quidditch near where I live, they run around with broomsticks between their legs. None of them can fly.
That is what leads inevitably to ruin.
Now, identify the world's biggest gas bag.
Oh, Lord. John McCruick.
Very good answer.
An actual bag of actual gas?
That would probably be the best way to go, without hinting too much.
Presume something like the Hindenburg, an airship, an enormous airship.
Well, kind of like an airship, yes, though, in fact, even bigger. This is the biggest such
device ever constructed
Is
by
it the
man.
one that Bruce Dickinson from
Is it-
Iron
oh.
Maiden is involved with?
How extraordinary you are. No. But I'm very impressed that you should know of that.
Now, I met him about 5 years ago. He said he was doing it, invested a huge amount of money, and it's about 200 feet, like 300 feet long or something. It's absolutely enormous. There's pictures of it. It looks like an arse, the way it's
That's
built.
it. It does. There it is,
In
like
its
an
hangar.
arse.
But it's in a hangar that's so big it has its own climate.
Yes.
Has clouds and
Yep.
all sorts of...
Why, oh, why, oh, why?
Did he do it? Well, because for commercial reasons.
Yeah.
It's like
Oh,
to
it
replace...
goes 100 miles per hour?
Yeah, it's like properly quite impressive.
Have they sorted out the whole, you know, Hindenburg
No,
fiery
they
death
decided not
element?
to worry about it.
It can carry 50 tons. It can stay in the air for 3.5 weeks. But the difference between that and the Hindenburg is, do you know what
It's not full of hydrogen, I
Well,
take
that's it. The Hindenburg and the earlier airships are full of hydrogen, which is incredibly flammable. Not just incredibly or intensely, but incredibly.
Well, that's which is why it blew up.
That's why it blew up, because it was incredibly flammable.
What have I told you about reading Jabberwocky before you present it?
It makes it incredibly dangerous.
So, yes, that was a really good interruption.
Is this a naturally occurring gas bag?
No, it isn't. It is the biggest ever bag of gas created by humankind.
Does it have a purpose? So it has a purpose other than storing the gas?
It had a purpose in as much as it broke 3 records, which are better remembered than this record. What are the 3 records you might think of in terms of a balloon?
Height, distance,
Yes.
and number of deaths.
There were no deaths. There were no deaths in this case.
Is it loudest pop?
Not...
Most excited child?
Who jumped out of a really high balloon?
Oh,
Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner is the right answer. This is the... Yeah. So, Felix Baumgartner, there he is. He fell from a greater height than anyone has ever fallen.
Right.
He achieved a greater speed than anyone has fallen, which made him the first man ever to what?
Break the sound barrier.
Break the sound barrier unaided. And it was the highest balloon ascent ever. Those are 3 records. The highest balloon ascent, biggest free fall.
Do you know what else it was, Stephen?
What's that?
It was incredibly dangerous.
But it was the largest balloon ever constructed. And let's have a look at how big it was. It was bigoted.
Whoa.
It was bigoted than the Statue of Liberty.
It was more bigoted than the Statue of Liberty.
What is the matter?
What is going on? Just get rid of this one, get another one in.
On secretaries, this doesn't lead me to wonder, why was Squirrel Nutkin such a lying bastard?
I should know this because I've been to the Beatrix Potter Museum.
Have you? So where's it in the Lake District somewhere?
Yes. It's quite good. If you like Beatrix Potter, it's amazing.
Yeah. So we've been talking about lying, we've been talking about faking orgasms.
It's to do with colour, is it?
Is it because he was ginger?
Well, Squirrel Nutkin, as you rightly point out, was a red squirrel, but most other squirrels tend to pretend that they buried their food to trick potential thieves. They dig a hole, they pretend to put a nut inside, and cover it up very quickly. All the time, the nut is actually still in their mouth. And then they also recache, so they bury nuts, and then they return to them soon afterwards, dig them up and bury them somewhere else. They sometimes do this 5 times with the same stash. But they did a study in 2008, almost a quarter of all squirrel burials of food at some sites, not of each other, were faked.
It's too late. You said squirrel burial, so now they're gorgeous, but they're like...
Yeah.
They're mainly unmarked, but you do see little headstones occasionally.
But here's the thing. There has been a debate since at least 1884, and it rages on, whether squirrels remember where they hide their nuts or whether they just hide as many as they can and then return to a likely place.
Define rages.
Well, there have been studies. Since 1881, there was one in 1991, a study done at Princeton.
Two.
So they don't have a conclusion.
No, the thing is, it
all this
rages
time.
on. It rages on. There was a fantastic story about a squirrel in 2015. A squirrel got locked into the bar of Honeybourne Railway Club in Worcestershire for the day, OK? It got drunk and caused £300 worth of damage. So the club secretary guy called Sam Boulter, he said that all he could find was broken glass and bottles knocked off shelves. There was beer all over the floor, there was money and straws scattered everywhere, and he found the culprit hiding behind a box of crisps, looking, he said, unsteady and worse for wear.
What kind of creature has a terrible memory? Short memory.
My dad can't remember anything. I went round to see him the other day and he looked at me like that.
Doesn't everybody?
I went, hi, Dad. He went, oh.
My neighbour's dog doesn't remember when I kick it, because I do it. No, it knows the time, it still comes up to me.
Oh.
I'll kick it really hard in the face.
Goldfish.
A goldfish with my boot.
Oh, not goldfish. No, there is...
3-second memory.
Well, there is this fallacy that goldfish have a
Not a
3-second memory.
fallacy.
It is a fallacy. They've done tests.
Oh, they have.
They have. A man from Plymouth University did wonderful
said to the
tests.
goldfish what happened on EastEnders last night. And he remembered most of it.
2 things. 1, there isn't a Plymouth University, that's made up. And 2, they can't remember anything.
Yeah, it's a sweet shop with a copy of the Times in it, isn't it?
Dr. Phil G. of the University of Plymouth's psychological
Is he a
department.
rapper?
He does sound like Dr. Phil G. He trained them to press levers, and they could even tell time because he would have the lever work just for an hour in the day, and they would come and press at the right time to deliver food, and they knew exactly where it was, and they would come back to it.
How come they can't tell that the deep-sea diver is 3 times as big as the castle? They're damn smart.
Well, it seems they have pretty good memories, as a matter of fact. What's more, they're not gold. Put them back in the wild, they go to brown and other different colours.
It's actually not true, because I've got 2 in a pond. They've been there 5 years, they're still orange, so...
No, in the wildy, but if you're in captivity and for some reason...
Where's the wildy one? I'd like to go there.
Technical term.
In Norfolk.
So what can't remember anything then? I bet a koala can't remember much. Wakes up... Oh.
I bet a pig on fire can't remember much.
I had a strange experience when I was in Australia recently, and I went to a day out to the zoo, and they give you a koala to hold, and you have a photograph taken of it. And koalas are very lazy animals. They don't exactly work out. You know what I mean? They haven't got firm buttocks or anything. And I had one in my hand, and it kind of just slipped. And before I knew it, I actually had a sort of koala's buttocks. It was actually slipped onto my finger. And it just sort of slid on, and there's... On the photograph, because they take a photograph of you, you're supposed to hold a koala, and the koala goes this, goes... The worst thing was, they wanted it back, and I said, well, can I hold it for a bit longer? And I was trying to get the finger out, and I said, can I take it away?
The list of charges is beginning to add up.
During the First World War, seagulls were trained to search out German submarines and then crap on their periscopes. Pretty clear message. But what is this camel behind me trying to tell you here? What's going on?
Oh, dear.
It's a very disgusted audience, though. They don't like what they see.
Did he say Jeremy Carr's on in a minute?
Do you know, what are we looking at there?
I presume it's a tongue, is it? But is it a sausage?
It's not his tongue, amazingly.
Is it his stomach?
It's his palate. He can blow part of his soft palate out. It's called the palatinus diverticulus. It's known as a gullet, and it's used as, again, we've been discussing, it's used in mating. It's used to attract females.
Oh, you really sexy beast, you.
Yeah, it's a heck of a thought, isn't it?
Not working for me.
It appears to be sticking out its tongue. The camels with the most testosterone have the biggest gullet.
That's what they tell you.
Yeah.
It's like that nonsense about bald men being full of testosterone,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I know, bless. But, no, the size of... Way.
Phil's not insulted because he doesn't know. Phil doesn't know he's bald. I don't know.
Oh, what do you mean,
He's convinced he's got a big, thick, luscious head of hair. Well, down my back there is.
I've got that.
Anyway, they do that. They blow out their gullet and they make a bloop, bloop, bloop noise, apparently.
Yeah, bloop, 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 bloop. That's the best they've come up with after all these years.
In Saudi Arabia and other countries, they often cut the gullet out. Why would they do that? Do you know why?
To stop it? They cut it out...
It's so they breathe better for camel racing.
Oh, camel racing.
Yeah. Actually, in Saudi Arabia, they import camels from...
Kent.
Yeah. You set them up so well, Steve.
It's very kind from Kent. No, not from Kent.
From Hertfordshire.
Not. Let's disabuse ourselves. Australia is the right answer. Yes. Thank you. But why would they import them? What do they need them for?
They're very good at cricket, the Australian one.
The Australian camels are actually much fitter than the
oh, look, we like
Saudi.
sports.
Yeah.
It's a big outdoors.
No, they don't use them to race. They don't use them for transport. They use the camels they import for...
Food?
Food for meat, camel meat.
They eat
yes.
them. They tell them they're going to have a lovely life as a camel race. You'll love it over there, mate. Away you go. Good luck. Give us a call when you've won your first race.
How did the Danish government convince its citizens to multiply? This is one of my randy scandies.
You mean actually...
I do mean that.
Was that financial incentives?
There were incentives.
We all need incentives anyway, don't we?
What, to procreate?
Yeah. Or just, you know, the bit before that as well.
Right. I'm fine, but OK.
Incentivise me.
So I can narrow it down. It's actually a place called Tisted, which is in Jutland, so the mainland, the bit that sticks up from Germany. So what happened in 2015, the local authorities were going to close down the local school, and everybody was very upset in the local area. So they struck a deal that the people would procreate as much as possible if they kept the school and the leisure facilities open. Nothing says, I'm bringing sexy back like a council memo.
And did they all do it? Did they all have to have kids?
Well, as many as possible, so they were encouraged to have kids. I have to say, it's a lovely place, Tista. Not a lot to do. Number 3 on their own website of things to do in the area is visit the candle shop.
Sexy candles for around the bath.
There's been lots of times before. Britain has had its own panics about falling populations because of the war and contraception and so on. So in 1921, the Daily Express ran a competition to find Britain's largest family. And the News of the World offered a free tea tray to any mother. Any mother who gave birth to her 10th child. Don't want your bloody tea tray, I'll take your head off with it. And the French still give medals for having large families. That's still a thing, the Médaille de la Famille Française. How many kids for bronze, what do you reckon?
6.
4 to 5. Silver, you get 6 to 7. Gold, 8+.
I thought you said 45 for a second.
There's so much wrong with that picture. I can't begin.
Go on.
Why are they creating a human bench for their 2 children?
That is worrying.
Have they glued their heads together? Maybe they're ventriloquists and that's how they hold their children. Just used to holding people like that.
What's the best way to ensure that your family never forgets you after you're gone? Oh.
Haunting.
Haunting is a good way, yeah.
Insists on being buried in an exact replica of your house.
Yes.
That they have to pay for and therefore sell the house they live in to...
You're still angry, aren't you?
Finance it, yeah.
Being stuffed.
Well, yes, being stuffed now...
Preserved in some way.
There's a very extreme example
Leaning
of that.
on the mantelpiece. Just slightly in front of the television so they can't see it.
There was an artist called Hananucha Masakichi.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's bloody good.
He's Japanese, and in the mid-1880s, he was diagnosed with tuberculosis and knew he was going to die. So he made a statue of himself, so lifelike and so realistic. When he stood next to it, people couldn't tell which was which, apparently. He handcrafted glass eyes and then bored a tiny individual hole for every pore of his body, and then took the hairs from every pore of his own body and put them into the other pores. He pulled out all his own fingernails and put them in like that, yeah? His toenails and his teeth, right? Now, obviously, this is a replica because it's quite shiny and obviously not anything like a real person.
Can you imagine if he'd done all that and someone had gone, actually, it doesn't look that much like you, and you're left
No teeth, no nails.
Imagine he'd done it, taken his eyes out at an early stage and realised what a stupid mistake that was. Oh, damn.
But It found its way, the original, to Robert Ripley's auditorium in Los Angeles, but
Not what he
unfortunately
had in mind.
it was injured in an earthquake in '96, and it's currently awaiting restoration. There are other things you can do. What about letting your family see you disintegrate, see you in your coffin? Have a camera.
Have a camera in your
A
coffin?
webcam, yeah. There is a Seattle-based company called SeeMeRot.com. I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. And they have a light and they have a webcam, and you can watch your loved one basically rot. There you go.
Can I... When you say the only problem I've got with that is loved one.
Their slogan, being dead and buried, doesn't mean you can't have friends over.
But it's buried underneath. Imagine if you were watching the webcam, just watching and watching and watching, and then suddenly it went... You would be so freaked out by that, wouldn't you?
There's something less interesting than watching paint dry.
Watching dried paint?
So it's already dried. Yes, that's a good point.
I mean, is it actually interesting, then? There's something going on in your head?
It's scientifically interesting. So this is another one of those things where science does something that you think, why are you doing that? And it turns out actually to be quite useful. These are researchers at the University of Surrey, and what they discovered is as paint dries, small particles, it's like they team up and they push away larger ones. And here is the practical application, which from Australia you'll appreciate. When you are developing sun cream, if you can get the active ingredient pushed to the bottom, the bit that sticks to the skin, and the sun-blocking particles pushed to the top, that makes for better sun cream. And they did that by analysing how paint dries.
Yeah. They should try clothes in a hat.
Yeah, that would be a more sensible way. You think
And a roof, and just wait till
night.
Later in the day.
A filmmaker called Charlie Line, and in 2016 he crowdfunded a film called Paint Drying, and it consists entirely of white paint drying on a brick wall for over 10 hours. So it is the law in this country you cannot show a film unless the British Board of Film Classification has had a look at it. It costs £7.09 per minute to get them to classify your film. So he crowdfunded it, and he made a film that was as long as the money he had available. He managed to raise £5,963, and he made a film about this brick wall with paint drying that is 607 minutes long, which the British Board of Film Classification had to watch. Anyway, if you'd like to see it as a U classification, just in case.
We should have just flashed up some porn in the last second.
Yeah. Or like a murder, like just blood at the very end. But it is an offence for cinemas to show films with an age restriction to children.
We'd like to see the paint drying film, please.
Have as many uses for a pig as you can.
Bacon.
Bacon is one.
Truffle snuffling.
Medicine stuff, medicine cases for tablets and...
Oh, for women in pregnancy, doesn't it bring on for inducing pregnancy?
It does if
pig's
one
hormones.
runs through your front row.
Absolutely staggering what you can get out of a pig.
Yoghurt.
Yes, I have a list. Christian Minderstma wrote a book called Pig 05049, which is an anonymous pig, and beyond the obvious foodstuffs, she found different parts of this animal offered the following pork derivatives. From the skin alone, safety gloves, cosmetic surgery, collagen, comes from pig skin, energy bars, which also have collagen in, low-fat butter, chewing gum, X-ray film, drug capsules, bread, flour improver made from pig hair, would you believe? Flour, I know. The skin is also used for tattoo practice. And ballistic gelatin. That's just the skin, and then there's the internal organs, pet food. Tambourine skins are made from a pig's bladder. Your old tambourine.
I knew those folkies were evil.
Yeah. There are many thousands of people who are alive because of the pig's valve from their heart. From the bones, cheap wine corks, would you believe? Stabilising propellant in bullet making, inkjet paper, concrete, match heads, bone china, train brakes, yoghurt, which you correctly mentioned.
What's a train break? Like
it's
where
for
you go
stopping
to
a train.
Scotland for the
yeah,
weekend?
for stopping it.
Oh.
It's just the legs, a piece of bacon, and just trotter out.
He just leans forward.
Fabric softener. Who knew? Beer, wine, ice cream. From the fat, biodiesel, soap, shampoos, crayons. From the blood, cigarette filters, amazingly. Toothpaste. And also paintbrushes. Chemical weapons testing. The ears are used in chemical weapons testing. Don't ask me why. I should hasten to add that not all toothpaste and not all yoghurt contain it. But if you are a Muslim or Jewish, you've got a hell of a problem discovering what's got pig in it.
You have your work cut out.
You have your work cut out like a silhouettist. According to Bloomberg, there are 42 major areas of manufacturing that entirely rely on pork products. It's quite astonishing what that one animal can do. And it's the only farmyard animal, if you discount truffle hunting, that is only useful when dead. There's no
Oh,
use.
you say that. You've never gambled with a pig.
Oh, I
Come
know.
on. Terrible gamblers. Poker, blackjack.
But obviously ducks and geese and hens lay eggs and goats give milk and cows give milk and sheep
Companionship?
Oh, companionship.
Love,
I know they
warm.
do offer those. It is
My
true.
brother's got a pig, and that's very true of that one.
Yeah, they are very endearing animals. Of
Tell
course.
us to be careful, though, because I knew a farmer that had a heart attack while he was feeding his pigs, and they ate him.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm afraid.
Don't want to get into a pen with one that's approaching sexual maturity, as I know to my cost.
Really?
Yeah. It's basically like
How are the piglets?
They've got names, Alan. So, yeah, it's
Porky
like...
and Perkins.
Pinky and Perkins.
Yeah, it's scary. It's like a pork piano, because they breed pigs very long now, because everyone likes chops.
That's right.
So you get incredibly long
With a
pigs.
huge row of udders you
Yes.
can see on the sour country.
And, yeah, just runs at you in a sort of matey way.
This was obviously the boar,
Yes,
the male.
she wasn't
obviously.
interested.
No, she
Although I
wasn't.
was trying to catch her eye.
Priests for the moment. Who was the mad monk of Russia?
Rasputin is...
I thought I'd take that for Take one for the team. Thank you, Kelly. Why was it not him?
Well, because he was the lover of the Russian queen.
Is that what you're basing all your knowledge of history on?
He was a cat that really was gone.
Yes. Why was he not the mad monk of Russia?
He wasn't mad and he wasn't a monk.
He wasn't a monk, is the truth of it. He was never a monk. The guy who referred to himself as the mad monk was a one-time friend of Rasputin's. He was called Sergei Trufanov, also known as Iliador. There he is. And he wrote his memoirs. They were published in New York in 1918, and he published them as The Mad Monk of Russia. And that book is one of the primary sources that we have for the life of Rasputin. So the Mad Monk is the less famous Iliador and not Rasputin, but because we know so much about Rasputin from this book, The Mad Monk of Russia, that is why we associate him. Yeah. I think everybody knows that. Rasputin was a faith healer, and he parlayed his claim to be able to help the son of the Tsar into a position of tremendous influence in the Russian imperial court. I mean, Rasputin himself, unbelievably poorly educated. His diary, he misspells the word diary.
So you think it's all about milk?
Yeah, possibly. He claimed that by sleeping with women, he could take on their sins and help them find the grace of God.
I've tried that. I'll take your sins on. I'll take your sins off.
Yeah.
There's a theory, a sort of rogue theory about Putin being the reincarnation of Rasputin, and there was a thing that was about they took some of Putin's pubic hair, and then they took some of Rasputin's residual testicular fluid, and the DNA was exactly the same.
So I'm struggling with the whole of that story.
I do like the phrase residual testicular fluid.
I'm going to need...
Should be using that again? I'm not sure. Can I have a vodka and residual testicular fluid, please?
So we're going to need an unwashed sheet of some kind.
Yeah, Putin left his pubic hairs everywhere, isn't it?
They scraped it off the back of a tiger.
So the circumstances of Rasputin's death, I mean, they are stuff of legend, but what is beyond dispute is that the leader of the assassins, Prince Felix Yusupov, was a member of the Bullingdon Club while he was an undergraduate at Oxford. And in fact, Yusupov, that's him and his wife, Irina, they are the reason why films today carry... You know, there's a statement on films that says any similarity to any living person is entirely coincidental. He and his wife sued MGM over a film called Rasputin and the Empress, produced in 1932, and they won substantial compensation. Because it's a wonderful story, which I really like, because it sort of makes people more human when you look at their story. Rasputin was actually married and had 3 kids, and one of his kids, Maria, after the revolution, she emigrated to the United States, and she worked in a circus where she used to every night do a mime of her father's death. She then graduated to becoming a lion tamer. Unfortunately, her career in the circus was cut short when she was mauled by a bear. What are the chances you're working as a lion tamer?
It must have happened during dinner.
Interestingly, she billed herself as the daughter of the Mad Monk, so it clearly had become a phrase that people used. And she went on in the Second World War to work as a riveter in the shipyards in California. She died in 1977. The Mad Monk of Russia wasn't Rasputin, it was some bloke you've never heard
Can you
of.
tell me about bamboo?
Ahoy!
You've attracted someone else on the dockside.
In Hong Kong, and probably elsewhere in Southeast Asia, they use bamboo as scaffolding.
That's right. You're quite right.
It's incredibly lightweight, but incredibly, extraordinarily strong. And they use it over vast buildings.
You're right. It has a tensile strength greater than steel. In fact, over 5,000 uses of bamboo have been recorded, including desalination uses,
Tarzan
diesel
uses
fuel.
it for swimming away from people.
Exactly right. Yes, breathing in the water. As a cane to give people a damn good thrashing.
Have you been bamboo caned?
Certainly. At prep school I was caned almost daily.
2 uses of bamboo. That was just by yourself.
Never did me any harm.
Are we going through all 5,000 uses?
No, we're not.
No. 3.
Grows incredibly fast. Some species grow up to 4 foot a day. You can actually watch it grow. Quite astonishing. It was used as a torture by the Chinese.
4 foot a day?
Yes.
A torture in the sense that they would make someone sit on it. While
Yeah,
it's
and then it would
growing.
grow
It would be a
up.
torture, yes.
It'd tie you down over a bamboo cane
Can
and
you
it would grow
imagine how
into
horrible?
you.
Yes. But what is bamboo? What sort
It's
of...
a plant.
What sort of
which is
plant?
used for
Yes, what
growing
sort of
runner
plant?
beans, feeding
What class of
animals.
plant?
Tree.
No,
bark,
it's a grass.
Wood grass. It's a
grass.
type of a grass.
It is a type of a grass. Well done. Well done. They flower. Some of them flower only, takes them 120 years.
Bill used to have a cactus.
Yep.
Huge cactus.
Yes.
Huge cactus thing that was all knobbly, and it flowered, how often? Once every 25 years?
Once every 25
And he
years.
only had it 2 weeks, and it flowered.
Yeah.
Oh, you are a blessed man.
I know,
I remember.
we took it, we didn't take it off an old couple, we bought it off an old couple.
Then lay in the passage.
Quick, get away, they're coming round. Quick!
You bastards, it's going to flower in a minute.
We've waited 23 years.
It is strange, though, when you look at that, because we were talking about it earlier, that, shrimp, it is an insect, but we quite happily eat that.
Yes.
Pick the legs off it, take the head off, and...
I know,
delicious.
and lobsters and things. As you say, we'll happily eat them as a treat. But these... Oh, God. It's not done me any favours, and I felt so confident I was going to have the scorpion as well. Not now.
I love the scorpion.
Would you love the scorpion?
I love the scorpion.
Oh, my dear fellow. There you are.
Well, those fellas are really...
So you mean you're going to take it
Well,
home?
I've had those. The aftertaste of them is just horrendous. It is there for hours, but I'll have that.
Yep. You're going to eat it now in front of us?
Well,
Or
I'll put it all in my mouth. It might.
Yeah.
I'll break it in half. And
Yeah,
have
that's a good
half
idea.
like that. Make it manageable.
Yeah.
Half the poison, half the fun.
How do you do it?
God.
You're telling me something, innit?
Wow, that is one tough...
I think the scorpion might be alive. I think it might be like Han Solo.
Hey!
Well, not anymore, it's not.
Right, tail end or front?
Well, I would go for the front. The tail end might have a sting in it or something.
Always ask a lady.
Yeah. Hey! Oh. James Carr.
Oh.
Well, you could hardly break the thing, so...
Come back in 9 hours.
Oh, you're having one too. Good for you. Excellent.
Well, I've been licking the brittle, and I thought I was going to be here all night if I'm trying to get... I was eating it like a club biscuit.
So
just get all the chocolate off.
Is it quite sweet in there? Is it sugar? It's basically sugar, isn't it?
It's horrible, the brittle.
Can't feel my toes.
It's like hemlock. It just works all the way up.
It's like bonfire night with death.
Go on, Sarah. You know you want to.
Got to be joking.
Have a lick anyway.
Is this where you had the chocolate and?
Sarah, just think, what if we all developed superpowers as a result of this?
Oh!
did to me.
He has the problem of nausea.
That is absolutely repellent.
It is,
As soon as you break the chocolate, it whiffs.
I know, it's not nice.
Hang on. Something's happening. Something's happening.
Oh, my God. Something...
Coming to stop you! Oh, God, that's
I don't know. Are scorpions known for forward rolls?
Definitely.
Oh, yes, Sarah, you're showing your ignorance there. Very famous for their...
For what sort of business would you want to use a queer plunger?
I once had a nightmare with a plunger. So we had a New Year's Eve party, and then the next day our toilet was blocked. And I thought, I'll nail this. I'd never used a plunger before.
Right. Difficult to use.
Yeah, I thought I'd just whack it down there. Whacked it down, and it suctioned just onto the bottom of the toilet. Brought it up. All I had was the piece of stick. And now I didn't just have to unblock the toilet, I had to get my hand in there to get
OK, so queer plunger, what might you plunge into?
The ocean.
So water. You might plunge into water. It was a term given to con men who took advantage of the rules of the Society for the Recovery of Persons Apparently Drowned. So, set up in 1774, it's two London doctors. They were worried that too many victims were being wrongly pronounced dead and sometimes buried alive. And so they developed new techniques of resuscitation. They offered a reward of 4 guineas, which is over £500 today. It's a lot of money, to anybody who successfully brought a drowned man back to life. Well, swindlers paired up with each other. So one would throw themselves into the river and pretend to drown, and the other would jump in and rescue him from the brink of death, and the two of them would then share the 4 guineas. And they became known as queer plungers. How many of you around the table know about W.C. Fields?
Yeah, the cricketer.
No.
That's W.G. Grace.
He was an amazing early 20th century actor and comedian. One of his very first jobs was to drown several times a day. So he worked at Atlantic City, and he would pretend to swim out, and then he would pretend to drown, and somebody would come and rescue him, and a great crowd would gather, and they'd all applaud because he'd been saved, and they were all so thrilled. And then they would buy beer and hot dogs, and it was the beer and hot dog guys who paid W.C. Fields to drown several times a day. The Netherlands was the first country to have a society for resuscitation. Why the Netherlands?
People falling in canals.
Lots of water, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a really simple answer, isn't it?
They have fjords as well.
No, don't have fjords there.
Have you?
God's
No.
sake.
No. You know, Netherlands is famously flat and fjords are famously steep.
Right.
So, no.
You know what? I'm just glad I didn't say it on national television.
Was Darwin's problem with brown owl? And why did he not describe it?
Now, clearly, if one makes a joke about Girl Guides here, like he was traumatised during a period in the Girl Guides.
Before...
Help me now.
We even predicted your mistake, because I think brown owl brownies.
Yeah. Yeah. He must have died before...
Before the brownies existed, exactly.
He probably ate it or something.
Ah! So he ate brown owls, you're saying?
Well, actually, he didn't, because he described it as indescribable, which is why he didn't describe the brown owl. Well, actually, as food, he meant, because Charles Darwin, one of the greatest scientists, one of the greatest men, really, of any age, was considered a very dim pupil and couldn't spell and was terrible at arithmetic and went to Cambridge. The only subject his father thought was fit for him was divinity. And he spent his time chasing rats and shooting and looking at animals and eating strange animals. He was a member of the Gourmet Society, or the Gluttons, as it was known at Cambridge, and their aim in life was to eat as many rare and peculiar animals, like bitterns and hawks. But brown owl, they didn't like at all. And all the others became bishops and archdeacons.
Does this still exist, this club?
Exists. Stephen's the president of it.
Yeah, otherwise you write me round for Fox on Creme.
I think panda, that's the... Oh, it's lovely.
I've got a book at home. It's equivalent to the Collins Book of Birds from 1850. And after describing each bird, at the end it will say, for instance, a buzzard tastes a little bit milder than a golden eagle. Yes. But still quite palatable.
Does it have a wine recommendation at the bottom? You suggest a Chablis or a New World Merlot.
Do you know what you should drink with the beating heart of a cobra? This is a dish in China where you get a cobra and it's brought to the table alive They then slice it open, rip the heart out, and it's beating on the plate there. You have to chase it around the plate, I suppose. And then you drink the blood of the snake as the wine.
Actually, I ordered the lasagna.
What's the most disgusting thing you've ever eaten, Alan?
Earwax.
Your own? It was your own, that's all.
It's really horrible.
Bitter.
I mean, if just a tiny bit on the end of your fingers.
Sweet and sour.
Imagine if you had to have a sandwich of it. Really like a block of it.
Anyway, a phylum feast is held on the 12th of February every year by zoologists and biologists, in which they try and eat as many different species as possible, in honour of Charles Darwin, whose birthday... an ingenious interlude. Have a look at this glass tank behind me and tell me how many balls there are in there.
1, 2, 3.
Well done, Alan.
4.
So far, so good.
Yeah. 5. Yeah. 5.
The worst episode in the National Lottery.
So how many are in there, would you say? 5. 5. Well, it looked like 5, didn't it? 5. You might be rather surprised to know that there are actually over 1,000 glass balls in there. And we can show you perhaps a better view of how many there are. What's that? Look. They're all invisible, and in fact, we have an example of precisely these kinds of... There they are.
Yeah, they're gooey.
They're really weird. They're called hydrogel beads.
But I can't see them.
You can see them, yes, and we deliberately allowed them to be visible. But in large glass tanks, they wouldn't be visible.
If you push one underwater, it goes invisible.
Exactly, and they have the same refractive index as water, which, as you know,
Which means light can pass through at the same angle.
So they appear to be invisible in water.
We can't see it!
Yeah.
Quick, a hairdryer.
It's gone down the set.
Is there a...
Suddenly going to start floating away.
Is there a use for them?
Yeah, there we are. I've got a glass of water there.
Are they worth £500 each?
Are they edible?
I wouldn't want to take responsibility, but I don't think they'll do you any harm.
Try one.
What are they... What are they used for?
Well, they have a commercial use, actually.
Oh, I broke it.
Oh, no. Is it burst?
Yeah, it burst.
No, it's sort of gone into pieces, actually.
It's like... Oh, yes, it's rather strange material. Can you guess their commercial use?
Packing things.
Oh. No, flower arranging is one.
Is it for packing goldfish when you get them through
Why aren't they making battleships out of this stuff?
Isn't it... Well, who knows? All kinds of new
Submarines.
uses
Make
may
a
be
submarine
found.
out of it.
I have to say, this feels gorgeous.
It's quite good, isn't it?
Oh,
it's quite a good feel.
Isn't it?
It's really... There's there's something quite gorgeous about that. Mm.
Yeah.
It's just...
Might have a play around with that later.
Yep, he might. Another use is the manufacture of...
Disgusting.
Another use...
Jack's going to put his willy in it.
Oh, dear.
I've already put it in that one.
It's weird, because when you put it in, you couldn't see it.
It has the same refractive index.
Give me time to think of a comeback.
Yeah, the other use, apart from flower arranging, is the manufacture of contact lenses.
It'd really freak people out if you put them in your eyes, wouldn't you? You big,
well,
big
obviously, yes, not necessarily in the round.
Marty Feldman's contact lenses.
Any of these coming up in any of this?
Domestic appliances that really nobody wants.
La, la.
In a vicarage, a tie rack. That is good. I can't take that away from you.
Can I appeal? I'm appealing, sir. There's an act of great pedantry here, but there's not technically an appliance.
Oh. Unless it's electronic tie.
An auto steam tie rack. There are electric tie racks. Yeah, there are tie racks that go bzzz.
Really?
Yeah, there are.
Such a thing exists?
Electric ones, I promise you.
Wow.
And that actually takes us to what the right answer is. When you said steam,
Those Corby trouser presses that you have in hotel rooms.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone use or heard of anyone using.
Brilliant. Do you mean others don't?
You've
Am I
used
the only
one?
I used them. I used them.
Oh,
But not necessarily for trousers. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Whoa. Anyway, there's a whole load of appliances that were made
in the 1920s and 30s when a lot of British people were starting to get a little bit more prosperous just before the crash. And they thought about going on the electric, as it used to be said. We're going on the electric. And what would be the killer app that would put them on the electric, the thing they wanted to have most?
Electric light?
That would be one.
Plug-in radio?
The wireless set. Yeah. And who were the other main suppliers other than electricity that had already been there? Gas. They thought, well, what we'll do is provide gas-powered radios to stop people from going on the electric. And there's an example of one. And they put them out and they said, oh, not only will you get the BBC, but you will warm the room slightly. And
increase the glow of your contentment.
Increase the chances of your house exploding. And not only did they produce wirelesses, they produced trouser presses, oddly enough, washing machines, washing up machines, everything that you can think of that is a household appliance, a white good, as we would now say.
There were gas-powered fridges, weren't there?
Yes, there were indeed. Very much so. But they just didn't catch on because electricity was just more reliable. And it's not that the gas actually powered the radio so much as that the gas created the current that powered the radio. So it was still electric, it's just you use your existing gas main. What is 3 times more dangerous than war?
3 wars.
Is it doing a Yui on the A40?
This is according to the United Nations.
It's probably something really inane, like cycling, trampolining.
It's work. More likely to die at work than you are at war.
Does that include soldiers?
What if you work in a shoe shop near a war?
I can always guarantee you will find some cunning way to make me not know anything. And I don't know what the statistics are for people who work in shoe shops near wars.
How many times have they actually had a war in a shopping centre? It's very rare that first world countries get invaded, but if they did, you could have a shootout in a multiplex, couldn't you?
If you lived in South London, you'd find a lot of wars in shopping centres.
I've been arrested in a shopping centre.
Have you? Tell us why.
For an act of war?
I knocked a security guard's hat off.
Oh, a very Bertie Wooster thing to do.
Yeah. I didn't even do it on purpose, I was taking my jumper off. I was absolutely arsehole as well. And you're very much hearing my side of the story. I called it actually rather a story of defence.
I read a thing once that said 1/3 of all accidents at work go unreported. How do they know?
Lumberjacks have the most dangerous job in America, it appears. 122 deaths per 100,000 employees.
So that song's entirely wrong, is it?
Yes. Exactly.
How could you die doing that? Just trees falling on you?
You're saying trees falling on you like that's a bit of a pansy way to go. That's a legitimate way to die.
It's just the only real sort of peril, isn't it?
There's a lot of chainsaws.
But also, you're not very well protected in panties and a bra, are you?
And also, if you're a lumberjack, you're supposed to be good at it. You're not supposed to chop down trees and go, oh, it's the other side, isn't it?
Well, now, yes. According to the United Nations, more than 2 million people die from work-related accidents, as opposed to 650,000 people a year who die in war. What was the most disastrous haircut ever? Yes. Some examples for you there.
I've got 2 answers and I get the screen going up there. One is my last haircut. No, or Samson's haircut. Samson's haircut done...
No, Samson's haircut's a very good answer, actually.
That's me.
Yeah.
Yes. You just noticed.
Well, you must remember posing for these, or has this been...
I remember the one in the middle. The other 2, I have no memory.
I know for a fact that in 1928, the New England Tool and Die Manufacturing Company was looking for a new screw that wouldn't slip out of the notch. Yeah. And a man named Phillips worked for him, who had one of the most disastrous haircuts ever. It was parted in 4...
That would be an example of a disastrous haircut that went good. This one, well, I mean, of course, there are many candidates, and Samson is one, but do you know anything about Louis VII of France? There he is on the left. We're talking about the 13th century. his queen became queen of a more famous king to us, being British.
Aquitaine.
She was Eleanor of Aquitaine, absolutely
long
right.
hair, yes.
The point is, Louis VII was very religious, and the monks got to him, and he cut that hair off. He looks rather good there, but apparently he cut all his hair off, and she was furious at it.
Oh, right.
So cross that eventually she divorced him. I mean, there are other things too, probably, but the hair is mentioned by historians as
He
one
also
of the
cut
things...
his cock off.
Maybe, I don't know, his mother may have sold her...
Has your mother sold a mangle?
Maybe that had happened, yeah.
I divorced you.
But the consequences of the divorce were enormous, because she then went over, she was incredibly rich, she took her kingdoms with her, married Henry II, and it began the 100 Years' War.
Yes.
So essentially it was a haircut that began a 100 Years' War.
Yeah, but that's just something you say in polite company. Like when you're telling people you're breaking up with your partner, you go, yeah, well, I ain't like what he did with his hair, so I left. You can't really say about the king, he keep farting in bed. I just don't like his haircut.
Yeah, you're right. What is interesting about this poor king is he definitely wouldn't have had sexual relations with Eleanor's mother because he was very abstinent indeed, and he became ill, and the courtiers suggested it was because he hadn't had sex. Yeah. And so he consented to have the Queen sent for, and they said, no, she's too far away. If you don't have sex immediately, you will die. But genuinely being told that he had to have sex or he would die, he actually said he would rather die chaste than live an adulterer.
See, that leads you to believe that he had a bad sexual experience as a child.
Yes.
And just, you know, because, you know, most men wouldn't rather, like, face death than have sex. So something happened when he was a kid, maybe a teenager, maybe his wee-wee got caught in the zipper, or he mangled, or...
Yes, the mangle.
Or he said, I'm not ready for this yet, maybe just let me lick your elbow. And the woman just said, do what you do best. And...
Very good. The Simpsons make a reference to the 100 Years' War.
Oh, do they?
Do you know what they call it? Operation Speedy Resolution. Anyway, so, we've all had bad hair days, but the one which helped start the 100 Years' War... Tell me all about the 12 Frenchmen and the 12 mosquitoes. Dara, Briain.
Once upon a time, there were 12 Frenchmen called Happy, Sleepy, Arrogant, Furieux, des choses comme ça, bof, and Zutelor. That's 6. Fenêtre, boulangerie...
Le table.
Le table, of course, and jambon et fromage, the twins. And they used to travel around with mosquitoes, solving adventures.
And what were the mosquitoes called?
Fuzzy, stingy.
It was a very, very low-rent 1950s French detective season that involved, at some point, the extraction of a tiny amount of blood from one of the suspects.
Do you know what else a mosquito can be other than a...
It was a World War II plane made out of wood.
Made out of wood, exactly, made out of balsa wood and plywood. What was their great raid?
Tuck shop.
I don't know, was it made into a film?
It was. There were 12 members of the Resistance, the Maquis, and they were due to be shot by the Gestapo. And the Allies would send in these 12 mosquitoes to bomb the chateau in Amiens, so that all the prisoners would escape.
I can't believe that they just blow the bloody doors off. Basically, that was the whole place with 12 bombers.
You're right. What happened was they had to go down an avenue of poplars, which was so narrow they had to fly.
Poplars?
Yeah, but exactly like that. That's what you'll have to do. There were 700 prisoners in the prison. 102 were killed by the raid to start with. 74 were wounded.
Yeah.
Then 258 escaped, of which 179 were rounded up within the next few days by the Germans again.
My girlfriend's grandfather flew one of those, and he actually goes now and visits in Germany with the Luftwaffe pilot whose plane he shot down during the war. And they go and they sit around and, you know, go, ha, great days. But neither of them speak the other language. Like he doesn't speak German, the Luftwaffe doesn't speak English, but they sit there and...
Sit back and...
Yeah. The temptation, if if you're standing behind there.
And for over 50 years, that German man has been peeing in your granddad's tea.
We had an airfix model of one of those. I gave it to my dad for his birthday, and he made it before breakfast.
You put the transfers on?
Yeah, painted it and everything.
Yeah. That was a pain, because you had to put them in hot water and wait for them to slip off. And then, of course, with chubby 6-year-old fingers, you just end up covered in swastikas. It's not a good look, you go to school and they think you're in the BNP, and it's, no, I've been trying to make a hind call, sir.
What's this guy on about? That was a 1972, rather before its time, piece of rap by an incredibly famous Italian called Adriano Celentano, who is not known here. He had a huge hit with this, which is called Prisen Collinen Sinai Chuzo. You can see it written up, and that'll help you.
Oh, wow.
Prisen Collinen Sinai Chuzo in the Colmen Seuvan Prisen Collinen Sinai Chuzo, all right.
Which is Italian for Gangnam Style.
Yeah. What it is just babble.
Yeah,
it's babble that is supposed to sound like English. To an Italian, it sounds more or less like English sounds.
There's that famous clip of the person on Malaysia's Got Talent where they're singing Mariah Carey, Can't Live Without You, which is possibly the greatest song ever recorded. But she's heard it clearly through Second Party and doesn't know what the lyrics are, so she bursts into the chorus and she just goes, Can live booty without you. This is about a guy called Ken Lee.
Anyway, that was a huge hit in 1972. #1 in Italy, and it was in the top 10 in France and in Belgium and the Netherlands. It's babble that is supposed to sound like English. But in 2011, London-based filmmakers Briain and Carr produced a wonderful film called Squirrel, which used a similar technique. The dialogue is actually gibberish, but sounds like English. It's had over 7 million viewers, and we can actually show you a bit of it here. Run VT.
It's fine for me to display the Joe drink all around the masturbatation town while I formass the Pope for green and one for why I chose Farine and all. One for why I bleed the whole chase Patrine. You wanna get for what?
That wasn't gibberish, but we've got them here tonight. Brian and Carl, thank you very much. One of the hardest things to do in the world is to talk gibberish without it becoming... Did you actually learn your gibberish?
We did, yeah.
Yeah. Did you imagine that there was sense behind it? He thinks she's forgotten his birthday. Is that what...
That's one interpretation. I'm not an actor, but Fiona, who's in the film, is an actress, and so she needed to know what this was about. She needed the intentions, but I think it was important to kind of have a sort of a sense behind what we were saying.
It was a lot like what you were talking about with the Mariah Carey, Ken Lee and stuff. We sort of had the sentences and then kind of garbled them and kind of wrote down the garble as it came out.
I understood more words in that clip, though, than I did in 5 series of The Wire.
And are you Australian, but?
Yeah, I'm Australian, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Because we had a similar thing that we do where we don't use words...
Do you think I haven't noticed?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you have it? Another thing you do, which just sounds as if you've got heartburn. Bizarre reason. I don't know why that
is. That's how they get the actors on Home and Away to do an emotional scene. They just give them heartburn. Oh, Stephen, the cafe's burnt down again. Australians will make enough noises that could be a sentence, but there are no actual words in it. It's just... I'll try. So, Carr, you having a good night? You all right?
Yeah, it's all right, man.
You enjoying your time with Guillotine?
I was all right, man. I know what you're about. also... I have a similar thing that I can do with posh people. This gentleman in the front row here, with the blue trousers.
There you go. Anyway, sorry, that's wonderful, Brian and Carl. Thank you very much indeed. Very welcome.
And be honest, have you ever enjoyed a shower in chocolate sauce?
So, is this a euphemism?
It emphatically is not. And everybody's to put away those thoughts.
No, I've put my hand in a chocolate fountain.
We are almost certain you have enjoyed a shower in chocolate sauce.
Oh.
Oh, hello. I was so drunk, Sandy.
I suspect that most of you have, not necessarily all of you.
It sounds a niche area of interest, certainly.
Well, let's think of films that have got showers in them. And
Psycho.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was a good film.
Yeah. And the shower scene is the pivotal scene.
Oh, because it's black and white.
It's black and white.
The water doesn't read on film.
The water does.
The blood. The blood.
It was a chocolate sauce.
Bosco chocolate.
Bosco's chocolate sauce was used for the blood. And actually, talking as we were earlier of editing, one of the reasons it is the most famous scene possibly that Hitchcock directed, and one of the most famous scenes in all cinema, is that it contains 77 different camera angles and 50 cuts and lasts only 3 minutes. And I've done this. I've sat there counting the number of cuts in 3 minutes.
Wow, you must get out, Stephen, really.
Because films are...
Sitting next to you at the cinema. Like...
No, not at the cinema.
Who's Paul Rain Man with him?
50 cuts there! Stop the clock.
When I was a kid in the States, we used to have ice cream with Bosco chocolate sauce on it. And you couldn't serve it without going, It was the
oh,
sort
so
of
you all
noise.
knew? Yeah,
so it was
that's
the
right. Have you seen Psycho?
I have not, no.
You see, your generation, you just don't go for the classics. Because it's black and white, you go...
I'm waiting for it to come out on Twitter, and then I'll...
Exactly.
The sound of the stabbing, I think, was a knife in a melon.
Absolutely right. And actually, Hitchcock first wanted the scene to be just, as they say, effects. In other words, the sound of the water, the sound of the shower curtain being torn, and the sound of the knife going into the cassava melon. But his favourite composer, who composed a lot of his films, Bernard Herrmann, wrote this astounding score with these jagged things and begged him to listen to the version with it. And Hitchcock said, "You're right," and actually doubled his pay on the movie.
Hitchcock sounds like Jeremy from Top Gear.
Sounds exactly like that. You're right. You're right. Yes. Just 2 seconds in and you're nursing a semi. Everybody was against him making the film. He'd just made North by Northwest, one of his most lavish, colourful, beautiful, extraordinary thrillers, and he wanted to be known for a different kind of film because he was always experimenting, always trying different things.
That film is so clever, Psycho, because you're with Janet Leigh all the way from the beginning. She hatches this plan, she's got this money, she's on the run.
Steals 40 grand.
You can't wait to see what's going to happen. And then she's gone halfway through the film.
Oh, thanks for spoiling it. Thank you.
I don't feel I have, really.
No, we didn't.
Given the picture of her being murdered in the shower.
Do you remember the last shot of the shower scene? Just to get really nerdy.
What is it? Isn't it the eye and the...
That's right. Her head's sideways down. It's all the shots are... There's no long shots. It's all mid-shots and mostly close-ups. And he was so concerned to get it right that there just wasn't time for her to get accustomed to these contact lenses that would give her dilated pupils, which freshly stabbed people have, apparently. And so that was the one inaccuracy he was rather annoyed with. But no one wanted to make the film. Paramount said, no, they wouldn't make it. He said, all right, then I'll make it in black and white to be cheaper. And they said, no. He said, well, I'll use my TV crew. He used a TV crew to make it, not a film crew. And one of the most successful movies of all time. It was nominated for Best Picture, Oscar, you know, and...
It's
marvellous.
worth seeing, Trevor, but not with Stephen.
No.
Sorry. Daniel take you.
I'll take you.
Yeah,
Do you know, this evening has changed my life.
What is Australia's deadliest creature, in fact?
Oh,
Yeah.
Rupert Murdoch.
After Rupert Murdoch.
So sorry about
After
the
Rupert
fact he
Murdoch.
came here.
Yeah, excluding a member of the human race, which I'm not sure whether that does or not, but anyway...
Is it the spiders, the funnel web, the red...
Oh.
It's not bad.
It's going to be something on the road, isn't it?
It's the box jellyfish.
No, it's not. That is a nasty creature.
Is it rabbits? Is it rabbits running in front of utes or some sort of...
You're certainly right that most of the deaths caused by animals in Australia are caused on the road, but the animal that is most responsible...
Crocodile?
Is it man? The most deadly of all
Snake.
Shark?
No.
Can you say that? I was not born there.
It's not a bit of cat, though. In the year under the sample year, we're taking one human being in Australia was killed by a cat that year. But 128...
A cunning plan executed skillfully and quietly.
Is it? It's the road. The road's involved.
Often the road.
Are the people in the car at the time?
Sometimes, yes, but sometimes they're on the animal involved.
They're on the horse.
It's a horse, yes. A horse. More people are killed by horses than... It's a very angry horse there.
That one needs a dental hygiene appointment ASAP.
It seriously does. Yeah, because they fall off and break their neck, or indeed they cause car crashes and so on. And horses kill 3 times more than the ones you've mentioned.
When we lived in Australia, my wife bought a horse, and she's desperate to try and get me to ride, right? So she said, I bought this horse, it's really docile, you'll be fine. So I got... Well, no, there was actually... The problem was it was too docile. What happened was it ended up being studied by Melbourne University because it was one of the few horses that was... medically got narcolepsy. So I swear to God, it's one of the rare cases of a narcoleptic horse. So she buys this horse, and she said she couldn't work out why every time when she was grooming it, it would get heavier. Like that. And so she couldn't groom it because it would fall on her. So she says to me, "It's fine. The horse is narcoleptic. Get on it." And so I got on it in full motorbike gear because I wasn't taking any chances. I sat on this horse and it started to just... And you know, normally you kick a horse to make it go. This one, he kicked it and it would go, what? Hey? Like that. To make it up. And sometimes it would fall asleep against the electric fence. So it would go like that. Hey! Hey! It's like Jack Douglas from the Carry On.
Oh, well, that's my kind of horse, frankly. Yeah. But it is the horse, anyway, that turns out to be the deadliest animal. In what way is Iceland's most recent volcano similar to Genghis Khan?
I think they're both shag nasties. Genghis Khan apparently has shagged everything that moves, and that he is the father and mother of all populations in Europe and Asia, so he shagged everything that moves. And the volcano, of course, has spurted out, had an orgasm of ammonia, and has fertilised Europe. Good answer.
I have to be brutally honest and say that's not what's on my card.
Oh, shit!
But if there was no such thing as science, you'd be right. I think I know what it is.
Yes, go on.
I think, obviously, that volcano stopped lots of transport going on.
Yes.
He must have stopped something happening, which the volcano stopped happening.
You're in this all right here. The odd thing is it's both very beneficial, especially at the moment. It's a thing we talk about a lot. Now, that volcano poured out, they reckon, between 150,000 and 300,000 tons of carbon dioxide. So there's a huge amount of carbon came out as a result of it. But, if you remember, no one flew for however long it was, and the lack of flying saved 3 million tons. So, in fact, it was a huge offset of carbon. And in the case of Genghis Khan, he slaughtered his way across the world and had the largest empire the world has ever seen. 4 times bigger than that of Alexander, twice the size of the Roman Empire. And he killed about 40 million people. And the result was there was so little farming that the forests grew back. And you can time a huge benefit to the world from his slaughter. But that's rather extraordinary, isn't it?
So what do we have to pronounce?
Now, yes, that's what I was... How did you know that I was going to ask that as a supplementary question?
I thought you already did.
Oh, did I already say it?
Oh, that or I read it off the
Oh, you read it off the audio? You great big cheater!
I would now like you to pronounce the name of the volcano, and it's written up there for you.
God alive. You're pondering.
You should have been a newsreader.
With your accent, you've got the best chance.
It looks a bit like that, yeah? Any thoughts?
Ye Jaff Yally Jockroll. Yeah.
Brian, I think...
woman just got
You may have set it off again by doing that.
Yeah. I think the umlaut changes it, doesn't it? Those two little dots.
The two dots.
Yeah. And I think, actually, the way you're supposed to pronounce it is... Hutch.
If only.
It changes it.
Apparently, it's Ea Fayat Leokodl.
And is that translated big smoky bastard?
Yes.
You will go by ferry.
Basically, are there so many lavatories in the Pentagon?
One each.
One each. Do you know how many people work in the Pentagon?
Thousands.
23,000.
Whoa.
There aren't 23,000 lavatories, so... No, I'm afraid it's a really ghastly reason. Where is it?
Virginia.
Virginia was a southern state, and it had laws. And those laws...
racial segregation.
Segregation. It was a law that you had to have one lavatory for white people and one for black people. So there were double the number. I'm afraid it's true. It's a horrible truth. It shouldn't have happened because it was built in the 40s under the presidency of FDR, who had specifically outlawed racial segregation in federal, because he couldn't legislate for the states, but he could at least say that no federal building. And so when he arrived for his first inspection, was told that he was furious that there were all these lavatories.
Well, it's not very PC, that's true, but have you ever been for a queue in the ladies' loo?
So it's nice for you that there are so many...
Yes, in a way.
You
but
racist.
No.
No. They didn't actually go through with it. I mean, although they built them all for that reason, they were banned from using it, and they were never racially...
And look at all the tennis courts they've got as well.
Well, it's vast. That centre bit alone, just to give you a sense of the scale, is 5 acres. Just the middle bit. 17.5 miles of corridor, and these 284 lavatories. 6 separate zip codes. Just the Pentagon. But, apparently, it takes only 7 minutes to walk from one place to another.
Only one cleaner they have.
Yes. How many men have been president of the United States?
Oh, it's 46 or something?
Well, shall we ask the great man himself? Shall we ask the current president?
Is he here?
Is he here tonight? Ladies and gentlemen...
What a waste of a guest.
I'm glad we've given up my seat. I think it's sat in the audience for this one.
Here he is, the president, but which number of the United States? He's here to tell us.
I thank President Bush for his service to our nation. As well as the generosity and cooperation he has shown throughout this transition. 44 Americans have now taken the presidential oath.
He's wrong. He made a mistake.
He's only been on once and he's wrong already.
He is currently known as the 44th, just as Bush was known as the 43rd, but they aren't. Bush was the 42nd and he is the 43rd.
Oh.
Do you know why this is?
One of them was invisible.
Was there someone who was president for a bit and then stopped being president? Someone else was president and came back?
There was one non-consecutive president,
Right.
who was the 22nd and the 24th.
Why did they count him as two? That doesn't make any sense. Yet they count Clinton as one.
Yeah, because his terms are consecutive. This one was the 22nd, then Benjamin Harrison was president, and then he was the 24th. This was Grover Cleveland.
I think if I was doing that, if I was setting that system up, I would have gone for the number of different men. Right?
Yes.
I would say, you know, that you get a new number if you're a different man.
Person, exactly.
Not if there was a gap.
No, I know, but there's only ever been one gap, and for some reason they didn't do that. So when he took his second oath, he was called the 24th president, although he was the same man who'd been the 22nd.
Well, he was actually Stalin.
He was, he does look a bit like
Yeah. So not only did he rule Russia, kill millions of people, he was 2 presidents of the United States.
It's a weird system,
That's
isn't it?
a CV.
It's quite a bombshell.
Now we know what he was doing in between presidents.
Yeah, exactly. Barack Obama is, in fact, the 43rd person to become President of the United States because Grover Cleveland held the position twice with a 4-year break in between, making him the 22nd and the 24th President of the United States.
How many real friends do you have?
Just one, James Taylor.
What a friend you have in him, yeah.
I've
Moving
got to
on.
4.
4 friends you've counted, have you?
Well, actually, I'm not sure about him. Because he once spiked my drinks and stole my trousers when I was...
No, you can definitely cross him out.
He's coming off the list, yeah.
Which did you do first?
Drinks first, Phil.
I don't know, maybe he's agile.
Good friend. You say that a friend will help you, a friend will come over to your house and help you move, and a good friend will help you move a body.
That's good.
I have 2 good friends.
Oh, Rich! Oh, that's disturbing. There is this thing called a Dunbar number. Does that mean anything
Yeah, it's
to you?
about 100 and something.
You're right. There was a
120
professor
or
of
something.
evolutionary anthropology at Oxford University called Dunbar who calculated, if the calculation is the right word, that we can't have more than 150 friends. And obviously, some of us have a very high doctrine of friends.
150?
Yeah. He defines it this way.
I don't even know 150 people.
It's a network. It's a network.
I was going to say 5.
Right, well, I know what you mean. But he defines this friendly network as containing the people you wouldn't feel embarrassed to join at the bar in the transit lounge of Hong Kong Airport at 3 a.m.
Oh, no, thousands of them.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been embarrassed to join anyone at a bar in my life.
Yeah. It's a peculiar definition.
That is, yeah.
It's an odd one. But on the other hand, the
something
number...
about this particular transit lounge?
I don't know. But 150 does turn out to be quite a special number amongst peoples and groups. It's the average size of traditional hunter-gatherer communities, small religious groups such as the Amish, and the average English village size at the time of the Doomsday Book. It also occurs all over the modern world. It's the number of Christmas cards the average person sends, apparently. 130? 150. The size of a company in all modern armies is 150, as opposed to battalion or platoon. And it's also close to the average number of friends people have on Facebook, which is 130-odd. So it is strangely... It seems to be the number beyond which it's too many, and any less than that is a closer friend. But it's also... When we say friend, we mean someone... As you say,
we
someone
like.
who'll bury a body for you. Yeah. Facebook. Are you all on Facebook? No?
I don't really go on the computer.
I read a prediction the other day that said that at the current rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in 3 marriages in America will be people who met online. It's already 1 in 8. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Is that bad?
Well, you just fill out a lot of forms, don't you? Here's everything I like.
Oh, no, they don't necessarily meet on dating sites. But some of them will be, I agree. But
how else do you meet if you're not on a dating site, though?
Join a group.
You join a group.
Yeah, join a Facebook group with like-minded people.
Oh, right.
They send you witty remarks.
And which are the most
eventually, you send them a photograph of your genitals.
Yes. You know. Whoa. Well, Alan, that's the most popular so far, the genitals.
The genitals.
Of the genitals.
So it's just like a normal courtship, then, but
yeah,
done digitally.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel quite bad, you know, for the Amish in this situation because, you know, they're not going to meet people on Facebook, are they? Unless we create an Amish Facebook where you just write everything you know about yourself on a sheet of paper and put it in a barrel in the middle of the village. People can just dip in and out of, you know.
It's true, because they don't have electricity.
Raise the barn today, lol.
In the Middle Ages, what shape did people think the world was?
Flat.
I know we all think they did, but there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever. They all thought it was round. They all wrote about it as round. The Greeks knew that it was round.
Round and flat?
No, they thought it was a sphere. Terry Jones, the Python, who is something of a medievalist, as you may know, he blames Washington Irving, the American writer, for one of those being who started this lie, as he puts it. The Greeks knew it was round, he says. Chaucer knew it was round. Roger Bacon wrote about the curvature of the Earth in the 13th century. So, apparently...
Well, I think the majority of people didn't really care.
No, but they started.
As indeed, we don't now actually care that it's round. If it was square, it wouldn't bother me. I'd rush to the edge. In fact, I'd want to go right to the corner.
You sit on the corner.
How do we know it's round?
Yeah, huh?
Round the world tickets.
One is photographing. Photographing it was a very big help. We took a photograph and we saw that it was
Yes,
round.
but then you could say that about anything, about people going to the moon, and we know they didn't.
If it weren't round, all the flights of aeroplanes, if it weren't round, just nothing that we're
How do we know they
would.
just don't fly, just circle round for a bit and let you think that you're going miles and miles and miles, and just come down, like, you know, a couple of hours away, and they've set Russia up a lot nearer than it is.
It's a really, 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 really long oblong shape.
On a track, like an electric bike, and they just move it.
Whizzing
the
around.
plane goes up, the plane doesn't move. They move the country in front of them.
Are all the stars round?
I can't answer that. I think probably most...
But yet you know what people thought 500 years ago.
Can I read books? Yes. Have I visited every star in the universe? No. Is that something that you find difficult to understand? You set me off. You've set Sir off again.
Don't you think that this series has reached the point, with a dedicated following who trust us, that this would be the point where you could say just one thing in a show? You could say, just like this, the world isn't round. It's been proven. Most people will now believe it who watch this show.
Well, I can say with some confidence, ladies and gentlemen, the world is not round. It is an oblate spheroid.
No, that's not what I meant.
No, I'm sorry. I was being literally...
Pine cone. If you'd said the world is shaped like a pine cone. Just to see how many letters we get.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it? Get some at last, anyway. Apart from the... well, you know who you are, don't you? And I tried it, and it was a disaster. Yes, no, since the 4th century BC, almost no one in the history of the world has believed that the Earth is flat. It's a common misconception, and indeed the song lyric, they all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round, but he didn't think that the world was round. He thought it was actually pear-shaped. I've got my hands on the American nuclear trigger. Without putting yourselves to too much effort, see if you can tell me what the code is.
Secret trigger code.
The secret trigger code given to every American president between the years of 1960 and 1977.
I think that if you've got to remember it under pressure,
Yes.
and it would be a pressure situation,
Surely.
beginning the end of the world, it's got to be something quite simple.
It's 00000000. That literally was the code. 4 zeros twice, 8
8
zeros.
8 0.
And 8 zeros, that was the password.
Is that because you're just about... It's the end of the world, and you're going to go, oh, 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 oh. Did the president, when he's testing this, did he do the chip and pin, you know, that little dance you do when is the shopkeeper just looking at you and you kind of go...
Or pretend to press.
Or you do a bug, because I just do a cover.
No,
I
because
just do
you
a
not
straight...
noticed polite shopkeepers now do this, which is
Yes.
what they call the penny chews.
Yeah.
You just go like that and they do
I think it's pretend to do other numbers than the ones they're doing. Yeah.
So
you're there with the lovely Debbie McGee going...
Do your number, but while you're doing your number, you say a different number slightly under your breath, so you look like a bit of an idiot.
Well, that's like you're all rubbing your tummy and patting your head.
Like
Yes, that is clever.
His number's 457.
But because the people I always most hated at school were those who, when they were writing in a test, did that.
Yeah.
As if one cared about what
That's
dribble they wrote.
because you're not an idiot.
Oh, no. It's just such a creepy way of behaving. So I always just do like that, grandly make sure that my number is...
I published mine in The Sun once.
It
went quite badly wrong.
That was very funny.
I couldn't understand it because they were complaining that everybody's bank details had been left on a train by a civil servant or somebody, and I thought, well, it doesn't make any difference because all they can do is make a deposit. So I published my number, and there you go, there's my bank account number. What are you going to do with that? And the Diabetic Society helped themselves to 500 quid.
Well, what do you call an Irishman with no nipples? That's Richard Harris, of course.
In A Man Called Horse.
Man Called Horse.
It's a great movie, isn't it?
Things.
It seemed extreme when I first saw that, but now there's guys in Camden Town that have that done.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be an Edinburgh show now, wouldn't it? Yeah. Part of the festival.
He deserved 10 times worse than that for writing MacArthur Park.
Oh, yes. Cake left out in the rain.
Yeah, someone left the cake in the rain. Who cares?
My nan left the cake out in the rain. It would have absorbed all the rain. She made a very dry cake.
He didn't actually write, to be fair, to Richard Harris. It was written by Judy Webb, but he did sing it. And he's guilty of that. But this question isn't about Richard Harris. This is about Irishmen with no nipples. It seems bizarre, but there is a real historical point of interest here. What could an Irishman never be if he had no nipples?
Symmetric.
We're going back to the past. Symmetric. We're going back into the past in Ireland. It's a very peculiar thing, but part of your way of showing loyalty to your sovereign, if you were an Irish subject in the ancient days of the Irish kings, was you had to suck their nipples. Right? So, and you may say, well, OK, but what kind of person doesn't have nipples? There would be fights, contests, and people would apply, as it were, to be King of Ireland. And if they were found not suitable, they would have their nipples cut off, which meant they could never be King of Ireland.
Sorry, they did it like Britain's Got Talent.
Basically, yes.
This is how Britain's Got Talent should just tweak it so that it's the same.
It would be quite something. But there was Old Crochan Man, which was one of the peat bog discoveries, and he was so well preserved that when he was discovered, it wasn't archaeologists or museums or anthropologists who got in touch with it, it was the police. But in fact, it was from between 300-odd to 100-odd BC that this person had died.
So the chances of getting...
well preserved.
You would describe it as a cold case.
No, yeah, you would.
The chance of getting a conviction...
But he was so well preserved, people said, oh, my God, you know, here's this recently killed body. But he was found with nipples pinched and cut off. So he appears to have been someone who basically was deprived ritually of his attribute of kingship before being killed. So there you are. That seems to be the case. But there are extra points if you can tell me the national colour of Ireland.
Well, this feels like a trap.
It does indeed.
That's the flag, but that's not necessarily an indication of what the national colour is.
Blue. National colour?
Blue is the right answer.
Get in.
Very good. Well done. Yeah. The fact is, of course, it's changed. Now everybody thinks it's green, and green is where one paints themselves green in Chicago and New York for St. Patrick's Day. But St. Patrick's colour was blue, and it was known as St. Patrick's Blue. The coat of arms of Ireland, you may see, is a shield of a harp against a ground of St. Patrick's Blue. And the Irish Guards are distinct because of the blue in their bearskins. So blue was always really the colour of Ireland until really... It was in 1798 when they had one of their many rebellions, and green then became a symbol of Irish nationalism and sort of took over from blue. Sucking a king's nipples was a gesture of submission in ancient Ireland, so if you lost yours, you couldn't be king. Where would you put your ladder if you wanted to get into space?
On top of the spaceship, on a rack. A red flag hanging off of it so some other spaceships don't follow you too closely.
It's a conceptual question. How about this? Up against a wall of silence.
You should have railings built round you, and people would come and worship you as a kind of modern Buddha. You've got the look, I have to say.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good look.
Thank you very much.
Good Buddha look.
Rural Buddhas.
Yeah.
So there, right? Wisdom and cheat cider.
You're saying where you put the ladder, you'd assume, I suppose, the obvious answer is you'd put it on the highest point, like Everest.
Yes, that wouldn't...
It'd be a bit bumpy, wouldn't it? You couldn't get a good foothold on it.
It's sometimes called a space ladder. It's more commonly called a space elevator. It is a genuine idea that has been worked on, and many people believe would have saved the space program an enormous amount of money in various ways, was to build a huge elevator that goes from Earth and is counterweighted at the other end, and spin round incredibly fast. But it would be an equivalent of geostationary orbit at the end of it, and you would have elevators on it that would go up and down.
With a phone that didn't work in it. I'm stuck on the... I'm about 87,000 miles.
There's some
right
kind of
beyond Venus.
There's some kind of a door in the roof.
It was Arthur C. Clarke who particularly believed in this thing, but NASA spent a lot of money on it. But the important point is you would have to do it on the equator, where the Earth goes at its fastest. Because it's the bit, you know, like the end of a record goes faster than the middle, obviously.
What about a series of trampolines? They have a huge trampoline, and then up higher up is another one about half a mile up, and then another one. So it's like a staircase of trampolines going up into space, and then there's a big bouncy castle at the top. And a bloke charging you £1 and you've got to take your shoes off. I'd tell you the best way to get into space, I would tell you, I've just realised it, and it's brilliant. It's just brilliant. I'm going to be so rich. Bubble. Bubble. A bubble. Get in a bubble, just float up
Float
there.
up there.
One day.
I mean, a big bubble. I'm not talking about... Not talking about those bubbles you see and think, that's not a bubble. Stupid little one. You call that a bubble, mate? You can't see my bubble. No, a big bubble, you get in the bubble and off you go.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Who wants in?
Me.
This is like the Dragon's Den for cranky ideas.
How about this? You could just imagine.
Oh, Bill. Huh? Bill, that's so beautiful.
It's the wisdom of the rural Buddha.
The Dalai Farmer.
Very good.
Excellent. I've been struggling with that for about 5 minutes. Gotta be something of this.
Oh, your synapses are firing beautifully. Use your synapses to fire people into space.
Who is the coolest, grooviest, hippest cat on the show tonight?
David Tennant, I'd have thought.
Yeah.
I'm going for Belton.
Yeah, could be. What do we know about these words?
They're jazz words.
Ah,
Jazz.
many of them are jazz words. And
From
how
that-
old are they?
Since the 20s, 30s?
Early...
40s?
No, earlier. Stone Age.
Let's take the word cool. When did it first mean, like, fashionable, do you think?
60s beatnik poet era.
Hitler.
Oddly enough, it was the year Hitler came to power, 1933, but I don't think that's quite relevant.
These new uniforms are cool.
Bizarrely.
So this is Christmas.
I'm Chinese in Nazi party. They're cool, Daddy-o.
Cool, Daddy-o.
Bizarrely, it was
And
1933.
besides, I have no choice.
Yeah.
I burned down the Reichstag. Cool. Jazz Nazis, eh?
It was the West Coast School of... But it was the West
Jazz
Coast...
Nazis are used both ways.
It was the West Coast School of Relaxed Jazz led by Miles Davies. And his album, The Birth of the Cool, was 1957. Which, oddly enough, is the year I was born.
Extraordinary.
So maybe I am cool.
The cool.
I love that if you saying all that as a chat-up line in a nightclub. Yeah. Do you know who the coolest person in the room is tonight? No, let me explain. 1933. Cut to 2 hours later,
so cool.
and that, madam, is why I am cool. Can I get to another move?
Where's she gone?
Don't go.
Let's have an easy one to start with. Strictly speaking, where does the phrase chariots of fire come from?
It's a film.
Where does it originate?
It's something to do with this.
Where does the phrase originate? It's a quotation.
It's a quotation.
From what?
Shakespeare. Must be Shakespeare.
No.
And, those chariots of
Words
fire.
like Jerusalem, the hymn Jerusalem.
You fell finally into our
Finally!
trap.
Oh, sorry, it's the first question.
Embarrassing how long it took you to get the wrong answer. Yes, I did start by saying strictly speaking. Strictly speaking, it comes from a poem by William Blake called...
Chariots of Fire.
No. I'm ashamed of you. You must know the first line of...
I must, but I can't be asked to tell you.
And did
those feet in ancient times.
Thank you. Finally we got that.
Oh, I know that.
Yes. That's the name of the poem from which the line Chariots of Fire comes. The tune is called Jerusalem, and it's referred mistakenly as a hymn.
Thank you for starting in my key. Come on, England's
Come on! Oh, clouds unfold. Yes, really what I'm after is, what does it mean?
What?
And whose feet?
Jesus, surely.
Right, so what is the story of Jesus coming to England?
Is there a film about it?
Yes.
And then
Not to my knowledge.
Well, then I'm in trouble.
Holy...
As they say, this is what people say now when they don't know the answer. They say, I'm out of my comfort zone.
You have been the equivalent of sitting on spikes for the last 10 years. Yet to discover your comfort zone. OK, listen, there is a legend that Jesus came to England and he was said to have gone to a particular place.
Was it
The
Glastonbury?
audience knows. Ah, thank you.
Glastonbury.
Glastonbury,
Yes.
Glastonbury tours. And he went with his uncle. What was his uncle's name?
Bob.
Uncle Bob Price.
Bob is your uncle.
Surely, they were more informal in those times, surely. Bob Price.
His uncle's name was the same as his father's name.
Joseph.
Joseph, and he was named after a place.
Is it like working with very slow children?
Thank you. Say it again so the camera can get it clearly.
Right. OK.
This is a new thing we're doing.
Hang on a second.
I was proposing my face.
Joseph of Arimathea.
No, I said it. I said it. Joseph of Arimathea.
I'm going to throw cold water at you both in a minute.
Joseph of Arimathea.
Now.
Joseph of Arimathea.
It was the first ever Glastonbury Festival, if you will.
It was,
that
yes.
Jesus supposedly came with his uncle, Joseph of Arimathea, who is mentioned in the Gospels.
Right.
Although, it has to be said, Arimathea is only mentioned once, and that is in relation to the place Joseph came from. No one knows where it is, where it was, where it could have been. Anyway.
Could have been a falafel tent.
Is the present.
Oh, I'm not going to fall into that trap. Who's going to say it?
Well, it's not really a trap. It is a genuinely interesting question. I mean, there are different ways of trying to describe what the present might be, but let's talk about the present in terms of archaeology. Archaeologists actually have an acronym, BP, which means before present, and they can date the present. It's an exact date, January the 1st, 1950.
That's the present.
That, for archaeologists, and there's a very good reason for this, and you might be able to work it out. If you did, I'd be very impressed.
Is it plastics?
Not quite that.
Bakelite?
When archaeologists... No, archaeologists are interested in the distant past. And recently, in the last 100 or so years, certain techniques have enabled us to discover... I say us, I mean...
Carbon dating.
Carbon dating has allowed us to discover how old things are. Now, in the 1950s... Basically, they decided by January the 1st, 1950, we had so screwed up the atmosphere with nuclear testing that no carbon dating could be trusted after January the 1st, 1950. So that is known as the present.
See, these archaeologists need to learn a bit of physics, though. According to Einstein's theory of space and time, which is our best theory of space and time, there's no such thing as a present moment which spans the universe, or indeed even the Earth, or in fact even two people moving relative to each other.
It is absurd to think of an event that might be happening now in a galaxy and me doing this as being simultaneous. That has no meaning cosmically, does it?
You can swap the order of them as long as they're not causally connected. I mean, we don't know how time works at a very fundamental level, actually.
But time's arrow. I mean, I actually got my head around that a bit.
Yeah.
Because you don't need maths. If you think that everything's going forward and as it does, it decays.
Yes.
So then you understand entropy.
Yes.
I just look, for instance, all you need is an analogy to make that's pertinent to you. So in my case, all relationships. And then you realise, of course, you've got that perfect 18 months, and then they're dead.
The second law of sexual dynamics.
Yes, that's how I, according to me, that's how I extrapolate.
To make it statistically significant, though, you have to have an awful lot of relationships.
Oh, I do. And they really do
That's
also
very well
have the
put.
law of entropy.
What's the French for innuendo?
Is it double entendre? No, I've just remembered that double entendre is French for big tits, isn't it?
No, double entendre means nothing to a Frenchman. You could say double entente. Entente is like a...
two-man tent.
No. Or double sens, double sense. But they don't say double entendre.
So it's a French phrase that the French don't use. So it's not French.
Exactly. And that's precisely what this round of questions is about. There are other examples of that. Suppose you're at a performance, someone is very brilliant, and you want them to perform again.
Encore.
You'd shout encore. What would they shout in France?
More.
Good thought. But encore is a French word meaning more, but they don't shout encore when they want. They shout a Latin word, which means twice.
Anyone?
Anyone in the audience? Bis, bis, B-I-S.
Beef.
Bis. Yeah, that's what they shout.
That's crap.
Try encore.
You need to do a show, wouldn't you? And at the end, everyone goes, beef! It's like that.
Well, there are other phrases which we use, which sound French, but again mean nothing to a Frenchman. Cause célèbre is not a French phrase. Like ensuite for a bathroom, the French wouldn't. They go, what?
Yeah. What about bidet?
Bidet they do indeed have, though it's easier really to do a handstand in the shower, to be honest. And if you want the expense of a bidet, yes.
Easier.
If you're as nimble as I am, yeah.
I'd pay good money to see that. I'd like to see you doing that with a camera going, tweet this.
The trouble is with the handstand in the shower, though. It's like, you know when you see a mountain stream and you think the water looks all right, but I don't know where it's been further on. When you're upside down and this water is pouring across your face, lodging in your nostrils, and you know that it's been...
Oh, that's a worry.
That's what puts... I had a friend who... He had read somewhere that if you slept upside down, it made you more intelligent because the blood went to your brain.
Yeah.
And I became obsessed with the idea that he would have a wet dream and die.
Oh, that's so, in so many ways, a horrific image. So, yes, there are words we use, décolletage, for example, we use for that. The French has used décolleté for that, not décolletage.
Excuse me, when you say we, you mean you?
Well, it's not a common phrase, but...
No, it's not. No, let me say, look at the décolletage on that.
Could you put...
You never stop learning. I've already learned how to say to my teenage sons, look at the knockers on that, without the mum getting annoyed.
And now you can say décolletage.
Décolletage, look
I thought it too. Also, ensuite, which is used commonly these days for a bathroom that's connected to a bedroom. In France, they don't use the phrase ensuite.
And, of course, the ensuite.
Exactly. The French do not.
Commonly used.
There's a Greek phrase. The Greeks say katatraia staeftika, I think it is. And it means who gives a shit. No. But literally it means there is trouble in the gypsy village.
It's true. Depending on where up you are on the social calendar, it's right, isn't it? It's, you know, posh people wouldn't give a shit if they...
Anyway, that's the point. You can ask a Frenchman for a double entendre if you like, but you'll be lucky if he gives you one. Now to some... Key part did bigots play in the Second World War?
Bigots? What do you mean?
Bigots.
You're talking of...
Not that kind of bigot, actually. We're being a diversionary tactic.
That's a bit of a minor description.
Yes, I think it is, exactly. This word is bigot with a bigot.
Oh, he was a bigot, was he? Oh, the more I hear about it. Is that an acronym, though, for something?
Yes,
Bigot.
It's an acronym. B-I-G-O-T. No, it's British. Churchill chose it.
Oh, really? Beware.
Brown eyed girls on toast.
One trouser.
Beware, I've got one trouser. Yes.
I'm getting out
tomorrow.
Blimey, I've got...
It's got off.
Owls. Turned.
Owls?
Owls.
He's so shit at I Spy, I can't tell you.
Bigot stands for British Invasion of German-Occupied Territory. So there's Monty, and there's Winnie,
And they're looking at a map, as you can see, and they're planning D-Day.
Flannel over there.
D-Day.
Okay, chaps.
Got your flannel.
Everybody want their flannel.
All flannelled up. Of course, Churchill was the only person who Monty would let smoke. Well, yes, it was so secret that anybody who knew any details of the Normandy landings, they were on the bigot list, and they were not allowed under any circumstances to leave the country. The only exception was Churchill himself, but no one on the bigot list was allowed out of Britain. And indeed, there was a rehearsal for the invasion in 1944, and 10 people on the bigot list were killed accidentally. And all plans for the invasion were put on hold until they could account for every single one of the bodies, just to be absolutely sure that the secret didn't get out.
Right. Well, I mean, it's not... I mean, yeah.
It's got out now, we know
got
now.
Out now, yes.
Yeah.
And it wasn't... It's not like it was unlikely it wasn't going to happen, was it? I mean, England's there, France is there...
I know, but we did everything we possibly could to persuade them that it was going to be further across towards Belgium, and indeed, they withheld divisions further away from Normandy, where we landed. Yeah. Precisely because Germany fell for some of the spies, the Zigzag Man and Zabo and that poor old chap who was a dead body who was dressed as if he was an important officer and dropped in the sea outside Gibraltar with a chained briefcase next to him with plans in it. And they gave him a whole life. It was called The Man Who Never Was. There's a film of it.
Who actually was he?
He was probably a very sad, down-and-out Welsh chap who died very young and been found sleeping rough somewhere, and they dressed him up smartly to look like an officer.
You wouldn't have to do that now. You just get someone from Big Brother or something. You know? People volunteer for it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's the prize.
Certainly the rest of us would.
Yes, surprises. You're going to be killed. You're going to be a fake general. Oh, empty.
No, it is. It's a good film. Have you ever seen it coming around on Channel 4 one afternoon, sort of thing that pops up now and again?
Yes, I will.
It's funny to think when he was alive, he didn't know what a key part he'd play when he was dead.
I know. Operation Mincemeat, it was called.
Yeah. You can sign up to this service now when you're alive, which monitors your tweets and Facebook updates and things. And then when you're dead, it continues to tweet as you until an executor of the will who you've nominated tells it to stop. And while you're alive, you give it feedback as to how good it is. And I'm starting this business, and if anyone... No, it already exists.
Well, that's bizarre.
Yeah.
So you can set how long it goes on till?
Yeah, well, you give someone's name and you say, this person makes the decision as to when the virtual me dies. And then you give it feedback. So if it's slightly funnier than you are, you say, oh, it's quite good, but bring it down a notch.
So people don't... So somebody employs to be you, then, after your death? Or it's not just you going, dead, 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 still dead, dead. Yeah. And then your followers go up, oh, he's dead, dead, oh.
You know, with one's contact list, when people die, I never have the heart to cut them out. So I have friends who have been dead 12, 15 years who are still in my address book, because I just
Have they ever called?
They manifestly haven't called, and I haven't called them. But the act of just going delete seems so...
I've done the same thing, but the good thing is, if someone dead does call you, you'll know it's them.
Yes.
You'll know not to answer.
I know that I've been wrong all this time. I know not to answer, that's true. Well, of course, that number might be reused.
Oh, they do recycle them, yeah.
Yes.
So it is possible that one
that would
day...
be the shock of one's life.
In fact, it's probable that one day that coincidence will happen. Someone who's got an old number of a dead person will accidentally ring a person who... God, I can't wait till that happens.
Time for a secret operation. What is the point of a tap in the ocean?
That's not a real picture.
It isn't a real picture, because in Britain you'd have 2 taps for no reason at all.
OK, I don't understand this. So you have a hot tap and you have a cold tap, right? Yes. Well, how's that? So you're trying to wash your hands, and what happens? You put it under the hot tap, you think, oh! And then you have the cold tap, oh! How is it the British haven't discovered there's a mixer tap? What is it? Did you find that baffling when you arrived?
I still find it baffling.
Yeah,
and I don't understand radiators. Why you want to heat an entire house with a small, hot metal plate in the corner? It doesn't work.
What would you do instead?
We have forced air in Canada, otherwise you freeze to death.
What do you have a what?
Forced air, just the same as aircon.
Forced air, aircon?
Yes. Yeah.
I've never heard the term. I'm 40, late 40s, and I don't... I genuinely didn't know what that was. I'm not going to bother sitting here working out, but I'm 50 soon, and I've never heard the term forced air. Well, not in that context.
I love the fact... I love the fact, Rod, that I'm asking you some quite complicated science questions and you don't know how old you are.
I'm about 49.
You're about 49. Have you just worked it out?
Yeah. I'm so used to saying I'm 50 in a few years. I'm so used to saying that for a moment it's
No, the thing is, though, it is quite good to know how old you are. And the producer has just told me in my ear, Rod, that you're 48.
way to remember how old you are.
Yeah.
Is there like a little, some kind of song I can sing or something? Or...
I've never needed a mnemonic for my age. I can invent one. I'm going to come back to what's the point? What's the point? That's the question.
I've written one for you.
Yeah.
I've written one for you.
OK, here we go.
How about, like, what year are we in today? When my born, just take that away. You don't have to be a whiz. That's how old Rod Gilbert is.
I just followed your poetic guidelines. I'm 48.
At the risk of repetition, what is the point of a tap?
Is it so that when sea levels rise, you can turn it off? I don't know.
So it's not actually a water tap.
It's not a tap.
Rather
A tap.
so what else could you tap? What's another kind of tapping that people do when they're trying to listen in?
There's a shark behind you.
Yeah. Is it a wire when they put a wire, transatlantic radio communication wire?
It's Cold War. It's called Operation Ivy Bells, and it took place from 1971 to 1981, and it was the USA wiretapping a Russian underseas cable. That thing, they're moving it into position there, is a giant tape recorder, and they just put it onto the wire. So the sailors on a submarine, the USS Halibut, located a Soviet cable. Halibut. They located a Russian cable off the Russian east coast, and they moved a 6-metre-long recording pod around it to track the communications. The thing I really like about it, because we're talking some years ago now, the device had to be updated every month, and so divers had to leave a submarine once a month and change the tapes. But it was hugely successful. It ran for a decade until a National Security Agency employee of the United States sold the information to the KGB.
Spying was a lot more hassle back then when you've got to train a team of divers, get submarines. Yeah. Now you just need somebody's maiden name and their first pet's name and you're off.
Yeah.
If you're Russians, you just have to go and see Donald Trump and ask him.
What quite interesting object is at the very end of the Earth?
Telford Town Centre. Although I would argue about the interesting bit. At the bottom of Patagonia?
It's right down there, yes. It's the southern pole of inaccessibility.
Ooh, is it the off switch?
To stop it spinning.
Plug hole.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's most unusual. It's a bust.
There's a bust?
There's a bust.
Oh, worth going, then.
Yeah. In the sense not of a pair of breasts, but in the sense of a sort of head and shoulders and front bit of a human being.
No, we didn't really think there was a big pair of tits.
It's of a living 20th century person, now dead.
A man.
Yeah.
Stalin.
Oh, the one before.
Lenin.
Vladimir Ilyich Lenin is there, right in the middle. It's just bizarre. This southern pole of inaccessibility is more remote and hard to reach than the geographical South Pole. And in this very year, the destination was reached by a team of 4 Britons called Team N2I. Rory Sweet, Rupert Longston, Henry Cookson and Paul Landry. And we have one of this expedition in the audience. Mr...
Is it Lenin?
No. Mr. Rupert Longston is here. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that bizarre? Phenomenal. Rupert, how far did you actually have to travel? Because there was no mechanical power, was it?
No mechanical power. We travelled 1,100 miles in total. Some of it was cross-country skiing and then kite skiing.
Was it cold?
When that picture was taken, I think it was minus 60 degrees Celsius.
Oh. What do you eat?
Food was fairly repetitive. It was chocolate, cheese, salami, pasta, lots of it. And one day towards the end, when we'd been eating the same thing for about 40 days, we played laxative roulette. And with one person had laxatives in their food, we didn't know who.
Well, I bet you did.
Not straight away. The consequences were quite obvious after a while.
Does it freeze as it comes
Oh!
out? Is it a shard of shit?
When did the Russians put that there?
1958.
Good Lord. Rupert Longston, congratulations on doing an extraordinary first and being very, very foolhardy and very brave and very brilliant.
Clearly not an extraordinary first. There was a statue there when they
No.
arrived.
They went under their own power. No one had ever done that before. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Rupert. Thank you. That's amazing.
I like the idea of that, though, the idea of going and doing that with no mechanical device whatsoever. His moon mission's going to be amazing. Give me a man up a ladder going, this is madness.
How would you use a Monopoly set to escape from a prison camp?
I could see how you might use a buckaroo.
Just fly out over the fence.
I mean, you'd probably just keep ending up on the barbed wire. Again, try it with the bucket.
Is it the covering up the hole with it?
Well...
Like in Shawshank?
No, there was a man whose nickname was Clutty Hutton, who in Britain bought up lots of Monopoly boards and turned them into escape kits that he then set up through MI9 with these pretend charities.
So that you'd get a get out of jail free card. That's a very good idea.
It was. No, what was brilliant was
the secret
that hidden in the Monopoly board were incredibly useful things.
Like a small dog, tiny hat, and a little ship.
There would be real money interspersed with the Monopoly money. There would be maps on silk, because they obviously tried it on paper. It's too bulky and rustly, but on silk, on parachute silk, you get an enormous amount of detail and tiny. That's an example of his earlier work, putting a compass in a military tunic button. The Germans got wise to this. They'd unscrew them, eat the buttons, and they'd see it. So then they reversed the thread. So when the Germans unscrewed it, they in fact tightened the button. Then they got wise to that. So then he used razor blades, which were magnetised at one end, so that when they were attached to something metal, they would spin round with the G of Gillette would point north, which was very good. So they were well disguised.
They said, now look, we put the normal thread on.
Yeah.
Old Kraut, he's unscrewing it. Then what we've done is we've put it the other way. So when he's unscrewing it, he's actually tightening it.
That's right.
Now we've gone a step further. We've done one here. You can't get the top off.
Isn't there a flaw in that, sir?
Don't complicate it. Don't complicate it, Perkins. No one's going to see this bloody compass, that's for sure. Give it a try. You won't get it off.
Oh, very good, sir.
In many ways, it's become what I call a button.
If I was the German camp commandant, I'd have made them all wear duffel coats.
If it was me, if I was in charge, I would have started shipping out giant Jengas.
Would you?
Well, then you just build them up. You know the Jengas you get in pub gardens?
Yes.
Just massive one, just hop over the fence.
Brilliant. If only you'd been in charge then.
Or snakes and ladders, but with actual ladders.
Yes.
And real snakes. Scare the Germans.
Scare the Germans.
Good British snakes who didn't like the look of a German soldier and would go up to them and go...
What about if they gave them toy tanks, but really big ones? And they could just turn around and go, take this, Jerry.
Who has the least use for Jeremy Clarkson? What two things come to mind when we think of Jeremy?
Top Gear and Brunel.
Cars and television is the key.
So it's a place that's got no...
A place that has almost no cars and no television would
television.
have very little use. Yes. Sark. Sark, you're quite right about traffic there, but it does have a lot of television. I mean, it has as much television as any other place.
Is it the Channel Island area?
It's not the Channel Islands, it's a lot further away. Yes,
Bhutan.
Bhutan is the right answer. Well done. It is the kingdom. You've certainly got a point there.
Except... they have got television.
In 1999?
Yeah. It's where they're doing all the television surveys to find out, has television actually had an effect? It's completely wrecked the place. It's absolutely ruined it. It's gone from people going all day to just sitting around stabbing one another, wearing perfume and drinking Coca-Cola and wanting to be American.
And parking fees have now been introduced as well.
In
for the first
Bhutan?
time. It has no traffic lights in the whole of the kingdom.
Where is it?
It's sort of between China and India in the Himalayas.
India has no speed limits.
India has no speed limits.
And every car in India, within 5 years of it being bought, will be involved in a fatal road accident.
The UK, on the other hand, has the highest number of car thefts in the world.
My motorbike was stolen 2 weeks ago.
Bummer.
It's a black Suzuki DR60 N441YKP.
You should do the whole police press conference bit and say, now, this bike thief knows who he is.
I've got an American cousin who's a doctor, and he was visiting me in London at the time when I used to ride a motorbike, and he didn't know this, and we were meeting in a restaurant. He saw me checking in my skid lid, as we biker boys call them.
Helmet,
he said, "Oh, I didn't know you rode a bike." And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, do you know what we call bike riders at the the trauma department of the Roosevelt Hospital?" I said, "No." He said, "Donors." And that was one thing. And then, literally 2 days later, a friend of mine was talking about her aunt, who was at Moorfields Eye Hospital, and she was going to have a cataract operation or a corneal graft or one of those sort of things. And a chap came in, the consultant, and said, "No, Mrs. Alton," he said, "I'm sure you've heard about it. We're going to cut out that nasty old lens, a cloudy old lens. We're going to sew in a nice, bright, fresh new one. It's a very simple operation. It only takes a few hours and you'll be out and you'll be seeing wonderfully." He said, "The only trouble is, I'm afraid, we don't have any donor eyes in at the moment." But he looked at the window and said, "But it's raining, so it shouldn't be too long." He meant it. Most people in Bhutan live more than a day's walk from a road. It's a very rural country indeed. Only 0.01% of the country are on the internet, for heaven's sake.
No, but if you got that from the internet, it'll be wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every single one of the 247 billion facts on the internet is wrong.
A question for you, Alan. We're both actors. Why are we so grotesquely overpaid?
Market forces. We're not in charge of the distribution of wealth.
Any excuse we can think of. Well, what profession within the film industry might think that they're responsible entirely for the way an actor conveys...
Screenwriters?
The screenwriter certainly has a lot, as far as the story is concerned, but they can't control, as it were, what an audience reads into an actor's eyes.
So the
cameraman? The editor.
In a way, the editor, yeah. And in 1919, when cinema was being born, there was a filmmaker called Lev Kuleshov, and he proposed putting together a film in which you saw an actor looking at things, and you noticed that the audience read into the actor different emotions according to what they're looking at.
So the idea, so that they're looking, you know, we think, oh, they're looking melancholy because they're looking at something.
Or they're looking hungry
because they're looking hungry. Yeah,
exactly.
But the actor's actually not changed.
It's exactly the same shot of the actor.
And this that's the trick of acting. All actors know that.
Yes, is not to act.
If in doubt, don't do anything at all.
And directors will tell you. Milos Forman famously shouts, "Stop acting! Somebody is acting here!"
There's a famous Bogart one, and at the end he looks down on some carnage, and everyone was very impressed by the emotions he portrayed. But the shot had been done much later, and the camera went down low, he stood up on a balcony, and the director said, "Look bored."
Yes. And yeah, it works like that.
And they cut it in.
It's extraordinary how that is. It's the effect, it's the timing of the story, it's what the actor seems to be looking at, and it's the audience that does the work. They read the emotion into the face. Oh, that's... We've actually cut our own together, so you can see here. What's this emotion?
Confusion.
Oh, he's looking hard at something. Can you believe it's true? Oh, no. Arsenal have lost again. What a beautiful bike. There you are. Proof positive as if it were needed. Anyway, thanks to the Kuleshov effect, good acting, maybe just good. Who first cracked the Enigma code? Yes.
Was it the Poles?
Top man! Absolutely right. You're a good soul. Yeah. There's a general feeling that we did all the work. But in fact, it was a Pole in 1932, as early as that, who first cracked how an Enigma machine worked. But in the late 1930s, the Germans changed the way they worked, so that I think there was something like 364 billion possible settings each day to the daily code Now, that's not something you could guess. But the first one to crack it in the beginning to see how it worked was a young Polish mathematician called Briain. And if you ever go to Bletchley Park, and I do urge you to do so, there is a splendid statue to him, and...
Have they got a good shop there?
They have a very nice shop. They also have a museum of computing, which I know would excite you almost...
Oh, indeed.
Indeed, I can...
Already moist.
I mean, it is well established. The work on Enigma did do a great deal to hasten the end of the war. Eisenhower estimated that it shortened the war by 2 years, which is hundreds of thousands of lives. So it was an extraordinarily important thing that these boffins got together. But how do you think they were first brought together at Bletchley Park? What was the first move the government made to assemble the boffins?
Singles club.
It was almost that. It was a telegraph crossword competition. Especially fiendish telegraph crossword. And the winners were sent letters saying, you might be our kind of chap. But anyway, they then soon became aware that having people who knew that cart horse was an anagram of orchestra was not going to win them the war. They needed really great mathematical minds.
It's when the world changed, isn't it?
It's when the world changed.
It'll be fascinating conundrums that the Nazis will set us.
But,
we'll have to find clues and follow them. No, you just need a supercomputer.
But fortunately, there was a man ready for it. It just happened to be that history had thrown up a quite brilliant mathematician called Alan Turing, who was at Cambridge at the time. There he is. He's considered the father of computing, one of the truly great men of his time. And you may remember Gordon Brown making an impassioned but far too late apology on behalf of the British government for his terrible death. He was persecuted for his homosexuality and chemically castrated and then committed suicide by eating a poisoned apple. And there are many to this day who believe that Apple computers named their apple with the bite out of it in honour of Alan Turing, the father of computing. And I was in a position to ask one of the founders, Steve Jobs, and he said it isn't true, but God, we wish it were. It's just a coincidence, but they're very proud that people think it might be, because he was a simply extraordinary man. But the real fiendish thing was not Enigma, it was called Lorentz. And for Lorentz was used between German High Command and Hitler himself, basically. And Lorentz was unbelievably difficult. And for that, Turing and his team built what really was the world's first computer. It was called Colossus. And it was way ahead of its time. It was quite extraordinary.
It was all a complete sort of national secret until very recently, wasn't it? Or quite recently.
Absolutely. There is Bletchley Park. And it is open to the public. I'm a big advocate for it, so I'd make no apology for banging its drum. It's a great place.
It's an interesting choice that we took as a nation, though, you know, during the Second World War, which was an expensive experience for us and left us bankrupt. But out of it, we had basically invented the computer, and we decided to make it a secret.
Yes.
Rather than, in any sense, attempting to monetize it.
Actually, we gave the secret of Colossus to the CIA.
Oh, superb.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I know.
That's an excellent move.
It was.
No one will be needing that.
But there's a great memo, because there are a lot of people in the British government who thought, what are these people in faintly damp tweed with pipes and glasses doing, writing on bits of paper here? And there's quite a big budget. I mean, what are they doing? And Churchill had a look round, and the fellow explained to him what they were doing. And then there's a very famous memo in Churchill's hand that just says, give them what they want. It's fantastic, that, isn't it?
What can I just ask, and you may not be able to answer this, but what was the nature of the Enigma code? Was it mathematical or was
Yes. I mean, don't ask me to give you the precise details. I'm really no expert. But it was a purely physical, mechanical device, but it had so many different rotors that had so many different angles and positions that there were hundreds of billions of permutations. It was our job was to intercept or work out what the code word of the day was, and then we could translate the messages. It was all very odd. But they were very lazy. It relied on Germans making mistakes by using the names of their dogs and things. So a lot of intelligence was gathered about the people in naval intelligence in particular, about what their dogs, their girlfriends, their addresses and things like that, because it's a bit like passwords, you know.
I'm beginning to think that people will be able to hack into my John Lewis account now.
Not named after your
It's
dog,
ironic.
surely.
They invented a computer and finished the war early, but the cyber war being waged by China will be the death of all of us.
Yeah, there is some... You know, the worry about it is... I mean, I was speaking to a man at Los Alamos, which is where they developed the nuclear bomb, and obviously the science now goes in other directions. They said they had something like 1 million attacks an hour on their sort of cyber front-end security. And I said, what hackers? And they said, no, nations. Well, let's be honest, one nation. And I was interviewing him on camera, and I said, would it rhyme with Biner? And he said it might well do. And I said, that's how many times they're battering on the doors of your security.
Well, they
said,
must
oh,
do,
yeah.
they've got thousands of computers.
Absolutely, they're just slave...
Trying to work
Yeah.
it out
I know.
24 hours a day.
And presumably we're attempting in our own befuddled way to do the same.
If we've got a ZX80 on it 24.
Except when Wimbledon's on.
Yeah, we've got a crow that can get a tiny bucket out of a Perspex tube. Take that, China.
If I could be serious for a moment, more than 100 million people were killed in wars during the 20th century, and the total number of people ever killed by wars could be as many as 1 billion. Einstein described war as a cloak that covers acts of murder, and Antoine de Saint-Exupéry called it a disease like typhus. With all that in mind, here is my question to you. Why did Hitler have such a silly moustache?
Thank God for that. I thought I was on the wrong show for a minute. Well, very serious.
I'm sure you'd agree with my description of war there, wouldn't you,
I
Sheila?
would absolutely. This is a difficult show for me to be on because I'm a Quaker pacifist. So I'm not an ideal person.
Were you born a Quaker?
No, I wasn't. I was a Quaker by convincement, as they call it.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And because my family, the Fry family, were very early Quakers.
Of course they
all
were.
the way.
Of course they were.
It's
yeah.
a very admirable thing, and the pacifism is taken very seriously, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely thing until Hitler comes along, and then it's not much use.
Well, if we'd have done something about it before Hitler came along, then maybe it would.
You shaved his moustache
And I
off.
think the reason he had that moustache is he was probably a fan of Oliver Hardy.
Ah, well, it's certainly true that they were popular in the 20s and increasingly in the 30s. Among, well, Charlie Chaplin,
Exactly.
of course, is best known. But supposedly Hitler changed from what was a relatively bushy moustache. You may have seen a famous photograph of him as a Gefreiter, a corporal in the First World War. There he is on the left. But there are a couple of stories. No one's quite sure which is true. There was a fellow who served with him, Alexander Moritz Fry, great-uncle Alexander. He was in the same regiment in the First World War as Hitler, and he said that Hitler trimmed it into the familiar toothbrush in order to fit into the gas mask properly.
Oh.
Fry's account is controversial, apparently. He went on to become a satirist and fantasy novelist, starting a family tradition.
So here's the point about Hitler. He's judged very harshly by history, but he did kill Hitler.
I can't take that away from you, Jimmy.
Credit
It's a
when
true
credit
fact.
is due.
That's true. Some historians believe that Hitler only adopted the tash in 1919, and his sister-in-law, who lived in Liverpool...
She had one as well.
She may have done. Do you know what her name was?
Muriel.
Almost, as it were.
Gauss Adolf.
Bridget Hitler.
Bridget Hitler.
Yeah, that was her name. Bridget Hitler.
Bridget Hitler?
Yeah. Yes, she was married to Alois Jr., who was Hitler's half-brother. And they had a son, William Patrick Hitler.
Billy Hitler.
William Patrick Hitler went to America and won a Purple Heart in the Navy.
Changed his name, I presume.
Eventually to Stuart Houston, I think. And he claimed he wanted to forget anything to do with his uncle, but he named his first son Alexander Adolf Stuart Houston. Anyway, yes, Bridget, in her memoir, said that he came to visit Liverpool and that she told him that he should trim the ends of his moustache to make it less bushy. But, as she put it, as in most things, he went too far. Put him in his place by some terrible, terrible concatenation of circumstances. Both my co-pilot and I on this flight were suddenly taken ill. How would you land this plane?
Can't they just land themselves on an instruments landing?
Can't you? I'd stop reading the Kindle on the steering wheel. And
That would be a wise start, yes.
Don't you radio... There's the co-pilot slumped, normally, in these situations.
Yeah, someone talks you in.
And somebody talks you in?
That's what happens in the movies, definitely, isn't it?
Yes. Like Robert Duvall probably would be good. That's who I'd ring.
Or Lloyd Bridges, in the case of Airplane, the movie.
Perfect choice.
Yeah.
Presumably there are legal problems with someone talking you down, though, because you could then subsequently sue if it was interpreted by your relatives that you were given bad advice. So probably these days the air traffic controller would refuse to give advice and would say, "I'm sorry, we're not covered for my saying."
That's right. You'd have to sign a waiver and sort of text it to them, and then they would insurance would cover you to be talked down.
It is a minefield. Extraordinarily and happily, it has never occurred in commercial airline travel history that someone has been, as it were, oh gosh, can anyone fly this plane because the pilot and co-pilot are ill or dead. It's never actually happened, but it would be fraught with difficulty. They have tried various simulations. For example, those with American civil private pilot licenses in America who can fly light planes were invited onto simulators of big jets. And one of them couldn't even operate the seat that moved him towards the control. Another one turned the radio off. Another one turned off the autopilot and instantly crashed the plane. So the fact is, it's incredibly difficult.
Stephen, am I allowed to say that in your uniform how incredibly unlike a pilot you look?
So what do I look like instead? Be brutal, be frank.
No, I think you'd be the chap who calls himself the bursar. Who comes round, he's got a big leather wallet and takes money for duty-free.
Yeah, calls himself the
bursar.
Yeah.
Yes.
He calls himself the bursar?
Yes, I think he does, yeah.
Or the purser.
The purser.
The bursar is like the one that does the money for a...
public school.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What what kind of planes are you flying on?
Yeah.
Yes, the bursar will be collecting money for the end of term jamboree.
Here on a Charterhouse Air.
Yeah.
The bursar with the trolley, and then with the drinks, the groundsman.
Anyway, the fact is it's fraught with difficulty. The first problem you would have is simply getting into the cockpit, because since 9/11, of course, cockpits are locked. And if the pilot and the co-pilot were truly too ill to be able to fly, they may well be too ill even to let you in to the cockpit. But
do they have a secret knock? When they go and give them their lunch, though, surely they have to get in.
Yes.
So they must have a coded knock or something, like, it's me. I've got your lunch. Something like that, and they go, oh, must be the lunch.
It must be. It must be Ginger with the lunch. The lunch is. Now, why do I say lunch is?
Because there's more than one.
But why is there more? You are accruing points at a fantastic rate.
God, I tell you what.
Yes, there are more than one. But why would there be more than one lunch? Why would they?
They have to eat different meals.
Yes, the pilot and the co-pilot must eat different meals.
Oh, in case one of them gets botulism.
Exactly, so that if one is by accident poisoned or whatever. And in the case of extra long-haul flights, there are 3 pilots, not 2.
So you can't get into the cockpit. It's very, very dangerous. Never been done.
Yeah,
so...
and if it was on autopilot, you'd be able, obviously, to fly level and it would continue. But once you got into the landing situation, yes, the kind of film scenario would take over, whereby you would be told how to operate the flaps and at what speed. But there are so many variables in terms of glide path and vertical and horizontal axes and so on. This really is extraordinarily difficult. There is an auto-land system.
There's no way of flying it remotely, then, from the ground? Like with just somebody with a Wii or something, you know.
I don't know. Maybe one day.
Someone comes in the room.
What? Why?
It's a horrifying thought, but fortunately, as I say, it never has yet happened in major commercial
What conclusion did the great biologist Stephen Jay Gould draw from a lifetime study of fish?
Oh.
Yeah.
They haven't got any legs.
Is that his lifetime study?
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't his lifetime study of a fish.
Yeah.
After a while, they smell.
Yeah. He's a bit thick, and he just stared at me, and they haven't got any legs.
Starfish don't have brains. It's the kind of Louis Walsh of the aquatic world. They really don't have brains, they're starfish.
And they're not really fish, are they, starfish, to be honest?
Well, the word fish is in there, which kind of qualifies them, I think.
Well, is a starfish a fish? Is a jellyfish a fish?
Well, yeah,
cuttlefish a fish?
Yes,
I
but the starfish...
crayfish is a lobster.
There's a division, isn't there, in the world, whether it should be down to sort of experts in biology, whether things are fish, or whether it should be down to menus.
Yes.
Certainly, for example, a crayfish comes under fish in a menu.
He looks like he's reading the sell-by date on that.
He does. Stephen Jay Gould was very great. He's dead now. He's very great. He won a Nobel Prize. He was a paleontologist and an extraordinary biologist. And he came to a conclusion which is...
They can feel no love.
No, that they... that there is no such thing as a fish. A fish has no biological meaning.
There is just...
Well, that's so because I'm absolutely
That's it,
right.
your
Go
menu.
with menus.
On a menu it does. But in a menu, a fish is not the same as shellfish or seafood, is it?
It often comes in the same bit and separate from pudding.
Things that live in the sea.
How
can something...
pudding are different.
How can something not be something? Something can't be not something, can it? But if you've created a something, then something has to be that something, otherwise you haven't created a something. So it has to be a fish if there is the idea of a fish in the first place.
I swear there's a philosophy somewhere.
Slow down, Plato.
There's some sort of ontological argument going there, and of course, to us, that we use the word fish. But biologically speaking, a salmon is more related to, say, a camel than it is to a hagfish. Like, there are lots of things that fly, like a bumblebee flies, a vulture flies, and there are flying lizards. They're not all birds.
No.
But we call things that swim in the sea fish, and actually, biologically, evolutionarily, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all. So, after a lifetime study of fish, biologist Stephen Jay Gould concluded that there's no such thing as a fish. Have you read 1984? Hands up if you read 1984. Wow, that's pretty good. How many? Yeah. The fact is, research on several occasions show that at least a quarter of the people who claim to have read 1984 are lying. So I'm afraid we have to take points away from you. Yeah. Can you put your hand up if you said you'd read it, but actually secretly you haven't?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
You look very secret.
Yes. The honest man in the back has earned some of the audience. I have to confess here, I studied English at university. I haven't read it.
I should hope not. What kind of English degree would include something written as late as 1940?
Well, that's true. Yes, we read things written in 1370. But I kind of felt I didn't need to, which is an appalling thing to say.
Oh, it's terribly good, Stephen.
Well, I kind of... I
know all the TV shows named after it.
2, at least. Room 101 and Big Brother.
Oh, that's Room 9.
Oh, sorry. I know how it opens. It opens with the clock striking 13. I know the character's
really
called
good,
Winston.
and they made a film of it with John Hurt.
Yeah.
It's hard to bother, isn't it, when there's a great film of a book? I was the same with A Muppet Christmas Carol. I feel it's been done.
Why would you
I know
bother?
what the turkey does in the story. What read it?
It is a masterpiece of a film, it has to be said.
I lie a lot to impress people. And I'll be honest now, I have never read The Hungry Caterpillar. It gets so close to the end, and I get too emotional. I'm like, he's gonna die. He's overfed himself. I can't do it, and I stop. So I just pretend that I've read it.
No, he becomes a butterfly.
Is he carries himself?
Spoiler!
So sorry, that was wrong of me. Oh. I knew someone who gave away the end of Psycho. It's nearly as serious as that.
Oh, my God.
There are some books that you don't need to bother reading, like good books that you don't need to bother reading. Like, it's controversial to say it, but I don't think Harry Potter is worth reading. It is so expertly narrated on the audiobook.
You're so right.
No, but I do, after I listen to the Harry Potter books, with you narrating them, everything in my life is narrated by Stephen Fry. All my thoughts, my internal monologue is now Stephen Fry's voice. Even the dirty thoughts are Stephen's voice. Because it makes it acceptable. I had a sexual thought the other day. I put my hand in the air. I had a sexual thought about Camilla Parker Bowles. It didn't seem weird because Stephen was saying it to me.
What kind of animal can you eat without killing it? Rich.
Crabs, unintentionally.
In the south,
Yeah?
in the deep south, in the bayou, on the bayou. Yeah, freshwater mussels, they just pick them right out of the water, and they'll have these tiny pink crabs crawling on them, and they're considered a delicacy. And they're alive. They're alive when you swallow them.
These are things you can eat fully, an animal food stuff, but you don't kill the animal.
So something that sort of comes through like sweet corn, except it's still running around.
Oh!
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying it passes through the entire digestive system.
Right,
no.
oh, right.
No.
But it stays in you and sets up a community.
Whatever they put in Yakult.
Well,
they whitter on about that, don't they?
Yes, bifidus digestivum. Or L. Casei immunity. stupid do they think we are?
David, you know these things. I'm so
that's I
impressed.
spend a lot of time watching television, and listening to the new made-up science is very entertaining.
I love the made-up science when they go, do you want to buy a tiny pot of off milk?
Yes! And they say it's always such a good deal. Just try it for 9 weeks, and then if you don't feel better, then give up, because actually, if everyone tries it for 9 weeks, we're in the money.
No, because, I mean, actually, in a sense, you're probably right about bacteria, which would possibly pass through us and all the way and not be killed. But this is actually a delicacy. I'm inclined to give the point to Rich, because he's sort of accidentally right, only he's sort of wrong as well.
It's not a story of my life.
It's one of the most popular foods, almost the national dish in some ways, of Florida.
Tapeworm.
Not tapeworm. No, it's a type of crab. It's a stone crab.
Oh, right.
Stone crab claws are very popular. There is a stone crab, and the fishermen catch the crab, they snap off the claws and throw the crab back in, and it takes about a year for its claws to grow back. But it is considered a great delicacy, usually served with a sort of butter and mustard sauce, very popular indeed in restaurants up and down America, but particularly, as I say, in Florida.
What does it do for a year, then, armless down, wandering about?
I mean, it's up to himself.
So the crab is dismayed when it loses its claws, thinking, now I can't get any work done. All that stuff, I'm trying to rearrange the seabed. It'll be a year before I can do any of that. I'm just going to have to lay up. It's almost like they're sort of fruit-bearing animals, aren't they?
That's pretty similar to that, exactly.
Yeah.
Like an apple tree has its apples taken off, but next year it grows more apples.
So maybe they're trees. They're just seafoody trees.
Yeah.
They can walk around.
Same DNA.
You could have given me as an answer as well. There are certain tribesmen in the Masai Mara in northern Tanzania and Kenya who will drink the blood of cattle. You know, not kill them, but sort of slit the throat a bit and drink the blood, mix it with milk, actually. And then they bind up the wound again, and so they don't kill the cow. But that practice is dying out a bit.
They mix it with milk, so they think that cattle have 2 drinks. You can have one or the other, or a mixture of the 2. Fantastic, these 2-drink animals.
Anyway, stone crabs it is. They're returned to the sea alive, and their claws have been taken off. Over the next year, they grow a replacement, although it's never quite as good as the first one.
What is the most mysterious thing you do in bed?
You regrow, you regenerate your body parts, don't you?
OK,
At night. That's what I call it, anyway. What are you doing in there? I'm regenerating!
Do you mean that there are bits that are broken? You mend them? Is that what you mean?
Don't you grow a new liver every 7 years or something? There's no bit of you that is actually the age that you are.
No, I think it's every 10 years you're a totally new person.
You're totally new, bones,
Yes,
everything.
No, you don't grow gums back. Gums recede and they don't come back. You can't go, oh, I think I'm going to grow my gums long this year.
It's probably quite good that the gums don't keep growing and growing and growing. Imagine having to get them trimmed. That's going to be an extremely bloody...
What do you do for a living? I'm a gum dresser.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to get head to toe in plastic. It's like CSI when someone comes in for a long overdue gum trimming.
You have to show them the back of their gums.
Yeah. So, the most thing that we do in bed, all of us...
Dreaming.
Breathing.
It's sleeping. We have no idea. It is the most mysterious thing that we do in bed because we just don't know why we do it. Why would you end the day unconscious and basically paralysed and leave yourself available to attack by predators unless there is some fantastic evolutionary benefit that outweighs the risk? And the fact is, we just don't know. People have thought it was to do with energy conservation.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous because you actually don't save much energy.
Really?
No, not when you sleep, no.
How many days can you go without sleep for before you die?
If you stay awake for 17 hours, it's the same as having 2 glasses of wine in terms of how it would affect your performance.
Red wine or white wine? If it was white wine, then I'll just start crying.
Oh, would you? Oh, you're bad drunk.
Yeah, I'd never once drunk more than 2 glasses of white wine and not use the phrase, why don't you just dump me then?
Even to people who you're not in a relationship with.
No, you save about 110 calories each night, so a 2-finger Kit Kat is 107. It's not a lot, is it?
But that's the only energy saving.
That's the only energy saving.
So when you wake up in the morning, you can have a 2-fingered Kit Kat?
Help yourself.
Gratis.
Yeah, it totally wipes it all out, frankly.
It's a classy breakfast.
Morning, everyone.
best. There have been some scientists at the University of Rochester Medical Center in New York, and they think it's when our brains are cleaned. There's a professor, Maiken Nithergork, and she says you can think of it like having a house party. You can either entertain the guests or clean up the house, but you can't really do both at the same time. That's the theory. But how much you sleep depends on your own circadian rhythm. So I didn't sleep very much. Anybody here a good sleeper?
I've got a 5-month-old baby, so I only sleep in hour-and-a-half chunks at the moment.
So if you just come for a break just tonight...
This is the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Are you a good sleeper now? Do you sleep well?
Yeah, I can sleep a lot, yeah.
Apparently what you should do to find out how much you need to sleep is you should spend a week not having an alarm clock at all, and you should let your body just wake up when it needs to and log how many hours, and if you need 6 hours and you need to get up at 7 a.m, then you know what time you've got to go to bed.
But Sandy, you need a wee at 5.
Yes.
No matter what.
Yeah, it's very annoying. And it's not like you particularly have that much wee to do.
You get there and you think, why have you woken me up for that? I would rather have just left that in the bed. We could have just done it in the morning.
Also, sometimes, in the middle of the night wee, you can start thinking about something stressful or get frightened by noises in the house.
There are so many great men short.
Are they really?
David, you've hit the nail on the head. Rem acu tetigisti, as they would say in Latin.
I'm sure they would.
Yeah.
It means nice one, son.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. In fact, Napoleon,
Napoleon was short, wasn't he?
No, he was above average height.
Everyone was short in those
wasn't
days.
He? Well, yeah. He was 5'6", which was taller than
he was
is
5'7",
now.
actually.
Yeah,
average height was about 5'6"-ish.
So it's just the British who decided he was short, put him down a bit.
Yes, it was particularly a cartoonist called Gilray. When we were at war with Napoleon, there was a famous one of George III with a little Napoleon based on Gulliver's Travels, like that. And he's actually saying, I cannot but conclude you to be one of the most pernicious little odious reptiles that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. There.
It's a snappy.
It's a snappy one. He was 3 inches taller than Nelson, for example. Nelson was 3 inches shorter than Napoleon. It's certainly true that...
Nelson was 5'4"?
Yeah.
Like Danny DeVito?
He was very, short chap.
No wonder they put him on such a big
So
column.
is that kind of...
Yes, he's tall in Trafalgar Square.
Is that short man syndrome a kind of retrospective thing, then, that we've kind of invented more recently and then just gone back and said they're all short?
Yeah. Some of them were short, though, there's no question. I mean, Stalin was surprisingly short. He was only 5'5". Mussolini was 5'6". Franco was 5'4".
5'4"?
Yeah.
They are all short, then.
Well, no. He hit the 5'8". Idi Amin was 6'4".
Yeah, big
That's
fella.
my height. Fidel Castro, 6'1". Mao was 5'9", which is rather tall for a Chinese person. So...
But mostly they're not judged on their height, are they?
No, they're not. They're not. But all I'm...
We'll let that go.
Yeah. All I'm saying, there seems to be historically no evidence that short people are more power-hungry, more tyrannical than people of average or tall stature.
Because you know what it came about, though, because it's just that one... It's probably the one thing that short people have got to cling on to. One day they might be a dictator. Well, and we've just taken that away from them.
All
that little hope.
All this not being able to reach things from shelves, one day will be made up for when I kill millions of people. And I can stand on their bodies.
Yeah.
Reach the jam.
Everybody knows somebody short in their life who's been particularly angry and abused his position of authority. And then you decide he's a bit like Hitler.
That's the point. You notice when a short man has a tantrum
Yeah.
and says, oh, short man, Napoleon complex.
Tall man has a tantrum, you just leg it.
Exactly. I have to say I'm rather shocked by this. Heightism does exist. Short people are paid less on average than tall people. The disparity is comparable in magnitude to race and gender. A survey of Fortune 500 companies...
They should rise up.
Yeah. Hey. The chief executive officers of Fortune 500 companies, 90% are above average height, which is astounding, really. And 30% of those are over 6'2". You know, the tallest 4%.
Every now and again, a little short fella breaks through.
Yeah. Oh, stop.
Escapes, gets away.
Yeah, yeah. But it is... It is rather shocking that there is this disparity. And, of course, we always notice the powerful, short, rich man with a young, tall wife is...
Billionaire Bernie Ecclestone.
She's actually... I've seen her with him. She's actually much taller than that. Above him.
Yeah, she's bending her knee there.
Yeah. I mean, he has to jump up to slap her on the bum. He can run through her legs.
And who's the couple on the left?
That's Carla Bruni and
Sarkozy.
But at least the women have both got handbags that their husbands can fit in, which is...
No, there isn't really any evidence that dictators are shorter than the rest of us. Now, which popular game traditionally ends with all the players being thrown into a lake of fiery sulphur?
Well, I hope it's show jumping. I hate show jumping. Oh, God. I'd have one of those after every jump.
Before and after every jump.
It's not show jumping, though. It would certainly liven it up.
It sounds biblical.
I don't think it's the humans, though, it's pieces. Wouldn't it be pieces?
Well, I'll tell you that it's a game that went dramatically out of fashion in 1972. Early 72, it was more popular than Monopoly. But by the end of 72, it had almost completely gone out of fashion because of a film.
Mousetrap. Mousetrap.
No, there is no film of
Because of a
Mousetrap.
film. Is it Drafts? Remember that film? Drafts.
The film's true.
The truth about drafts.
No.
Drafts makes you go bald. Don't play drafts.
The film is not a game. There's a game in it. This game is played in it, and it's scary.
Oh, is it a séance?
Yeah, it is a séance using a Ouija board.
OK. Right.
And what film has there a Ouija board?
The
Exorcist is the right answer. One of the truly great films of the 20th century.
Is a Ouija board really a game? I don't remember ever seeing Ouija board scenes in a film and at the end going, right, who won?
Not dead. Well, the odd thing about Ouija, it was a board, it still belongs to Parker Brothers.
It's out.
Yeah. Ouija is a proprietary name, it's trademark.
Is it We-Ya?
Interesting point. That is some people's theory of the name of it is, yes, two words for yes, we, the French, and ya, the German, but no one's quite sure about where the name came from, except that it's a game that was invented. The board was invented and it was sold and people played it. I mean, it's weird to say that, but they enjoyed the fact that it nearly always works in as much as, you know, people spell out words and they don't quite know how they're doing it. It's clearly not dead people.
Yeah.
And in fact, it was not originally supposed to be dead people. It was supposed to be that you contacted yourselves, a part of yourselves that automatically wrote. It was not about seances.
Dead people just joined in. This is good. This is the one for us.
Even when recently asked, only a third of the people who still use Ouija boards say they do it to contact dead people. And in the First World War, it was used to contact your troops abroad, supposedly.
So, hold on. Are some dead people trying to communicate with the living through Monopoly?
Yeah. There was a court case in the 90s, I'm sorry to say, in Britain, a murder case, quite an important one, and the jury had to be dismissed because in their hotel overnight they used a Ouija board to try and contact the murdered person. And apparently the murdered person said, the guy in the dock is guilty, convict him. And said, but the judge heard about it and dismissed the jury, quite rightly, you may say. But the awful thing was, if they'd done it in the jury room, the judge couldn't have dismissed them. Because the judge has no right in law to know what goes on in a jury room. The deliberations must be private.
Unless he's dead.
Yeah, that's really complicated.
Was the guy guilty?
Unfortunately, he was retried and found guilty, which sort of is really irritating. So maybe the ghost of the murdered person did.
Where's the competitive element?
Suppose you just have a go.
Yeah.
Who are you trying to contact? Right, it's your turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you contact two dead people and then they box.
And then they tell you how it went.
Ghost boxing. Ghost boxing. Like Sky Sports do. Live ghost boxing from Auntie Vera's parlour.
That's it, people in sheets.
Yeah. The headless man, he's already down.
It's just going like that. It's trying to punch you.
Do you know there's an Elvis...
Yeah. There we go. Go on. Hit me.
There's an Elvis seance website.
Of course there is. I bet there's more than one of those.
Yeah. Where you contact Elvis.
Online?
Yeah, but it cautions, if you wish to repeat this experiment, please be considerate. Many people may wish to contact Elvis, and we're sure he's quite busy. Please treat this information...
For eternity.
Yes, please treat this information the same as you would if he were alive and you had his email address, with respect. It's a terrifying thought, isn't it? A sort of posthumous Twitter and things like that. That would be hell, I have to say.
You just thought of that.
Yeah.
You're in it up to your neck.
Oh, God. Horrifying. But the reference in the Bible to the fiery lake or whatever is from Revelations, where it does say those who practice the magic arts will be cast into burning sulphur. So,
How about balloon animals?
Ooh, the punishment for people who do balloon animals is not specified in Revelation.
Giraffe. I think it's loneliness, the punishment for them.
Yeah.
Long nights, sitting alone.
So, yeah, in my youth, games which conjured up the spirits of the dead were a popular gift for children. It's a weird thought. If they didn't like it, they could go to hell.